All right.
Hey, everybody. That's a huge job right there.
Welcome to another edition of the Wildverse, where
hello.
On Sundays we play Saltmarsh, a persistent campaign set in, I think, Raven.
Not Ravenloft.
Not really, but we've said it in the Sword Coast. Gray.
We can just say Forgotten Realms.
There you go. It's in the Forgotten Realms, whatever. But yeah, it's on the coast, boats and danger and stuff like that. And this group has kind of got a little thing about boats, so we tend to find ourselves near the ocean. But every Sunday at about 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we do sit down and play some D&D 5e on this Twitch. And right now it's Saltmarsh, which is a collection of about 6 or 7 old modules that kind of have some boat themes kind of mashed together to make a cohesive story. We find our guys... Well, let's introduce them first, I guess. My bad. Sorry. I'm kind of out of...
What?
At the end down there, we have Robert playing Oliver
the Folk.
With his reverse tension tweezers we got for mini painting.
They're very beautiful. Oliver is currently looking at a pair like I've never seen such a thing. Like that. He talks like a Skyrim guard. He's a druid sailor from the Moonshays.
Hey, we all love the Moonshays and those Feywild. And then our Porky Pig Tabaxi Bard is played by Galen there in the middle. Rapid rivers... South, around the mountains.
Around the bend,
south of the mountains.
Take a left.
That's his full name, but we just call him Galen.
You say it like that's something he should ever fucking remember.
But he is our Tabaxi Bard. He was in town regaling the youth with his tales. Got himself moved into the group. And then finally we have Wiley, our usual Dungeon Master, playing Constance Hart, our swashbuckler rogue this time.
Who wants to name our boat the Heart's Fart or something?
Well, speaking of our boat, our group found themselves in Saltmarsh for one reason or another and decided to make a couple bucks by escorting a caravan from the Saltmarsh city to the newly opened Dwarven mine not too far away. Where they were going to clear some zombies and also look for a missing druid that was supposed to be at a moot not too long ago. They got waylaid when they found a haunted house, and during exploration of it, discovered that it wasn't as haunted as the townsfolk thought and was instead the ring of a smuggling operation.
A lot of infestations, though.
Say that again?
A lot of infestation.
There was a lot of infestation, but I mean, it's on a house in the hill next to the ocean. There was going to be critters no matter what.
I met him.
Yeah, have you?
We call him Hill.
Yeah, Hill. When they returned back to town with that information, they were asked by the council, who are made up of both of the ruling factions of Saltmarsh, to go back and put a stop to that smuggling operation, which they did by bluffing their way onto the boat, helping move some stores, and ultimately destroying the crew down to the point where the survivors surrendered. On the boat, they found some compartments that contained some hidden contraband and a large stock of weapons, which, when they further explored the boat, identified a room full of lizard men who apparently had bought those weapons and were taking them home to build up stores for a fight that was upcoming. During that fight, they were screaming pantomime was the only way they could get that word that across, and Sahagin was the only word that anybody identified from the kind of guttural screaming that was happening.
Right, yeah, they seem to be
so now they are on their way back to Saltmarsh, possibly, or to the drop-off point with the lizard men to drop off. The mast is drying this day, yes. They saved 2 of the pirates, Erg and Dami, who have been working on the mast themselves.
5, technically.
Yeah, there are 2 other, 5 technically. The drunk bosun is still here, but has not contributed to either fight or shipbuilding. He's more or less useless. But there are 2 sleeping pirates. There is a room with 2 lizard men in it, a 3rd lizard man pacing the deck with a pseudo-dragon, and you guys yourselves.
That's Bisma.
And that's what's happening right now. Bisma the pseudo-dragon, yes.
Batavus is the other one?
Batavus? Was that the name of the lizard man? Is it Votas?
Bella, and...
Yeah, Votas, Vataos, Ella, and Othronk, right?
Yeah, Othronk, yeah. Mm-hmm. Was it lizardful?
Othronk. What was that for?
Votaus.
Valtaus.
Vataos, yeah. Vataos, Vataos.
B-A-T-A.
And he's the bigger one. He's the
He was the one that was talking.
yeah. He's the one that was the big. He seems to be in charge. He's the one that took the first watch pacing on the
The
deck.
house?
Vitaus, yeah. He was the one that spoke the most common and was the one yelling and pointing and trying to show you a contract and stuff like that. He was the one that was arguing with you when you guys found the lizard.
Right. So, we haven't got to the dock yet.
You are still parked in front of the haunted house where you guys took over the boat because the mast was damaged and the guys put it back together. Dami was put it back together with Erg, but they were saying that the pitch needs to dry during the day. So you have one day on the boat in front of the haunted house before you'll be able to start tacking home at night.
Right.
And we took our long rest. We ended with starting our long rest.
Right.
I also think it's pretty ballsy of the lizardmen to be like demanding of people who just by force took control of the ship.
I don't think they realize that they're dealing with different humans than they were before.
The impression you got, was that something's different, and they can't seem to figure out why. Like you guys they're not dumb. They're not ignorant of the ways. Like there's a new crew here. But his talking and you guys pointing and stuff at the contracts seem to have at least placated them. You haven't kicked them off. You're not stealing their weapons or anything like that.
That's right. We communicated to them like that. Yeah, like
the boat.
The situation has changed.
New boss, I think, is what you guys.
New boss.
Yeah.
All right. So do we wake up?
You guys, we'll just go ahead and say that through the night, other than hearing the creaks and the movements of like a regular boat over the course of the night, which is unfamiliar to you, nothing out of the ordinary happens. There's nothing that goes on. So you wake a new day, the sun is up, no crow or anything like that. You're on the boat, out in the water. But there you are.
Right. So who's handling food in this ship?
It has stores. This is kind of an all-hands-on-deck kind of boat because it's pirates. There was no set cook. There was a bosun first mate, a deck wizard and things like that. But as far as who's cooking, it's whoever wants to do it. Well, when you walk through the hold, there are stores. I mean, the galley stores have fresh meats in them. It has enough food for you guys to be out on the ocean for at least 2 or 3 months. So there's plenty of food here.
I want to take a look at. So I've been sailing before, and I want to take just kind of. I want to cook breakfast. I'm saying, no, I'm not the cook. Don't you do that to me.
So you won't find any. There's no live animal here, so you won't find any eggs. But there's plenty of ham and sausage, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Potatoes are here. You can definitely make a mash. Yeah.
So I'm not necessarily asking for numbers, but I'm just like trying to okay, what do we have here? How much supply do we have?
You have about enough food to feed a crew of 20 on the water for probably 2 months.
2 months?
So this crew that was on here was a definite skeleton crew, and it looks like they probably keep this boat running pretty constantly, is what you would think, seeing this much food put into the galley stores.
Huh. Well, excellent. Yeah, I'll make a nice breakfast. Do I know what lizardmen eat? Probably meat, huh?
You can always ask.
Yeah. Somebody. I'll send one of the. I'll send. Let's see. We'll send Dami. Go find out what those lizardmen like to eat.
Erg and Dami didn't want to talk to the lizardmen. Remember, they told you where they were. They stood behind you, but they're not.
Then go get someone who will.
I mean, it's only the other 2 pirates. The pirates were not friends of the lizard.
Get the bosun.
Or talk to the captain. Somebody.
All right, so Dami and we'll grab another guy and they'll go up and brave talking to the lizard folk, try to figure out what they want to eat.
they could.
I mean,
pass that
They
off.
probably have their own food.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that pirates even have a clue because they've been on the ship for a while. They're like,
so Dami rolled pretty high, so he would definitely be able to communicate that he's trying to give them food and they've turned it down. They'll fish themselves. They don't want human seasoned things.
Good to know. Probably get another week out of the 2 months of food.
if it doesn't go bad.
What an interesting thing to make the GM do. Do we make you do stuff like that all the time?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's part of getting.
I know it's for sure, but that's it makes me think of that time we tried to kidnap Cackle, and you're and we read all those stupid things and all those GM memes and stuff like that. And I'm like, there's always one that's like we try to kidnap an NPC, and it happens all the time.
It's either a kobold or a goblin. It's always that.
That orc rogue. I tried to get him.
He came with you.
Yeah, I ended up playing him later. That was fun.
So I've got to cook some food up. I'm gonna bring some for these 2 guys.
Sure, yeah. So I mean, you're on a boat. It's nice outside. The weather is great. It's what did we say? The time of the year was the beginning of spring, right? So it's the ending of spring, the beginning of summer. So the weather's great. It's hot outside.
Early summer. Yeah.
While we're waiting for this mast to dry, I would like to take some time to speak to Erg and Dami to see if there's anybody who might come looking for this boat.
Sure, yeah. Erg and Dami will just talk to you. Sure, directly. You want to just talk to him?
Yeah, I'd rather speak to Erg.
Okay. Erg is sorry, Dami. No, but Erg and Dami will talk to you for a bit, and they both tell you what they kind of told you before, like into more detail, that they've been on this boat for about a year. This isn't the only boat that they've worked on. This is just the most recent one. But the group that they're with, this seems to be their thing. Like once the Sea Princes were broken up, the conglomeration, kind of the federation of the Sea Pirates has fallen. So everybody is a Sea Prince now. Everybody's a big time pirate.
Yes,
so
the captain have both.
Well, I mean, he's got to pay someone, but I don't think anyone's coming looking for us. We've never met up with another boat. We've never made berth and traveled from one boat to another. It seems like they were using this boat primarily. So if there's another boat in this company, I've not seen it.
No extra money going to somewhere else?
There's always some extra money floating around at the bottom of the well.
Kick open the door. Who wants biscuits?
I do.
I mean, Donnie does all the roll up. I mean, what is your baking?
I usually use survival for cooking.
Yeah, do it. Roll a survival. Let's see how well your biscuits turned out.
Do you have the proficiency in cooking utensils?
Because you guys are making really good. You've been trying to make friends with Dami and Erg, and if you're going to feed them, that's probably a pretty good way to make a pirate your buddy.
Cooking is wisdom based, but
Yes.
baking is intelligence based.
I didn't bake them.
Survival.
Alrighty.
We don't have to put that. If the boat's bugging you, we don't have to keep it here either.
Well, that's a 3, but I have a +6 for a 9.
I mean, they taste like they're biscuits.
Yeah.
But Erg and Dami are excited.
Biscuits is some kind of it's biscuits and gravy is what I made, but
And it's funny how the creaking of the boat and the raising of the sun and the movement on the decks don't seem to wake the other pirates down below. But as soon as someone turns on the cook stove, they're up and ready to do something. So yeah, you feed the crew, which as we get more and more crews, that will affect crew demeanor and morale. So when you're fighting and stuff, hey,
TT.
What's up?
ship biscuits.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I use the gravy to slop them down, make them a little more. They're more like yeah.
The best way is what you do is instead of using butter, you use the tallow. That's why we use hydrogenated vegetable oil for margarine and cooking oils and stuff like that. So even if these came out shitty, they would be fucking delicious. They're not good for you.
Tallow.
Tabaxi obligate carnivores?
Say that again?
Yes.
Obligate.
Carnivores.
Like they have to eat meat?
Yeah, they can't eat.
Wait, they're herbivores. No, they're.
Who is that?
Sorry, not that's the word I was looking for. Omnivores. They are omnivores.
Lizard folk?
No, tabaxi.
I think lizard folk are also omnivores.
Yes.
They probably are.
Lizard folk will eat anything that will keep them alive.
Yeah.
Literally anything. People,
Soaked them for 4
pets.
hours.
So sitting down with you two while we got our biscuits. So we need to decide whatever we want to do, where to sail next.
Well,
Are you including Erg and Dami in
Yes.
this meal? Okay, just so I know.
and I turn to them. Can
here,
this
sir.
ship make it to the drop-off point?
I mean, it's a good ship, but I mean, there's only 5 of us piloting it right now. The lizard folk won't put their claws on it, so we can make it, but it'll triple times. It's dangerous.
We'll be just limping over them.
Yes.
I mean,
We have to put the.
if we stick close to the coast, we can make it in 3 days. We can make it to Saltmarsh in a day and a half. It should be 3 hours, but he's just saying taking it slowly. Sorry, I'm switching in out of Dami and GM, but if we go out and open with 4 crew. I mean, if we hit a whirlpool or an eddy, we're out. Who's going to pump the bilge? Who's going to pull the ropes? Someone's got to man the till. No, he's beefy. It's not going to be enough.
And I have better things to do than run the till.
What better things you know how to ship?
I can navigate for one. Rig sailing.
Do you have sailor background?
Yeah.
You do? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then definitely, Dami will talk to you about navigating and how to use the tiller properly and things like that.
He actually has proficiency in seafaring vessels.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So it turns out Dami he's not a sidereal, but he's been, doing a little bit with this boat because the bosun's been useless. So
Right.
he'll
So, what I'm doing is supporting his argument. It's like, yeah, if anything happens, we don't have enough people to man enough systems.
Oh, I see. Sorry,
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
He's starting to do. Oh, you want to do this? He's agreeing with you too. So yeah, that,
What of if we limp? What are odds that another ship see us and try to take advantage of
I'm glad
Saltmarsh
you
is
asked that, Vidic, because I think that is 100% what would happen.
Vidic.
I mean, Saltmarsh is the biggest port in these parts.
Not to mention new trade with the
he kinda
Saltmarsh.
loyal.
I was just saying, well, Dami kind of points.
Yeah, they're
Dami
gonna
points, and you can see the masts of ships kind of in the distance from here. Even like they can probably see you in the daytime right now. So the chances you're going to run into ships,
I'm saying
100%.
if we limp to get lizardmen to their destination, what chance that we be attacked?
Well, I mean, we can.
What I'm worried about, I'll cut Dami off, is if we're very close to Saltmarsh, and I tell you, there's a lot of people who probably know something about this ship. You're asking who might want it. Mm-hmm. If they see us,
asking that.
oh, that's right. All right, then I wasn't there. Never mind.
If we arrest this gal, the chances we get attacked is lower. The problem is if we do get attacked, we're dead. Because it won't be. There's no balliste or what are the other things? Mogollon or Magellan? Magnellan?
Mogia.
No, not Mogian. Magnellan or something like that.
Oh.
Those are the
Magellan's.
Magnellel.
Magellans. No, they're Magellans. They're the catapults.
Maganel? Maganel.
Maganel. There you go. The ships. You have no ship top Maganels. You have no ballista.
Yeah.
So you don't.
We
have
don't want to get in a fight at all.
Yeah,
and it doesn't
so-
matter what we paint on the side or redress. If another pirate sees us, they're going to come up.
Yeah, if it's pirates, you're dead because you have a crew of 4 plus you and a drunk bosun.
We'd have to give up.
And you have you also have lizardmen on the deck who you aren't necessarily your friend either. You know.
But if we
The only saving grace we'd have is the weapon shipment for parlay to spare our lives.
right,
Well, we have this other. If pirates come and attack us, it's why I put all the stuff on the deck. Because pirates don't want to. They don't want to risk their lives.
and again,
Are you putting all? Did you already put all the stuff on
Yes,
the deck?
we
You
put
guys
all the
want to put all
stuff.
the stuff on the deck? Okay.
Where are the
We already did that last
the
time.
weapon shipments in one of the compartments?
They're up in the hidden compartments.
Okay.
So did you? Okay. Because if you put everything on the deck, the lizardmen are going to want to know where the weapons are now.
Yeah, because we put all of all the stuff that was supposed to go into the cave, we put on the deck,
Gotcha. But not the weapons.
but not the weapons.
So the lizard man is walking on the deck. He's going to want to know where the weapons are.
no, this might
Well,
be a
you
good
can ask us.
opportunity
We're eating
Yeah.
breakfast right now.
Yeah, exactly. So I just didn't realize you had already done that. So
Yeah,
that
no,
he's
it's been
definitely going to want to know that.
established.
Okay, give me a minute and I'll figure out how we're going to do that. But you can keep talking.
I would.
But if we put into Saltmarsh with lizardmen on board,
They're going to get killed.
Yeah, the lizardmen.
They seem so friendly, though.
which
Do they?
let's just let them get captured by Saltmarsh. It's not our contract.
Limping anywhere out of this,
But that's me.
out of this area,
Good.
they're going to see a ship as an easy target, going away from the safe port. It's asking for a lot of
We're
trouble.
also expected in Saltmarsh.
It's also really close. Like
I
they-
think we've established that we're going to Saltmarsh.
Good.
We're not going to try to limp to that. So to the drop-off point. The question now is, what do we do with the lizard?
Lizardmen?
We talked to them.
Yes.
Sure. So the lizardmen are on the deck now.
All
No, 2 of them. So that Vitalis, I can't use it. Vitalis and Ella are on the deck, and it looks like they've got something in their hands, and they're both kind of pointing and barking at each other with it.
they bark. My
Well-
hackles raise.
Well, they speak Draconic.
You
so
spoke to them last time.
Tried.
I don't. They're not beasts. I can't really use my abilities to communicate very well with them.
And Vitalis speaks some common.
Yeah. So I'll head up to them, see what they're doing.
They back away and present. Not present. I don't know how lizard folk act, but they face you. You
case you need
approach them.
Okay.
They quiet down and meet your gaze.
What were they fighting over?
They have something in. Ella has something in her hands.
Oh, okay.
Like a scroll.
Walk up. So we're just waiting for the mask to dry so we can move
Who are you
again.
addressing? Sorry.
The
Vitalis, okay.
The one that speaks common.
All right. They both might speak common, but Vitalis is the only one that you've spoken to so far yet.
Yeah. And then... But
that their weapons are safe.
we have your weapons, but we don't have enough crew to get you to your location. We have to go to port.
So I've been thinking of this new song.
Have you?
Yes.
Could you sing a little bit of it?
You're busy.
You think now's the time? I don't think that might confuse them.
Sorry, I should have had this ready to go.
But really, what is the song about?
Well, it's about our deed of seizing the sail. Sea Heart.
Seaheart. Have you been talking to him? I'm not so certain about that name.
So you,
Heart of the Sea.
what you're telling him is that you need to go to port, but you'll come back for him. Did you mention the weapons at all? Sorry, what did you say about the weapons?
What did I say to him?
Okay. What did you tell him? You're gonna.
So I
you
said,
have to go to Saltmarsh.
Yeah, I'm telling him that we can't go. We have to go to Saltmarsh.
Gotcha.
We can't take him where he's going. And I'm kind of gauging what his reaction to that is.
Okay, he rolled a 19, which means he very much seems to understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And now he's barking at Ella again, and Ella holds up that contract again.
And I pull up my contract. And, yep, I got it. So, taking you to Saltmarsh would be bad. The Saltmarsh people would probably not appreciate your presence. So we were wondering if we can give you your weapons and put you to shore here.
So, Votalis points at their contract. Sorry,
Yeah.
and then he opens up a map. And he shows you a map that's very similar to the crude one that he has found earlier. And he kind of drags his claw across and shows you what looks like he's going around Saltmarsh.
We don't have enough crew to do that.
If you want to get to a destination, I can't go into that.
It's okay.
This is the way.
We will give you your weapons to assure you that we're not stealing them from you.
I'm not going to know what
give
ashore means. Sorry.
Give you the boat, the small boat, and there's a cave right over there. If you go into that cave and wait, we will go to the Saltmarsh, fix everything, and come back and get you.
Okay.
And just some wild stab of things. I'll say in Druidic. I mean, they're lizard folk. There might be a druid among them. I'll say in Druidic I'll comment that's just offhand that the balance over the Sahagin is pretty important.
They look at you funny when you're speaking Druidic, and then kind of raise eyebrows when you say Sahagin, but they don't. It looks like they don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe sweeten
This is
leave them with
Yeah.
some gold.
So Ella and Votias bark at each other for a bit, and Votias kind of turns to you again. They roll up the stuff they have, and Votias says, "Weapons," like points at the deck. Like
I tell the crew, Dami and Erg, to go get the weapons out of the stash.
okay.
Bring them up here.
Yeah.
And so they seem to know what you're talking about. Are you giving them the jolly boat or the little boat from the cave that you took?
The little boat from the cave.
The little boat from the cave. Okay. Trying to think of how much they would be gained for this.
Sweet deal.
Should I stay with them?
I don't. They seem pretty apprehensive. They seem to know what's going on.
Good point.
This is not what I thought we were going to do with these guys, so that's okay. I'm trying to think as a GM how to change this a little bit.
Sweet deal.
No.
What's that? Sweeten the deal.
They don't care about money.
Okay, so he kind of gestures and points at you again, and points at the contract, points at the boat, points at the weapons. He tries to kind of get over, he's making sure he understands you.
Yeah.
We're going over there.
Go over there and wait, and we'll come back and get you.
How long? Time.
I look at Erg and go, how long do you think it'll take to get a crew assembled?
So Erg will tell you that getting to Saltmarsh is going to take that evening, just because normally it would take about 2 hours to get to Saltmarsh, but you guys are going to go slow so you don't rip anything or tear anything that they can't fix while you're moving. losing control of the boat would be bad. As far as hiring a crew, that's kind of up to you guys. Like, how kind of crew do you want? How are you going to get the crew? That kind of thing. So he doesn't know. Like, if market days, is it market day? He knows that about Saltmarsh. All kinds of different things could happen.
But how many days?
If they,
do you think minimum?
He would think that
take?
if you got there if the repairs are correct and you guys limp home and they get a crew in 3 or 4 days, we could be back within a 10-day and a half.
So I will tell them that.
All right. So you reiterate that they seem to talk about it. They're not willing to go to the haunted house. They're not going in the cave. They don't want to be anywhere where they might run into humans. And they ask, "Is there another suggestion? Is there another place
somewhere where we can find you? Whatever."
Yep, I'd ask, or again, like, is there anything along this coast, like right here, that we can see?
Yeah, Dami
area.
Erg will suggest that you guys can go a little bit farther west of where the house is, because remember, everything's backwards. Whatever, you're facing out south, so it would be
Everything is
east. I know
everything is sideways.
so it would be east, but yeah, he can find a place to drop them off, kind of happily away from it.
So just
So
take the little boat, and drop them off.
okay, yeah, they'll paddle on their own. They kind of show you on the map where they think they're going to be and stuff like that, and the lizardmen depart. You guys have dropped lizardmen with weapons off near the haunted house to find themselves about a mile up the coast.
Hunt well.
Well,
All right.
successful. I already gave you inspirations. I would have given it for that, I think, if you guys hadn't already gotten them, but that was good.
This is ideal, I think.
Yes. Let's go.
You guys are heading to Saltmarsh?
We're gonna head to-
Are you painting a new name on the Sea Ghost?
I mean,
I say no.
it doesn't matter
Okay. All right. So you
because we were
you weren't told to bring it. Yes.
Yeah, we were tasked to attack a smuggler's ship. It doesn't matter what this ship is named. When we bring it in, everyone's going to know it's a smuggling ship, and we're going to say, "Oh yeah, this is the smuggling ship." So it doesn't matter what we name it,
But the pirates are apprehensive about being arrested. When
right? And that's why we're letting them leave before we
you're
tell
going to give them the
anyone.
jolly boat, so they're not welcome in Saltmarsh with you. You're going to kick them off the boat and bring the
No,
boat.
I was going to pull into dock and let them go before we tell.
Oh, you're gonna
Yeah.
kick them off the boat on the docks.
dock.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Welcome and saying, like,
Basically,
you
the
come
way I
back.
said it last time was, you get off the boat, then we're going to go get guards, and then we're going to do a cast.
Well, I mean, the dockmaster's
call
going to
for
meet
cast.
you. The dockmaster's going to meet you at the docks.
Yeah. And he's not going to stop crew getting off.
Okay.
Is he?
I don't know. Easy. So you guys are piloting in an old, a pirate ship.
Or we could just
Is it
paint
a
a new
known pirate
name.
ship? We keep going back and forth on whether this thing is known or
Well, I
not.
mean, they didn't know the name of it in the port. You guys didn't know it. and Donnie
Yeah.
don't know if they're known in Saltmarsh.
But they
no
could-
one said that the
they
Sea
could not
Ghost
know
is the
what-
boat you were looking for.
They could not
Yes.
know what the ship that was doing the smuggling was, but the name, the Sea Ghost, could still be a known.
The
Listen,
Sea Ghost name might be known amongst the pirates and things like
There's
that.
that.
The
It's kind of
council,
concern.
the council didn't mention anything.
we can paint the name just to have it, just to tell something on the dock to the dockmaster that won't raise suspicions if this is a famous ship, and then we can just tell the city's elders, hey, we changed. Just so you know, we changed the name on it to make this easy
And you don't even have
transition.
to change the name. You could just cover the name,
Yeah.
and the layman won't know what it is. Because, if people start saying a new ship, the Sea Ghost came in, that's how rumors are going to get started.
Exactly.
We'll cover the ship.
So you just cover the name, you'll name it later.
You'll name
all
it-
right, cool. So
rename
yeah,
it.
all right.
Also, what?
But we're going to let them off and say we're going to call for new crew.
Two things at once.
So you just come on back when,
All right.
if you want.
What are you saying?
We should raise flag or something so that they know
They don't get shot as soon as we start pulling in. If it is a ship that looks sinister.
Well,
I
what
don't
does the
think
flag
they-
look like?
Yeah, like what flags do they have on
Is
this?
it a big
It's just-
skull and crossbones?
It's
or-
not flagged. It's not
yeah.
flagged. It has no insignia. It's
Ah,
Yeah,
that
we'll be
sort of
fine.
thing will be fine. As long as you,
it's just thoughts, bro.
now
you know, I like your ambition.
the two pirates that you have not named are not willing to go into dock. They would like to get off the boat.
You can go with
The
lizards.
other two, they'll get. They're not getting off the lizards. They'll get off and
Like that drunk ass bosun.
yeah, they're not willing to go back to Saltmarsh. They're afraid they're going to get arrested. Erg and Dami are willing to risk it with you guys. You've been kind to them. They love this boat. They'll try with you. They like your plan, but the other two pirates don't, which means you're going to have to help Erg and Dami get the boat into Saltmarsh.
Okay.
We should also.
They don't want to be part of the ship. We can just make them swim. They better not
They
take
don't,
our
they don't want to
boat.
ride a ship going into town to hopefully be excused of their crimes.
We can also say Erg and Dami were prisoners. They helped us.
I say we just.
I
The people won't know who we are until we go and tell them that we're back with the boat. So we're a boat that's pulling in. There's going to be a port authority or whatever sitting out that's going to walk up to us. And our crew is just going to walk off the boat and leave
for
while
sure.
we engage the person.
Yeah, for sure. And then the like the other two guys too.
Yeah.
Erg and Dami can use the day to just boat them back to the
haunted
house, and they'll go join one of the gangs or something like that. They don't really fill you in on that, but that's kind of what the feeling is. Like there's money to be had in the hills here. They're not worried about the boat.
So what are these
So you
other
guys
two
are
going
too
to
close.
do if they...
They're left. They're gone. They've gone someplace out near the forest where you ran into bandits on your first night.
They took the other skiff or whatever.
No, they're bringing it back. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Erg and Dami took the Jerry boat that's lashed upside down on the deck. They took the other two pirates
Oh,
off,
okay.
off and came back. Yeah,
I was just like, I bet we better not lose that boat.
So I'm just saying your
Because they wanna
crew
leave.
is now 5. The 3 of you and 2 pirates, and you have some navigation experience.
He's a sailor.
He's a sailor, right?
See, I'm
That's right.
trained to be a
You are-
navigator.
okay, so if you've been a sailor, you're trained to be a navigator, then this boat will be usable by you. You and Erg and Dami will be able to... Dami will definitely need to be yelling stuff back and forth. Erg and Dami are hoping that you guys will let them be on the deck, the ropers and stuff like that. Who is the strongest of you?
I have 11.
Yeah, I think I have a
All very
12.
weak. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we're-
then
the
Erg is going to have
strengths are
to...
double stat.
Fine, Erg is going to have to switch then. Erg will till.
No, as I said, I have better things to do than till.
Okay, Erg will till, and it'll be Dami and you maneuvering the ship.
Would you two be at least, we're going to need all our hands. If you don't know what you're doing, could you at least help relay communications between...
Absolutely.
So what'll happen is Dami will start yelling stuff. You guys will have to just make performance rolls, and it'll be advantage or disadvantage based on how much you can tell me you know about that piece of equipment.
It shouldn't be performance.
Performance, what would it be? I guess it depends on what it
Memory,
is. Yeah.
be their
No,
intelligence.
no, I guess it would be something like if it's ropes, that would be strength.
Dexterity.
You know, if it's climbing, athletics, right?
Like
Something
rope
that.
use used to be dexterity.
All right, so let's put somebody in the crow's
sleight of
nest.
hand.
Somebody in the crow's nest to shout out steers.
I said I'm not proficient sleight of hand.
So we need someone in the crow's nest to shout out steerage.
I have a great shout voice.
All right,
And you
so
also have natural climbing.
natural climbing.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
so
And we do need someone to call out things, and
so it is dusk. You have dried your pitch. You are getting ready to make way to Saltmarsh. This should take most of the night and get you into the early morning.
Okay.
There are 5 of you. I'm
right.
making this up on the fly as we go. I'm just kidding. Let's do this. So you climb up. Let's do your athletics with advantage to make yourself get up onto the crow's nest. You've never done this before.
Also, that climbing, the only thing that it actually does is allow me to climb at the same
Same
speed.
speed.
Well, you're a cat. Let's see how you get there.
A natural
Advantage.
one.
7,
Oh, 7. Okay.
10. Was it athletics?
Athletics.
So 12.
12. All right, yeah, you make it up there. No problems. You don't hurt yourself or anything. You don't get any blisters, nothing like that. You are on the top. Erg is going to steer. Dami is going to be on the prow. Won't be on the prow. He'll be on a set of the ropes. You'll have to man the other rope as being the only other person that can see what's going on. You will have to be... I'm not sure what I'm going to make you do. We have a tiller. We have the ropes.
I'm the captain.
obviously running communications and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
I'll be
probably
relaying messages.
That's true.
If
Yeah,
you
you
haven't
guys
sailed
can-
before, I'll probably like here's what needs to happen, and you assert that authority.
I mean, you can be. You would definitely need to be steering us in from deck as well. So the crow's nest is going to work until we get close. Then you're going to have to look over edges as we pull into docks and things like that, and avoid other boats and stuff. So we'll put you on deck as a go-between. You might have to hop on a rope now and then, that sort of thing. Okay.
All right.
So
Here we
let's
go.
do it. Dami yells the first set of announcements, which require you and him to climb the ropes to lower the mainsail.
oh boy, we're gonna roll
Athletics.
each little step, huh? This is gonna be fun. All right, so I'm just doing
Athletics to climb the rope, because you're going to have to pull a...
athletics. Oh shit!
You're going to... Oh, sorry, it won't be from there. Never mind. To unfurl the mainsail, you're going to have to do a dexterity. Sorry, you're going to have to pull 2 sets of belaying pins on the starboard side.
Just shillelagh it.
All right.
To pull
But
belaying.
you are proficient.
He's basically asking you to pull 2 belaying pins on the starboard side so that you can release the mainsail.
I'm doing a dexterity. Oh,
Yeah.
proficient dexterity. Oh no, I
Proficient
actually am
dexterity.
better at dexterity than strength. Okay, so it's going to be a plus 4, right? This is,
Because our proficiency bonus is now
no, it's still plus 2, I think.
still 2, right? Oh my god.
This is what it's like being a player, Dave.
I know. It's still plus 2.
Plus 2. Okay, so I have plus 1 dexterity, so plus 3.
Skills are so sexy.
We moved the thing over for you.
Oh, okay. That's a natural 20.
Nice. Okay, you pull those 2 belaying pins out with a nice little back deft, which would normally be dangerous, but you seem to know what you're
And
doing.
club someone with them.
Yep, the ropes pop out.
Sorry.
The ropes pop out in reverse session, so they were basically roped in one way and then the other way, and then set with 2 pins. You pull them both, the ropes release, fly open, and the mainsail falls. At the same time, Dami undoes the topsail. A moment after the topsail cracks open, the mainsail topsail. Dami does the same thing on the
I
other
don't think
side.
this is working.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we're falling apart. We're gonna die.
Whips crack, things pop. So you undo the belaying pins, the ropes snap, they open up, the mainsail drops. As soon as wind takes the mainsail, Dami will undo one on the other side, opening the topsail. And that will reduce strain on the mainsail, but you kind of do them in stages. So you don't creak the... 'cause if you open the top one, you pull the mast.
Right.
If you open the bottom one, it's too much strain in the center, so you open the whole thing, yeah.
Huh.
So now you are underway, and immediately Dami starts yelling at you guys to pull ropes and tighten things and stuff like that. This will be dexterity one more time, just because you guys are running around on the deck trying to avoid each other pulling ropes and listening to what he's saying.
Oh boy.
This will be the last one.
To get the mast 21. Is this pitch a permanent fix, or are we going to?
It's
We'll have to
a
get
C,
repairs.
yeah, it's a C fix, but yeah, you're gonna when you get into Saltmarsh, you're gonna be there for a little bit.
15.
15, that works. So you guys are successful. The boat is underway, and it's pulling at a pretty good tack. Erg seems pretty deft at what he's doing. I mean, he's just leaning on the tiller, keeping it away from the coast, but letting it tack into it. So over the time, you guys have realized that what Dami has had you do is open the sail a touch to the right so that it keeps listing to the port side, and then all Erg has to do is pull against that. So you're basically pulling a listing boat.
So what kind of sails is this? Like the square one?
It's a single mast, and it has one big square mainsail and then a small rectangular topsail. Both of those below the crow's nest.
So we can potentially sail
Into the wind. 'cause it's
Yeah, you
square.
can definitely do that. Yep.
with the triangle.
Try.
All right, so the evening goes by without a hitch. I mean, you can see the lights of Saltmarsh as you're getting closer, that sort of thing. There is no real guard at the entrance to Saltmarsh other than a couple of the Saltmarsh naval fleet that are just parked outside. You know, you guys aren't flying any kind of bad flag. Sea Ghost is not visible.
I wave to them.
You wave, yeah. And
With my hat, take
send
my hat
back-
off.
They'll send back a couple of flag things. Erg seems to know Dami seems to know what's happening. We're coming to port, that kind of stuff. Repairs, a couple of small semaphore things, and you're waved in.
Watch those flags. Like, how do they do that here?
You can Google it. It's very simple.
Well, I just mean like different
talking
from
about
moonshade.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I mean, Dami will teach you. I mean, he seems very, very amiable. He
And
seems
the
to
moonshades, they all of them have a friggin' druid on board. So
Yeah,
they use
yeah.
lights,
Right.
magic lights to
Yeah.
signal each other.
So yeah, I do shine an interest on that because I might be staying in this region of land for a while.
So the harbor is lit, but you have 5 guys, so we need some perception from you up in the crow's nest.
And we're getting there in the morning, right?
It is not quite daybreak yet, but it's going to be there. Yeah, you'll be pulling in. You'll be the first ship into harbor as the people are leaving for fisheries.
my skills.
We just start colliding with it.
Pretty much. Oh shit! What?
23.
All right, perfect. So yeah, you do see
I
smaller.
sing when I do it.
Sorry. All right. I'm gonna make
Watch
you do
out
a
for that shit.
performance. Yeah. So yeah,
Watch out for that shit.
the morning, the smaller morning fishing vessels, the guys that are trying to get out there before the big boats go out, are already leaving port. But you've got cat eyes. You can see in the dark. You're yelling it back pretty well, and you're right. Your singing voice is wonderful. Dami and Erg are able to steer very easily through here. You're making yourself a very good crow. So it works out pretty good. And then all that's left is to try to pull this thing in the dock.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to re-up the masts and then help Erg pull the tiller to direct, because once the stuff starts going, and you pull the sails up,
This is a very good illustration of like why limping is.
it's free motion
Yeah,
after that.
yeah.
It's completely free motion after you pull the sails up. The boat won't stop until you drop anchor or you
Right.
hit something. So the port side does have skids on the side on purpose. It's just another couple of sets of boards and different heights and angles and stuff that are meant to hit the port gently. The prow is not.
Right.
So you need to steer in and kind of if you have to. There are like I'm going to say that there's
just
aft
throw a rope and
skidders.
drop
Yeah,
the-
there's aft skidders. I don't remember what they're called, but you'll have things
So
that you
like,
can throw.
there's like a series of like poles that help with like just making sure you don't.
It's just
brush
anything a big stick. You would
Yeah,
just basically start touching the
gaff.
dock, and the dock
Right,
workers will do the same thing. They'll
And
grab
hopefully
on
it
and
goes
try to
slow
hold it.
enough where that will help.
When you pull in, it's your duty to be pulling in slow enough for the dock workers to gaff
Right,
you.
yeah. If you crash
So-
with a dog, you're the asshole.
Yes, you are the asshole, and it's going to come with a lot more grief than losing a boat.
Right,
So let's
yeah.
not crash the dock.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
what's the roll?
So
Dexterity?
dexterity for rewrapping. So basically, you guys have to pull the sail
sail
back
up.
up quickly and in the order that he tells you. Basically, you're going to fold one side so that the boat starts to even out, and then
Right.
you're going to pull up again. So it's a dexterity roll on one side of the boat, then the other. So it's two individual
okay.
dexterity rolls.
Does anyone want to help anyone else?
I'm up on the mast singing.
Okay. Well, I could just do that
I'm up on the mast again.
unless Dami and Erg are helping us.
Erg is on the tiller. He's the only one strong enough to pull the tiller in any effective
So,
way. You've lost
let's-
him.
so-
Dami will be helping on your side, or unless you want him on his side.
I'll just put it on
Okay.
you because you have a better dexterity, but you don't have the proficiency. So let's have Dami
Dami
help
will
you.
assist you. Give yourself advantage on this because he's right next to you.
And you are rolling with proficiency.
Yeah, so I have a +3.
Gonna take to dock this ship.
Not my first voyage. I need to establish that I'm a sailor.
What did you roll?
3.
Jesus.
That's better.
8.
8.
Dirty 20.
Hey, it's not a natural one.
All right.
Oh, is that what you had?
Yeah.
Well,
All right. Dami rolls an 18.
Good.
So he is going to be able to grab your ropes and pull them. But you guys are coming in at a weird angle, so it's going to need to be pulled in a little bit more. So it's more work for Erg. So Dami's going to help you out for a second.
It's a great joke. I could be like, I bless the sailor down.
yeah, what's the inspiration, Drew? Bard.
Dami's,
That would have been a perfect time for inspiration.
Yeah.
so you
Or
guys,
guidance from me. Jesus.
so you've pulled up the mainsail. Unfortunately, it took a couple seconds longer than it's supposed to, and the topsail's still going. Dami is going to try his best to pull the tiller the right direction while the topsail's still up. You're going to have to chop it.
Which means
So there's a fire axe on the starboard side for cutting ropes that are in the wrong spot. You're gonna
Okay.
You're gonna cut a rope that loosens the bottom base of the topsail. So there's the topsail is on basically rolled up like a scroll. There's a log rolled up with the sail, and you drop it open, and then it's tied on. What you're going to be doing is chopping that connector rope so that the topsail flops open.
It's not
The log will be,
catching
it'll
air
be catching
anymore.
way less wind, and it'll start dragging.
alright.
So
I'm going to give myself a little guidance.
for Dami. All right.
Stars, don't make me fuck this
Dami's
up.
fuck yeah, Dami's strength with that.
You can't
plus-
give yourself the
You can't give
I
yourself
add
guidance.
this to. I roll this to add to my roll.
A challenge.
Hell yeah. So Dami gets a
Challenge.
22 on his strength check. So
One willing creature.
he and Erg are pulling the tiller with their might. You hear some groaning. The boat is not digging it.
All right. Well, I can.
Chop in.
Yeah, you don't have to use it.
Do you have a chopping weapon that's better than your axe? Do you have something?
He has a
I have a
blade.
cutlass actually.
If you have a cutlass, if you're better with that, use that. Do an attack roll on the rope.
All right, I'll use a cutlass. Probably what I keep it on me for.
Just make a successful attack
If you
roll.
can. Yeah, go for it. Give yourself.
I grabbed the D4.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
I can't give
Which is a
myself
1.
inspiration.
I grabbed the guidance. I knocked the D20. I didn't know what it was before. And I feel dirty. I don't want to take a 13. I should re-roll this. Sorry, I fucked up the die.
If you didn't see what it was before, then that was just as random as the first one.
That's true. What would you like to do,
It
Dan?
does, you know what? Go ahead and re-roll it. We'll
let's
give it to you this
Okay.
time. It's fine.
But good call. But also, I could just be saying I didn't. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fuck. All right. That's. Oh wait. Oh, I thought that was I thought that was an 8. 16 plus
as
1.
17.
17 plus 3 for a dirty 20. I'll keep the inspiration.
Bink, it goes right through. The rope just like you probably. I probably should have made you dexterity for that. Even on a boat before, those ropes will come back like a gunshot. I mean, the pressure of the entire boat is being put on that topsail, and it just. It pulls open, the boat lurches, and then the log comes back down and makes a dong, like real good into the mast. You feel it in your feet. You guys just feel it in your teeth a little bit. Like that was pretty serious. You probably don't want to do that again. But that topsail is definitely loose, and you guys feel a slowing right away. Erg and Dami run away from the tiller for a second and throw their mast, or sorry, throw their drag hooks in. You guys are coming in a little hot, so you can continue trying to turn and maybe put a little extra into the turn and get into a farther, like kind of pull out the edge of the, so you're pulling into here. You guys you've passed the guarding section right here. Here's all the ports right here.
Yeah.
You've gotten yourself in. You're in here.
Oh my god, that's a tight
Because you need to park.
Yeah.
You need to park right here, and you're right about where the boat is. But you're coming a little fast. You can, if you want, continue to slow yourself down by pulling and skirting right here, and eventually pull yourself in to right there. That dock might have boats at it. It might not. It's not public, but you can
They're
probably
not
get in there.
signaling of which one to.
No one can really stop you once you're in there, other than like stop, getting in your way. No one wants to waste their boat. You can also just try to pull in, try to do it, see if it works, or you can try to ground yourself over here. What I would not do
Storing
that.
water is not going to help, but that's only 10 gallons. I feel like
10 gallons won't make it. You might hear it, but you're not going to feel it or anything. So you guys are doing well. You just have a couple of last second little whoopses. It's a little fast. The sails.
We only had one whoops.
You only have one whoops. Yeah, so that's. I mean, you're set up. You're just a tiny bit fast.
I say we're gonna go for it.
Do you want to do any extra, like throw anything out, or try to maybe try to rope the dock or anything like that? Do you want to do anything?
I'll try to rope the dock.
Do anybody have any create wind or anything like that?
Gust of wind.
I don't think Druidcraft's going to do it.
No.
Any spells that would be helpful?
Harmless sensory effect. Yeah.
I intimidate the boat to slow down and do what it's told.
Let's see.
I showed a
We're
card.
trying to slow it down, huh?
Just a little bit.
Is there any?
It looks like what it is it looks like you're going to be able to turn it right into where you want it to go. You're just a touch fast because you've only messed up once. Like he said, I thought it was 2, but he's right. There's only one mistake.
Yeah,
and you guys have cut a rope. We're not going to get the topsail up or down anymore. You are in the state you're going to reach.
Drop the anchor.
You can drop the anchor,
but we have to do it at the right time because that's going to
just
stop
time, and it's going to be pretty. It's going to pull the boat. It might cause damage, and if you hook the dock, you're also going to cause damage.
Yeah.
I don't get. Is there any insight I know if that's a stupid idea or not as a sailor?
Most people would not dock by dropping an anchor, but if it's an emergency, that's definitely something. You can do anything you need to stop a boat.
Right. Okay. So that's not something you usually do, but then you said that. I'm like, no, that's perfect. Yes. Let's do that.
Do we only have one anchor?
You only have one anchor. And Erg and Dami are back on the tiller. The dregs are doing what they're going to do. You guys are slowing. It just looks like it's still a touch fast. You might still tap
So
the
we're
dock
gonna
a
have
little
to
too hard.
we're gonna have to call it right when we need to. Like, because if we drop it now, we're gonna stop nowhere near the dock.
Yeah.
So we have to do it just at the right time. So I'm gonna go over to where the anchor is and just put my hand on it. And
Dami yells to you, "Start giving a call!"
let me know when to drop this thing.
He's yelling at you to give a call. That's all he says.
I assumed that they would have explained to me what that was before I went up.
He looks like they're just nervous. He's running around trying to get these two to pull ropes, and the tiller is busy. He just yells at you to give a call.
Do I know what they mean by that?
I mean, you guys are pulling into port really hot, and
I guess-
you guys might want to warn everybody.
Is that's what it means?
Yeah.
I'll relay that.
Yeah.
Warn the dock.
I was going to say I can either do an insight too, or
He just give a call is just he's just using
Use
his,
your senses. Trust your feelings.
he's forgetting that you're not a
It's a
sailor.
touch. It's a touch
Basically,
spell. You're right. I can't give that to you.
oh, you're up there all by yourself.
guidance is touch.
It's a
Guidance
touch
is a
spell.
touch. Yeah.
Shit, I should have taken spirit. That guidance is ranged, I think. What would it be?
You're going to be shouting out, I guess, performance, or intimidation, persuasion, whichever one's
I
higher.
have
Do you have
plus eight.
prestidigitation?
Persuade.
I
Yep.
have plus eight.
Oh,
You can-
no, that doesn't do that.
Oh, that's thaumaturgy.
Wizard.
Yeah,
Thaumaturgy.
it's thaumaturgy that makes your voice boom.
Hey, look at me, I GM'd. whatever's higher for you. Performance, intimidation, persuasion, whatever you want to use to try to get these guys to...
performance.
All right, +8 performance.
Natural 1.
19.
19. Is there something... These guys didn't give you a whole lot. Is there something...
hot for the stock?
What do you want to... They didn't really give you a lot of information. What do you want to yell out? I mean, you figured out that you're yelling to the deck, or you're yelling to the docks. Is there something specific you want to yell to them?
I mean, it'd probably be something like
Coming in hot.
coming in hard, small crew.
Fast, small crew. Okay. All right. Let's do some doc understanding of you. Never mind. You rolled a performance. Yeah, your performance is great. So the moment you yell that, doc hands start looking. People start seeing what's happening, and they notice that there are 2 people running on the deck, and that there's a cat doing this. So the first thing that happens is everyone starts just dropping what they're doing, and ropes start getting pulled out.
No shit.
Half of the men run to one dock, and they start pulling the ropes across an entrance, basically. So if you can get your boat to turn into this docking port, there are men on either side, a lot of dock workers trying to basically create Spider-Man webs, like they're webbing this boat in, trying to hopefully stop it. Just so you know, when this happens, the last 2 will be tied to the dock bollards. So the last one is stopping you.
Yeah.
So you got to stop it.
Okay.
All right.
But they're making sure we're not going to...
They're giving you the help they can without hurting themselves.
Right, yeah.
But they know you're coming now. The dock is going to win.
They're going to stop this boat.
The dock is going to win.
Yes,
the dock is winning now.
Yeah,
so you've made yourself a point. What would a group performance check look like? Working together as a group.
We all roll whatever you want us to roll, and if the majority of us hit your target number, then we all succeed.
Okay, so I would think this is kind of like a performance because somebody's barking orders, right? And you've got to follow in, but that doesn't feel right for like moving a boat.
And probably a dexterity.
Dexterity then, so you've got to run around and pay attention and stuff like that.
Reflexes,
survival,
like reacting
to things.
Okay,
yeah.
So let's do a dex. These guys are pretty smart at what they're doing. The DC is going to be 14.
All right. I can't touch you, but I will just listen to what they say.
You still get to guide and say and stuff. Your dex will definitely... It won't be a dex for you, I guess, a performance for you then. How well can you...
holding on to that.
That's then roll at a disadvantage. There you go. The scaredy cat.
Yeah.
And we're both rolling. You have proficiency.
And I'll roll an advantage for Dami and Erg. They'll get advantage on their...
And they have the inspiration.
No, you already used that.
Oh, you already used it.
Yeah, I used that.
All right, here's mine.
All right. 16 for Dami and Erg.
Does that need to be closer to you?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I just still have my hand of the boats on it, but... All right. I'll remember that now. It doesn't have to be closer.
Yeah, nice.
What did you get?
But you
got a natural 20?
Yeah. 16.
But you what? Oh, sorry. 19 plus 3 for 22.
All right, 22. That's everybody beats it. Everybody beats it. Erg and Dami rolled a 16 with their +2 for the sea leg stuff. So, yeah, actually what ends up happening that ends up being fun is it almost feels like a false alarm. It's so successful. You guys turn it right in. It is coming fast, but you start saying, heave, too early. And the first couple guys fall and they're like, what the? And the boat just kind of picks them back up. And then they're able to stop it. So there's some general laughter on the dock. That it was a false alarm. It was kind of a joke. And the guys that got pulled down are getting back up. There's a lot of sea leg jokes and laughing and shit like that.
I'm afraid to ask this, but just the physics of being up top and the fact that you're stopping the boat down here.
You're lucky with this method because they gently pulled it. The sloop would have literally gone up like that a little bit. So you would have been extra soft landing. You would have felt it less than anybody else. You would have had quite a bit of a wave back and forth, but there wouldn't have been any jerk or anything for you at all.
This is not my permanent position.
So the moment you land, the ropes are loose. People seem to start going back to work. A couple of the dock workers gaff the edges and are starting to pull it in.
I throw ropes down and look at Dami and Erg and say...
The moment you start throwing ropes down, that's when the whole dock is like, oh my God. Like they realize what's happening. 2 people are throwing ropes over the edges, not 20
right?
people. And so they're all like, what the? Like, this is crazy. You guys are going to be the talk of the town for the next day or 2. They cannot fucking believe this. You just drove this in. So it's a mixture. Some people are like, whoa, this is crazy, and they're high-fiving you and stuff. And some people look fucking pissed. This dock is their lively work, and you just drove a boat in with...
And we could have just anchored off.
You should have just went back from the fucking boat. Like,
And had someone had crew go to the city, get crew, and come back.
No one's coming for the boat. You already established that. Nobody wants to go to Saltmarsh. You already established that. You're just like, fuck it, we're going to Saltmarsh. I'm like, roll a whole bunch of stupid rolls.
Yeah.
So those were just for people at home. None of that stuff is in Saltmarsh.
It's gonna be
None of those boat difficulties are in Saltmarsh at all. Those were stuff that I had been looking up and thinking about.
That was just you
boat.
hot seat jamming,
No,
man.
I had looked that stuff up before a little bit. So some of that was hot seat, but a lot of it was I'd wanted to run this game before, and I really wanted, like, the crew is so small in Saltmarsh. There is like here's where you can find some crew, and here's the worst naming table of any source book I've ever read. Because you roll it, it's like, oh, the communications recycler is bent.
Yeah.
Like, that's fun, right? This one is like Slippery Manchester, Big Beard Happy Dance. You're like, why are these the names? So I've been kind of picking and putting some of my own stuff in there. So the dexterity rolls for pulling ropes, the strength for the tiller, and things like that. I've been kind of half planning that. So I am curious. Did that work? Was that fun?
That was great. Yeah, it was a little. It was like
it was a little overboard. I probably wouldn't make you roll that.
Well,
much
but it
for
was
that.
dramatic because we're running in such an a skeleton crew.
Plus, you guys kept saying, like, we're going to Saltmarsh. We're going to Saltmarsh.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
you have 5 guys on this. I'm going to punish you, so let's do it. But you're in.
Sure.
You are docked. Yeah, you are docked, and a gentleman in the biggest hat is standing on the dock with a big pen, quill. He's got his ink on his block, and he looks like he's waiting for somebody to get off. He has so he's a stocky, tough human, short, looks mad.
So
But it looks
I'm
like
just saying, like, what is this?
What's that?
Oh, hey.
McWonder.
Oh, yeah, the original
Wonder
module.
Boy.
Thank you, Mr. Wonderboy. If you're brand new here, we play D&D every Sunday, but yeah, we're doing Saltmarsh right now. That name table is terrible. The Lizardmen name table is awesome because you roll it and it gives you all their names, but then it also gives you the adjectives and nouns that it translates to, because all their names are like blue fish or like rock grabber, like stuff like that. So it tells you how to say it in Lizard Folk and in Common, so they can tell you both of their names, because that's something that comes up in things. But yeah, then the pirate names, it's like Salty McBeard. What the fuck is that shit? Yeah.
Me too.
So, all right, so there will be a little mix up. So you guys are in Saltmarsh. You have pulled the boat up, and like I said, there are 2 men. There are a plethora of dock workers are pulling stuff down. Nobody's entering your boat yet.
Right.
Yeah.
You haven't lowered a gangplank or anything, but there on the edge of the dock is a short, stocky man. He does have the big hat. He has the quill with his board. He looks like he's in charge. He has a small assistant with him.
So I'm gonna, it's gonna be a while doing business, Dami and Erg, but if this is your time, I'm going to be talking to that man with the big hat, and you can.
They look. Erg is sitting down, fanning himself from pulling the tiller. Dami looks like he's going to throw up.
Nice work.
But they're back to work, and if either of you wants to help them, they could use a hand getting some ropes back. You chopped a topsail rope. They've got to get that put back on because it's flying loose right now.
They need to get off this boat.
Remember,
they need to get off this boat.
so if you get off the boat, the topsail will continue to bang on the mast. So you're gonna
Like, are they gonna stay here and be arrested?
they're looking forward to what you're going to tell them to do. The deckmaster is standing at the edge. Someone's going to have to get off the boat.
Yes, that's what I'm saying is, I'm going to get off and start talking to him.
Perfect. Do you
it's
want
time
them to try
for
to go
them to go.
Okay, they're going to go too. They're going to go too then. All right, so that's your plan for them. Dami and Erg will definitely do that. They'll tell you.
Unless they want to stay and get arrested.
No.
You keep saying that's my plan.
I think
do they want to get arrested?
I think what it is I keep playing. Dami really wants to fix his boat.
Yeah.
Like that's the personality he has. But you're right though. I'm forgetting that. If you want, you're talking to
say that they were prisoners and they helped.
Well, you're talking some. I think you're accidentally talking some sense into the DM. Dami and Erg will definitely lead when you start doing your stuff. So that'll work. So you guys are parked. Dami and Erg are going to let the mast hang. They're going to follow your plan. Dami lets you know that you can find him at the empty net.
Okay.
And do you want him to start crewing? Are you going to ask Dami to stay?
Yeah. Like, if you guys want to come back on this boat, if you know where to find reliable crew, start that process.
Do a persuasion with advantage because you're the captain now, and
Empty net.
empty net is where you'll find them.
Good.
This is straight charisma or is it persuasion?
Persuasion. Unless you have what else is persuasion?
16. It's persuasion. I mean,
16 will work. So they definitely talk it over for a few seconds. Erg pretty much will do anything Dami says. It looks like he's a man of few words, but Dami's digging it. You guys have not only did you take the ship, but you let him use the boat to come back and forth, and you guys have you talked to the lizard man and got them off the boat without fighting or anything like that. He's never seen anything like this, so he's interested. He's interested. So Dami will definitely come back with Erg.
I think it was
Erg's the one that was always doing the talking.
Oh, then it should be backwards.
Yes.
Dami is the one that's talking. Erg is named Erg because he's just a guttural.
No, Erg's the one that does all the talking.
I know, but it should be the other way.
Oh, it should be the other way?
Dami is
so
the talker.
The entire last session, it was...
Was Erg talking the whole
Yes,
time?
that
I'm
was-
so
it
sorry.
was
Is it
Erg is the veteran.
Then let's turn it back to Erg then. I'm sorry. I will
Yeah,
get...
that's why I said I wanted to talk to Erg.
Gotcha.
Erg
Okay,
is
so
the veteran.
Erg is the boss then. Okay, cool. All right.
It's ironic,
All right.
Yeah.
So the first thing you're going to have to deal with is Dockmaster.
All right. So I throw down the game link and stride down and say, Constance Love Hart and crew, reporting back in to the council's work.
I'm right there to see what these...
Council's work. Heard nothing of it. Cliff Sword here, Dockmaster. Home berth.
I like that. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Or...
It's all Dami can call him. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, Dami has a real name. Erg is just called Erg because I was
yeah.
He had his tongue cut out. There we go. Dami's had his tongue cut out, so Erg goes by what Dami can call him. I love it. Thank you, Mr. Wonderboy. You have inspiration now. So at any point in the game, you may help us re-roll a failed roll, or you can help the GM re-roll a monster roll.
It's like, that's a good question. But we need to speak to Fireborn.
He flips through his pages a bit. Fireborn? Hot.
Yes.
Yes. Leave it here. They'll see you at the dock. Or they'll see you at the hall.
All right. Excellent.
And at that, men start piling on the boat.
Okay.
Where are you guys? Did you get off the boat with him?
I was with the captain. Just
All right. So men are on the boat. You are off the boat. You have stepped aside. The dockmaster has taken name. Basically, has attributed this no-name boat to you on council order, and that's all he told you because that's all you told him. So
we'll go to the hall.
he seems to have written it down. You don't need to pay any money or anything. He is walking off. So is there anything that you want to do before you head to the council hall? You just got back off the boat.
take a breath.
Do you want to find a place to stay for the night, or did you want to?
We still have.
You still have your thing at the Wicker, the goat.
The goat.
Might as well move everything to the boat now if we're going to stay here.
Well, we need to go talk. Yeah, we need to go talk to the council. So we have to. We go to the hall.
You just went straight away to the council hall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's see if the elders are up, or maybe they need a day, and we speak to them in the morning. Who knows?
All right. Let me find the council hall.
It is bright and early in the morning. We might as well get our business done.
I like to think it was my biscuits that won those two over.
It is too early in the morning. I'm sorry. It's dusk. Council business will not take place until midday.
Okay.
So you do know that. You do have the
So
day
now
of the day.
we'll go
Sorry
to
about
the-
that.
Biscuits are good.
I'm not used to being the GM. I have to tell you everything, don't I?
We go to the Wicker boat then.
The Wicker Goat. You head up to the Wicker Goat. Yeah. So it's early morning. The docks are definitely the busiest place right now.
Yeah.
No, the fish hasn't come in yet. The mood is just a plain old mood. It's early morning. People are out hollering and hooting, and breakfast you can smell everywhere. It's fish. Of course, it's fish everywhere. Catman's probably having a great time. Guards are setting out on their patrols. Caravans are starting to pile up and get lined up so they can start leaving at the same time, kind of thing. And the organization at the gate is starting to happen. Sharkfin Bridge, which connects the two pieces, is starting to wake up. Shops and stalls are starting to open up where you can start buying, fish hooks for the day and lines and things like that. But yeah, the town is waking up. It's ready to go. It's just the council works on its own time, so there's still a little time left.
Do we need to talk, or is it a good time for me to do fishing for trade for information?
What information do you still need?
I don't know what we might need. I'm just asking what you think I should do, Cap.
I think the only
We have gold now to trade for information.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
You guys are pretty laden now, right?
Yeah, we haven't divvied it up.
Well, plus
By the way, if we think about, if we're thinking about keeping those two around, you might want to think of having a store of what spoils we get.
We do need to discuss finances.
If they see you passing us anything we pick up evenly as we get it, they might want to know if they're getting a cut too.
And it is a little late to ask this, but we'll let you back up a little bit. Did you want to take anything off the boat?
Yeah, I wanted to take those silver bars.
Okay, take the silver bars off the boat. So you've got that. You'll be able to take crates and stuff without anybody like asking you. Oh no, that's not true.
No,
Never mind
we're
that.
not touching those crates.
Sorry.
We're just taking the silver
Silver bars. How are you taking them out?
I'm putting them in my bag.
Okay, cool. So that's fine.
Did we leave the crates with the lizard folk or not?
We gave the weapons.
The weapons.
The weapons were offloaded just a mile east of the haunted house with the lizard folk. They expect you back in 12.
So
12 days.
15 days.
15 days.
12 to 15.
10 to 15.
A 10 and a half.
Yeah, sorry, 10 and a
A
half.
10 and a half.
12 will probably be when they start getting antsy. Yeah, they'll be like, come on now, where are you?
So, put the silver bars in my backpack and head off.
Strength check.
And I pocketed all the other ones.
So you're taking
all
the
the
money
other
stuff
gold.
that you can get off of there. Okay.
All the
Did
gold
anybody
and
else
silver.
want to take anything off the boat? Because anything that's on there, you were afraid it's going to be taken. Is
Yeah.
there anything that you saw on the boat that you wanted to keep? Did you need any reminders of anything that you were curious about or anything? Because everything that was like healing potions or stuff like that, you guys put into your inventory already, I think. So yeah.
Okay.
Well,
There's that one book of navigation.
yeah.
That might be something to
keep
hold
that.
on to because
Yeah.
stores might
Is
get...
it well, my book of navigation? Is this just like a book talking about navigation, or is this like a ledger of like?
It could be either with your skills, but
It's
you,
Principles of Navigation by
Kalamazar.
Korma. By Korma? Yeah, by Korma.
I mean, you could definitely keep it with you. You might be able to find more information out of it. I mean, that's something you could bet. I mean, that's definitely like a candle
Yeah,
fang
I mean,
book.
the only thing I would say is
Duck Korma.
So take that with you, just because. Why not? It's a
making
book.
sure
And
that
the spell book.
The spell book. too.
Constance is staying
That was
on
Sam
the
Delay's
out.
spell book, right?
No. The deck wizards.
Okay, so I can give you. Oh, I can give you
Yeah.
those spells too from the spell book.
I mean,
Well,
we won't be able to do anything with
if
it.
they're arcane spells,
Yeah.
spell books usually denote.
Do you want me to tell you
Wizard
what
shit.
spells are in it?
We
They
might
don't-
not
they
even
don't
be
help
able
us
to
at all.
understand
Okay,
what
gotcha.
they
That
are.
doesn't matter to any of us.
But it is soluble item for
Yeah,
sure.
exactly.
No one's, it's not going
It's
to look like stone or
expensive.
whatever. Yeah, it's definitely expensive, and you have a place to sell that sort of stuff.
Yep. All right.
All right,
So we go to
making
the wicker.
sure. I mean, we don't need to go over it now, but
What do you?
making sure we know what he's keeping. Silver bars, the book.
Yeah. Silver bars, the book.
Yeah, he kept the
gold.
navigational charts. You
And
have
the
the silver
navigational
bars, and did you take anything or something there? Do you want me to read what was on the boat again?
Well, I think Dave was keeping account of the things we
Yeah, I have everything.
collected. Yeah.
But for what I'm taking off, it's
have
the
a ledger.
10 ingots. The Principles of Navigation by Decorma. And the spellbook.
So what are we leaving on the boat? There?
We're leaving
Stuff that's marked.
All the brandy, all the cloth.
all the brandy, all the cloth, all the stuff that we put up on the deck. We're leaving the other books that we found on the tables.
They were like treaties and things like that. Yeah.
And I think, a spell scroll of something. We're taking that.
Didn't we get that from? No, we did get that from the ship.
Yeah, it's a spell scroll.
Where did you find that? Do you remember?
I think it was the
It was
quarters of the caster.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right. Let me read what it was for you.
Right. It was in one of those chests, like all these.
Yeah, it was. Remember, I kept getting the chest
Greece.
backwards.
It was
Yeah.
Greece.
Was it Greece?
It
I
was
think.
Greece. I remember that. Yeah.
Because I would have been a
Really?
big old.
because it was funny. That's what I thought it was. But
Maybe it is. Let me look real
but
quick.
maybe I don't know.
Yeah. While you can't make use of the spell book,
He's a caster, so he can cast. He can
so
use
any of
scrolls.
us can. But
Well, I can.
oh, you can't. That's right. Yeah.
And it also depends because it's weird. There's two separate rule sets of scrolls, and it's all kind of like they kind of both say different things. One is anyone can use it. One is only casters can use scrolls.
Right.
Let's see
Yeah.
here. Trap fires. Yeah, because you got trapped there.
we've always played in my games that only casters can.
Spell scroll, Gust of Wind.
Gust
of
of Gust, that's what it says. Gust of Wind.
There was not a Reese. Oh, that's right, because she was casting it. Yeah.
I mean, if it didn't,
Reese sounded
said
so
it.
familiar, but no.
I want to tell you guys this because there's a lot of stuff in here that I want to tell you about so bad. But I want to tell you one is the when it's talking about getting on the Sea Ghost, it's like bluffing your way on. And that part is like this big. It's like, if they plan to bluff their way on, this should be highly difficult. And it explained all the reasons why that wouldn't work. And they see you from 20 feet. And then you're like, I look like Sam Belay. And I'm like, that'll fucking work. I was like, hell yeah. I was like, there's no way you're going to sneak on here. And then what do you know?
Yeah.
So let's roll then. I mean, we don't have to discuss it right now.
No, but we're just saying when we're taking off the boat or leaving on the boat.
So all the money, we're leaving all the books and charts and things like that, except for the contract with the Lizardmen and the hand-drawn Kroon map. I'm keeping those.
Okay.
Everything else is leaving on the boat, besides what we just said.
Yeah, I'll probably say we may or may not want to hand that over to the elders of the city, depending
on what comes up in the discussion.
Better for us to make the decision.
Yep. So, we go head to the Wicker Goat and get some breakfast.
Breakfast
Get some breakfast wine.
Breakfast wine also. All right. So they do serve a mulled wine here for breakfast. It's super spicy. And as soon as you take a sip of it, you realize why. It's because breakfast is super fucking salty. It's a fish soup, but it's made with the seawater, and it's boiled until it's reduced. Then the reduction is put into another seawater with fish and boiled again. It's called thirst soup. It's supposed to fill a guard's belly for the rest of the day for cheap because he'll keep dumping water in his guts. But apparently that's all that's for sale today because market day is in I can't remember what day of the week it is. Market day is like in 2 days now or something like that. So I'm going to say that market day is in 2 days. So
we don't know the schedule.
Yeah, so market day is in 2 days. So my bad. I'll have to start keeping track. I'll start keeping track of that. That's my fault. But market day is in 2 days. So stores start getting smaller as they start saving up and preparing for that big day. So the day or two before
Even
market
if you're
day.
not keeping track of it, just like it's like if it's not market day, that means this.
The day or two before the Wicker Goat's breakfast sucks. Like that's where they save their money and stuff because they make a thirst stew basically.
What happened to that calendar we had?
Oh, it's somewhere. It has all my notes.
I didn't read it anyway. All right, so you guys are just mulling around.
Yep, we're just gonna hang out until the council.
Sure. Did you want to play for the people?
Well, I'm still so full of my delicious biscuits this morning. I don't know if
We didn't have those this morning, right? Because we ate that morning. We spent all day letting the thing sail. We sailed all night.
Give me that salty fish.
So, this is the next morning.
I'm going to be writing a song.
Writing a song.
Writing a song. Okay, you're spending your time writing a song. Performance. See how good it's going to turn out.
Performance for
for writing, and then if it's good.
Okay, nice. That's going to be
What is it?
A lot.
23.
All right, so you have advantage on your next performance because you wrote this song ahead of time.
Because you wrote and composed your own song.
All right, so right around 10 or 11 in the morning, a missive appears with a guy dressed in just regular Saltmarsh regalia. Just looks like a commoner. Shows up and excuse me, Hart
over here.
He kind of runs up hurriedly. Says, missive from the council, and then he just runs off. It's literally just an invite telling you to come to the council hall at noon. Like, it's as simple as that.
That hasn't been enough time for a long rest since we docked, right?
No.
Short rest.
You can get a short rest if you want to do that now. If anybody is missing any spell slots or anything like that, I don't think you are.
I want back.
I got you. Well, get some of those back if they come back with a short rest. They don't. Okay. Well, you've had a tough morning.
We probably take a short rest for no effect.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
you
you don't have to come to. I mean, I can change it. You don't have to go to the council.
No.
All right,
it was more of just a.
Can we?
All right, so
Or more did we?
so
What do we want? Yeah. So when do you think we should go to answer these summons?
you have about an hour. Is there
It's
anything?
noon, so
You have about an hour.
Midday.
Is there anything that you wanted to do? Do you want to go back to the ship and see what's going on with it? Do you want to look around? Do you want to find Erg or Dami or anything like that? Nope, you're just going to go straight to the council. All right,
straight to the
so,
council.
all right.
The sooner we get this
Actually-
taken care of, the better.
In the hour, we're going to ask. First off, we're going to listen for any people talking about what happened on the dock this morning. Try to just see if anyone's talking about our boat coming in and having anything to say. And then at the later, like as it's getting later and I feel that out, I'm going to start asking about this boat.
All right. I guess perception for listening or investigation for listening around. Is that carousing?
Perception.
Perception.
Do we know where the empty net is?
We do.
And you can
We
find it
passed
pretty easily too. Everyone knows where it is.
21.
And you're trying to find out if anybody's talking about the boat.
Yep.
There are some definite jokes going around about the boat. Like, did you see that boat come in too fast and dock walkers getting pulled down and stuff?
Nothing about anybody talking about the
Sea Ghost.
No one's talking about the Sea Ghost. Actually, what the main topic of conversation is no one's ever seen that rope maneuver before. And so everyone's really kind of like, we never, like, now we know. Like, it's actually kind of, it's heartening for everybody. Like, they saw a maneuver get performed on the docks that means that I didn't realize we were that organized and stuff.
Do you two when we start picking up on this, like, do you two like lean in on about the story? Are you trying to be like, oh geez? Are you like, yeah, that's us?
Pretty much, yeah. I'm not saying anything. I'm just listening.
Yeah.
I'm not leaning into it or.
Right. All right.
So that's what you're hearing. It's more impressive that the ropes got pulled out and that maneuver was made. Like, the boat coming in, I mean, mistakes happen or whatever. No damage was made. No one really gives too much of a shit. They'll probably look around. This is a guard bar.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of sailors in here and stuff. Yeah. But I'm sure if you looked around, someone's probably being like, "Who the fuck did that?" But you're getting more of a jovial response here. People are more impressive.
I guess my biggest concern was if it's a notorious boat.
Right.
Is it going to get seized?
Yeah, no one here
is saying anything about it.
When people start talking about like that rope thing that we did, I'll just, even not necessarily claiming I'm part of it, but just like saying like, oh yeah, so in this situation, I'm just kind of like filling a druid role of like, oh yeah, it's us to share this wisdom with the people.
Oh, they talk about it then. The guards don't know anything like that. Like, they're actually thinking about maybe application purposes for the Navy. Like, maybe they can come into like sieges faster on purpose. Like, maybe they can put out a series of ropes, and that's kind of what the conversation is. So they buy you a beer. Why not?
Sure. Yeah.
You get yourself a mulled wine for breakfast.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. But
everyone else has like a half-empty soup in front of them. Like,
share the wisdom of this.
That's fine. We'll head to the council.
All right, so you head to the council. When you walk in, it's just a big brick building. It's very nicely done. It's made that way. You guys have seen it before. And you walk in, and Gellin Primewater, Owland, Fireborn, and Manistrad are all sitting there. Sorry, not Manistrad's not there.
Anders, Gellin, Ada, and Elquan.
And Anders has a small man standing next to him that you've not seen before. Looks like it's probably his valet or something. So Anders is pretty rich.
We walk in, and I give a flourish.
Yeah, and the first when you walk in, you get a little bit of this from everybody. The applause. You've done what you've said you've done. At least you've come back. Yep. Please tell us. Eliander and Gellin mixed up a lot. So if I'm talking like this, it's Gellin. He's the he's a very rich.
You said you've been working on this song. Story.
Yeah.
Wonderful. You've returned. I'm assuming that means success. You have a piloted ship in here pretty quick. I'm hoping nothing was following you. Sorry, business at hand. Have you supped? Have you dined? Have you liquor in your belly yet? Please. The other counselors look like, God damn it.
Is there something better than thirst stew here?
And ballets come out, and it's basically a big charcuterie board. It looks like it was ready just in case. Yeah.
Look at this happen. Like, that's how this region does things.
I'm gonna.
You're a fancy gambler and shit like that. This is fucking nice. Like, this is nice.
And
this is honeyed hams. Yeah. Like, this is a silly thing for somebody.
Looking at.
Yeah, pretty much. This would be a silly thing for someone to clap and just bring out for you guys. But yeah, it's really, really nice.
Regale them with our.
And I'll give an embellished play down our failures, like anytime we
play down the failures, play up everything else,
especially the tricking of the captain and throwing him over his own overboard on his own ship.
You really spin a tail on the council. Oh, nice.
Advantage performance.
Yeah, downplay. What happened to the crew?
Do you want to spend your performance on this? Do you want to spend your performance advantage on this?
Yeah.
So instead of writing a song, you could have made this into like a poem, like an epic, real quick to tell everybody and try to impress them.
I think the song was different.
Yeah, the song was more truthful.
But basically, he's been working on the story of what we've been doing.
Sure, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So you want to use your advantage on your performance for this. You were writing this instead of a song. Or you want to sing this, whatever.
No. This is just... I'm telling them.
I got it. Do you want to use that advantage I gave you for your? Okay, thank you.
That's what I He does not.
I don't know.
It might depend what you.
Thanks to everybody at home for watching our stream.
Swinging a warhammer.
I wonder how many times you've rolled that and been like, I got an 8. It's rolling a 12.
But basically,
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that.
You're making this sound awesome.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Not 20.
Yep.
Nat 20.
What? What?
All right.
Oh, shit, the cat calls.
They listen. They actually do this a little bit, and they have the charcuterie board brought to them, and they eat with you. They listen. This is awesome. So you make it sound like, you found these pirates, you sailed on board and single-handedly drowned the captain, and you had time to sing a jig, and you single-handedly piloted this back in throughout a storm, and people got to see it at the end. Like they saw how you piloted it in. You guys are just king sailors right now. These people are sailors by trade. They're merchants. They own boats. They own fisheries. And you guys just like 3 of you brought a boat in at high speed and still wrangled it in at the front. This is gonna be a big deal for a while.
But I definitely want to, I know I'm saying this, but I want to get the specifics straight on what's the legend and what's real, because we all know what's real. But I want to make it sound like we didn't take a wound. They had no idea what hit them. The captain never got back on the ship.
Oh yeah, you did that. You did that. This is like the 4 of you showed up. One of you drowned the captain. One of you stabbed a wizard, and then you both fanned your muscly arms and made the boat come back into shore. Like, you guys are awesome. Like, this was cool. You guys literally stopped a smuggling crew with the 3 of you, and brought it back.
There was twice as many of them too.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
We slew to a man.
So, speaking of that, as you kind of come to the end of your thing and everyone's eating and they're talking and they're kind of congratulating you and stuff, you notice that a door opens and
of course,
out from the group comes, or out from another area is Oceanus. The sea elf that you rescued from.
You made it.
And so he comes out, and
you're the only one who speaks Elven, so
yeah, he does. He greets you. Friend.
Yeah.
How fare you?
Yeah. We come from we fare well. We just came from a great adventure out in the sea. It's so good to see you well again.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for my untimely leaving when last we met.
Survival is something that binds us all.
Yes, and it's that survival that brings me here today. The discovery of lizard folk on that boat was no small thing, as we have information on lizard folk as well that I've just shared with your council here.
What information? I don't...
The council's looking at you guys because you're talking in a language that nobody speaks. You 2 are the only ones in the room that speak Elven.
Right. Does it look like Norris?
Did he talk to Did he tell any of them?
Well, I have spoken with the council. I'm not sure.
we can't understand him.
I know, I'm talking to him.
Yeah.
I have spoken with the council, and they have identified something that we were already worried about, which is that a lizard folk encampment has been building up near our shores as well, not more than 20 miles off the coast of Saltmarsh. And as
From your perspective, I have a kind of a... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just... I have an innate trust with these people. If I was a circle of land, I'd be circle of sea.
Insight.
I would like to roll.
What's this guy talking about? Is he? Are you trying to get? What are you trying to get out of him? Sorry.
I kind of want to read. Is he talking of I don't know. Is he talking from the heart? Basically,
Sure.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Is this a folk of the sea?
Mm-hmm.
also
17 plus. I think I have 6 to insight.
we want to know if he told the council about the lizardmen on the boat.
4. I have 4. So 20. So 21.
21 is good. Okay,
I'm trying to get a good druid reading on this person. Is this person part of the? Are they? Well, okay. I don't know. I'm getting a beat on them. Their character. Sorry. Would you like to talk now, DM?
I'll get there eventually. You can tell that he sounds urgent, and you would know that for Fey person like this to be working so closely with humans, like on and off of a boat, like trying to get onto a boat to see what's happening, and then coming back to the mainland to talk to the humans about what it is that's happening. This is a pretty big deal. Lizard folk building up near their area is also going to affect Saltmarsh, and so he's here. This is bad.
Well, so if that's the feeling I get off of him, I will tell him in Elven is that we don't know what.
What else would you tell him?
Yeah, he only speaks.
He only speaks Elven.
Oh well.
We also
You tell him in common, and he doesn't understand.
All right, guys. I'm trying to signify that this is something between me and him?
We know.
Yeah, okay. Well, I you threw me off my train. I tell him, we have encountered Sahagin, but
You've
we've not
seen Sahagin.
Oh, sorry. We have encountered lizard folk.
He was
It seems-
there.
He was there
As
with
you know,
He was on the boat.
Okay.
He was the prisoner on the boat.
You know,
I know he's
you're
the person
also.
on the boat.
I just want to remind you that you're also ignoring the council to talk to
I'm
this guy
having
that came
just
out
a
of the
quick.
woods.
This I know how long this is taking.
Okay.
but this is really just a quick back and forth. It's saying that I'm bringing up that the lizardmen seem to be interested in dealing with the Sahagin in the seas, and I'm asking, is there something
Dealing with.
they
What do you
wish
mean dealing with?
they wish to combat the Sahagin in the
Perhaps you should speak with your council. And he motions to the council because he's going to answer all of those.
Yeah,
questions.
okay, but I do tell him that.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's a hell of an insight roll.
Yeah,
So you're just telling we've ran into the Sahagin. They're dealing with weapons. He was there for that.
Lizardman.
The lizard.
yeah, I know.
He was there for the lizard folk thing. He saw the contract negotiation. You guys explained all the
He
fun
was there
stuff.
for the whole thing. I
was
knew
there
he
for
was
the
on
whole
there
thing.
for the Sahagin. I'm sorry, the Sahagin. I knew
was
he
not
was
there.
there for the.
You guys had that.
That he saw the
whole-
lizardman. I didn't
guys-
know he was in on the.
You guys only talked to lizard folk once. And it
Yeah.
was them in their room, and he was there with you the whole time.
Yeah.
The rest of the time was just fixing the boat the next day when you didn't know where Oceanus was. So the only thing he doesn't know is that you guys put the lizard folk on a boat and sent them off. He knows everything else. In fact, he's here to tell the council what he knows from the boat before you were.
Which is a problem.
So right, thank you for bringing me back there.
That's okay. So now the council will speak.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not being mean at all. I'm not at all.
no.
So, what's his name? Fireborn does stand and say, "It's great work taking care of the smuggling ring. I know that Saltmarsh will sleep a little better." And at that, notice checks. Notice checks.
Perception.
Perception, yeah. Notice, sorry, perception.
Just making sure.
$11.
10.
9.
8.
7.
So who got the, what were they, 11, 12?
11, 10, 9.
11, 10, 9. So 11, you noticed that when he said that this place is safer and runs smoother, that Gellin kind of rolled his eyes, the foppish guy that met you. But I fear, especially after what Oceanus here has told us, that maybe our work here is only scratching the surface. Oceanus here has told us that there is a large lizard folk colony being set up just outside of Saltmarsh, about 20 miles to the west. And that they are amassing forces.
It seems that they're amassing forces to fight off some Sahagin that have encroached on their territory.
At that,
It may be.
Ada pipes in, holds her hand up. Ada Owland is one of the nobles here, and she says, "Actually, my grandfather spent some time with the lizard folk. They call all enemies Sahagin. Perhaps we are the Sahagin. Perhaps you are the Sahagin. That doesn't necessarily mean that the creature we know of as Sahagin is the actual thing. And if they set themselves between us and the elven home, perhaps the elven are the Sahagin."
I don't know. I want an insight on her when she says that,
Sure.
because that's kind of like oh, that might be true.
Sure, roll it.
All right.
But also, they didn't call, we got the word Sahagin from them, but they pantomimed what they were fighting.
You're right.
And
so,
it was something that did this and screeched.
right. Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's definitely not humans.
right.
Unless
So-
they think humans do that.
Anyway, I'm just
One
like,
insight roll at a time.
yeah. So I just want to peer in. 8 plus 6 for 14.
I mean, Ada's the senior member of the council. You know that. She's grown up in Saltmarsh. Her grandfather was the Saltmarsh. Her great-grandfather was the Saltmarsh. They are salt.
Yeah.
If she says that she knows something about the area, she probably does.
Yeah. So
Do a history check?
Sorry, I'm not sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off at all. Were you done? I'm sorry.
no, yeah. I was just saying, really, I'm just trying to assess if does she seem like she knows what she's
She
talking
believes
about?
what she's
really?
saying. She believes what she's saying.
Okay.
Can I do a history check on that?
Yes, you can. Do a history check on that. What do you know about Sahagin languages?
Or lizardmen.
Lizardmen,
On
lizard
whether
folk
they
languages.
really do call every enemy Sahagin. 14.
14. No, I mean, you don't speak any lizard. It would be really hard to tell if that was correct or not. I mean, like Wiley said, they were pantomiming. So, I mean, this could be...
Right. I just want to...
You know, it could be anything.
It was more like she's making a claim that seems historic and related to lizardman culture.
Yeah. Well, she's... Okay, so, anyway.
But I don't know.
Gellin takes his turn for a moment and says, yes, to back up Ada, whether or not the Sahagin are really coming, we do know of the lizard folk. So whether this is a real enemy or not, this is Sahagin, whether that means us or them, who knows. We are aware, and so are the sea elves, of this lizard folk.
Well, then, I think then the thing to do would be for us to offer our services to investigate these lizard men and their banding together and arming themselves.
It is interesting that you would say that. Are you all in agreement? Because it was
I am.
it was the purpose of this council to perhaps persuade you to make that journey for us. And Fireborn interrupts like he always does when Gellen's talking and says, "Listen, you've got us on a wall here. The king's men are tight at the mines. You've proven yourself worthy at this point. In fact, returning the stolen royal goods on the deck of your ship. I mean, that was your intention, was it not?"
Yes, of course.
Yes.
That's why we put them on the deck.
And as he says that, he kind of flips some papers on his desk.
You are the smuggler.
And he seems to kind of, do that once with a stamp. And at that symbol, that short double stomp, another man walks up behind him, takes the paper off the top and hands it to you. And it's literally everything that they took off. It's all the 50 silks, the casks of brandies, anything that had the stamp on it was there. They found some additional things in chests that weren't open. I think you didn't open one chest. Am I wrong about that? Any unopened chests would have been removed as well and then taken to be inspected and stuff like that.
All of the chests were.
So all the chests were open. So then they would also have some other stuff in there. It would be like netting that would be useful right away.
Yeah.
Some new roping, and that underneath says for cost, which means probably for you tearing a rope on your journey, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But nothing else is on it.
Okay.
The stores for the food were not taken. And there's no other things on there that says stuff like, shipping tiller or taken for wood or anything like that. They've taken everything that was loyalist that you guys set on the deck. Anything that was placed on the deck is now gone.
I fold that up and say, keep this for the records of our ship.
It is our ship now, yes.
Taken as prize.
I don't see why not. And at that, Gellin seems to ruffle his head.
Because he wants a new boat for free.
Any ship, brought in from smuggling should be, returned to the council. I can make much use of this in my shipping fleet. And Anders seems to nod in agreement. Yes, but I don't know why. I guess he's younger, sorry. Yes, but I don't see why Gellin should have this ship. And at that, Gellin and his assistant kind of shout. They are shouting at each other.
And I interrupt them. Did either of you take out the captain of that ship and command it into this harbor?
Maritime law, Gellin says. But that seems to work on Anders. The maritime law
Laws aside.
They are at that. It is what keeps us in place. Well met, ma'am. Your name one more time. Hart, correct?
Constance Hart.
Hart. Well met.
One for Mitch.
Send in the Kraken.
Despite Gellin's misgivings, we always know where his vote lays, and at that, Gellin again kind of ruffles his eyes. He doesn't take the teasing from the council well. Anders motions at you and says, "The Sea Ghost," and Ada gives a couple claps. Eleander and Anders follows suit after that. So you guys are officially owners of the boat. Another clap is made by Gellin. And Ada makes a snap as well, and 2 bags of money are brought out that was offered to you on completion of this. 400 gold is found in that. One of the bags does contain crown minted gold coins that would be used in general.
So how much of that?
It's 50-50, so it's 200 from the crown and 200 from the town. So you're going to have just basically wheats and unpressed golds. Just discs that have, business names.
I just want to mark how much gold is
you have
printed by.
So now you have 200 minted gold coins with the crown on them. Yes.
Each or before split?
That's before split. That's 200 and 200.
I have the bag.
You made $400. It's 1 bag of minted royal coins and 4 bags of local from all over the land. Kind of coins. Pieces of this, pieces of that, that sort of thing. Gellin also basically says, I guess the rest as well, and what's his name? Fireborn begins the tearing process of his papers again and puts a couple stamps in your hand and another receipt that shows the things that were found a couple of hours ago on the boat. So the galley store are yours. The sails that are part of it are yours. Ropes that were removed are not replaced, so you did lose some of your equipment, that sort of things. But for the most part, this is a working boat. You're definitely going to need a little more rigging before you get out, and you're going to need someone to look at the mast. But you have been given this. So they are going to lay out their plan for you if you do accept. So they sit again, and at this point, Ada begins to speak and says that this is quite a... this is quite a problem. Lizard folk have not been kind to people of this area, and Oceanus has said that he might have also witnessed races of other natures that are gathering with the lizard folk as well, people that he does not recognize. It's very important that we make ourselves known, and this problem is brought at least to our attention. We're not sure what it is the Sahagin are doing with these weapons. So it is your charge to make your way to the lizard men. This is lizard folk.
You said Sahagin.
Sahagin, sorry, to make your way to the lizard folk encampment and discern what it is that they are planning to do. In this endeavor, you are not necessarily being sent to cause war. In fact, if that is at all avoidable, we would appreciate that. At that, Fireborn kind of leaned back and she said, but if it occurs, it wouldn't be the end.
I am sent from the moon chase to find some balance in this region.
The guard raises his hand and kind of puts a spear in front of you because the council will look at you for a second, and Ada continues. So what we would need from you, they're just basically silencing you. Yeah, they're hush. Yeah, they want to speak. We would need you to make your way to the Sahagin encampment. Make your way in. Lizard folk encampment, and discern why they have picked that area to create a new encampment. Find out why they are hoarding weapons, for what use, and return that information here. Should you succeed in that endeavor without causing open war, you shall be returned the price of 700 gold coins. Should war break out through your interventions, Saltmarsh is prepared to take that on, as well as the sea elves, as per Oceanus's missive. However, that is the final step. We would prefer that to be the last resort. The council
all want no part of war.
The council do open it up to questions. Is there anything anybody's concerned about or anything like that? The guard, I would say, the guard kind of it is not to your throat. He just kind of puts it in front of you, like, "Hey, shh," that kind of thing. There's people are around you, and they just kind of like, "Hey, dude, the council is speaking." So that spear is removed and everything. You are free to speak. No one was holding you up or anything like that. You were just getting a decorum tap, like a "Hey, shh,"
I still look bothered.
And I'm not talking like he didn't do this. He basically like he was standing.
No, I know.
You just saw a spear kind of come out like that. That's what it was.
I'm
like,
a drip for the moon chase. I'm used to
like you just speak out. You were told to hush is all that happened. So if you had any questions, if you had anything else you wanted to ask about that sort of thing, now would be the time to do that.
Well,
go ahead.
The 700 gold is quite generous, and we do accept that. But of course, we will need repairs and crew for our ship in order to proceed with this. So we would like to add that into the provisions of this contract.
They look around at each other again, which seems to be kind of the modicum for floor is open for us to speak to each other with you present. So this is usually a good time to they resolve problems in front of you is what it feels like. And so they look at each other, and Gellin kind of ruffles and says, "Well, at least I can make it look nice. Let's give it a new hat." So Gellin has offered to dust some stuff, and the same thing happens. Some paper is made, some dust is put, another piece of paper is given to you. So it does just basically say minor repairs of hull and mast, no additional stores. That's all it says. So it's loose. You could probably use this to negotiate. He's being a little bit of a dick by handing this to you, like, figure it out on your own. I don't want I wanted the boat anyway, so I'm not going to tell you how to make it look nice again. So you do have that. You have a missive for some basic boat repairs.
It's also possible that we could use a guide to find this colony encampment.
Actually,
if I might request Oceanus here.
The council looks. They nod. And then they kind of look at you like... Well, I mean, Oceanus would have had to have had a way to talk to them in Elven. So there is a translator nearby, I guess that would make sense. So through the translator, another human who's worked with the elves does tell you that, yes, he... What's that? Oh, okay. Oceanus accepts. I'd love to accompany you. And he says that directly to you because you speak Elvish. Are you butthurt about something? Did I hurt your feelings with that?
No, I'm thinking. I'm trying to listen. There's a lot of. Yeah.
It is. I mean, you guys haven't started crewing a boat yet.
I was just trying to find an opportunity to say, like, this seems to be getting dangerous. What of this antler leather, huh?
Antler leather.
Antler-studded leather.
For doing the last job, or beating the bandits, he had the reward of getting studded leather that's made of antler.
Did you get that from the council?
Yeah. It was from Fireborn.
Fireborn? Okay, then he will definitely present you with that now.
Oh,
no,
because it was being made.
It was being made, yeah.
Now it's been a couple days.
I was just asking.
It's been a week.
No, it would probably, if it's been a week, then definitely it's made then. He'll present it for you, you can have it.
Because we waited a week for the boat to show up. Then we went up to the house, got on. It's been a couple days since then, so yeah.
Also, Eleander's the translator. I forgot. Fireborn speaks Elven, so he was the one speaking with the guy. I was like, where is? I was trying to tell myself, like, I wrote this down somewhere. Here's all the languages that Eleander speaks. That's what it was. So my bad. Eleander was speaking to them. Super sad squad for me. Ha ha
ha. So he has a studded leather now.
He's a studded leather now. Add your studded leather.
Put it on.
Sweet.
Studded leather. Okay.
Studded leather.
So you guys have your instructions. You are to make your way to the encampment. The Oceanus shows you what looks like basically
that's right. It's blue.
A slightly nicer made map that you already have. The crudely drawn map with the drop-off point. Mm-hmm. He has a slightly nicer map of that. Let me show it to you.
Oh, super. By the way, awesome drawing. Jesus.
What? Oh yeah, hey, super sad. Thank you for.
We see butt.
Yeah, thank you for those the character drawings. They're all of some of our backgrounds and stuff like that now. What am I looking for?
It says butt everywhere.
Yeah, it's just your chat apparently that you have a filter on.
What was I looking for right now?
Oh, what?
We see butt in all its glory.
What was I just looking for? You guys were talking about something.
Oceanus. Then he said,
the map. The map.
Studded leather. The map.
So he shows you. He shows you a map, and he shows you the coast, and it shows where Saltmarsh is cut in like that, right? A little farther down the coast, right before you get to the Dunwater River, basically where it meets into another marsh, is where they think the lizard folk are gathering. That's where Oceanus's information gives you. What's interesting about that is in between that little isthmus that sticks out and the lizard folk lair not more than a mile away is where the lizard folk wanted you to drop those weapons. So these things are tying together. Yeah. This lizard folk lair on this map that Oceanus has given you and the crudely drawn one is probably correct. You probably know exactly where to go on the ocean if you take the ocean route.
Yeah. All right.
So you guys are free to leave the council at any point. They don't have anything else to ask of you. They've assigned you your stuff. They've given you the food that you need. They've given you basic repairs. Anything else you need, crew and stuff like that, you're on your own.
Anything else before we leave?
I'll check the boat.
Yes, we definitely need to go to the boat now. Right. But let's go get Dami and Erg before we go back.
So you guys you leave the council and it's midday still, so Fishmonger's Alley is starting to get pretty busy because stuff has come in from the day before and the fishmongers are always working and stuff, so the plants are going. You smell fish everywhere again. People are singing and doing their things and stuff. The ambiance of the town seems to be more or less, still jovial. Things have been good. We know market day is coming up in 2 or 3 days, so there's a lot of extra work today and tomorrow. It's just usually it's a 3-day thing. Get set up, have it, tear it all down at night because it happens every week. So that's coming up. But you guys make your way back into the empty net. Mm-hmm. The empty net is a drop-down, spit-on-the-floor pirate bar. It's 2 levels as you walk in. It is just a bar on one side and then a bunch of tables. Small stage in the back, and on the second level, there's a ladder that leads up to the second level. The second level looks like it used to have 6 rooms, 2 here, 2 here, and 2 there, making a U shape. There's no doors left. This is a flop house at this point, but you can still rent rooms here. You can rent space up there. Basically, for a couple of coppers, they'll let you lay down here and sleep, but they don't guarantee any kind of safety. It's a bunch of pirates and not pirates, a bunch of sailors are sleeping up there, carousing. They're walking around, drinking, playing games, stuff like that. There's a guy playing a lute on the small little stage. He's not doing a very good job, but this place is a fucking sailor bar. It's dirty, it's loud, and everyone kind of looks at you for a second when you walk in. And about half of them don't quit looking at you as you continue to walk in. Let me just find some stuff on it. Just need to find the empty nets. Yeah. So also the back end of it has a kind of like a wraparound porch. So that leads out on the bottom floor. There are 2 doors, like saloon doors, that lead out to the back porch. And then the bar is actually hanging over the water. And on the other side of the water is those docks that you guys piloted in. So you basically cross Sharkfin Bridge to get over here near the front. It's partially supported by those stilts, and the owner is Krebs Schenker. He's a human thug. Troublemakers are thrown out the door, over the railing, and into the reeking harbor, which happens right as you walk in. Someone, no. Boom, they go through the saloon doors, over the edge, thrown over. Everyone laughs and goes back to what they're doing. And Erg and Dami are sitting at a table with 3 or 4 other guys, and it looks like they're having a drink and a conversation. That's all that's happening here.
How many will we need for our crew?
Well, that's about, we want about 15, I think.
To run it light and tight, 15, as they had before.
He can tell you that the boat had about 20 people. It'll house about 20 people. There were 10 hammocks in addition to those 4 rooms, the staterooms. So those 10 hammocks will usually tell you double that is the crew size because they can hot bunk. So it's about 20 people.
All right.
Let's talk to Tommy and Herb.
I'm going to go up to the table with Dami and Erg and the rest of them and flag down a server and basically pull out several silvers and say, "Around for my friends here."
Their eyes get big and the server runs off, and she looks a little upset because that means everyone's going to get drunk, and that's always harder for her. But yeah, they make space for you immediately. Dami and Erg know exactly what you're doing here, and Erg kind of gestures and says, "What I got so far, I've sailed with Rocky and Wellington a couple times, and they can vouch for the other 3 of these men. So they're sitting here with 5 guys in addition to them, so 7 at the table at the moment.
Excellent.
They can tell you that these guys are sorry.
I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah, none of them have ever held rank, but all of them would be good on the deck. They would definitely make excellent, deck workers. They can definitely rig. They can definitely climb. They can definitely mend. So they can sew. They can put everything back together. They can do their knots, that sort of stuff. So these guys are seamen. They're just not. They're not charged with anything. They're not commanders of any kind. They're not specialists. So you've got some salt here at the table. If you're willing to take them, you can take them. They just want to work for money.
Yep.
Yeah, as long as they seem, just their background, as long as they seem like they know what they're talking about. And
they, like I said, Erg vouches for Rocky and Wellington. So Rocky and Wellington, and then both of them are vouching for the other 3 guys. They say they've worked with them. That's the way that you're going to find it here at the Sailors. I've worked with this sailor. I would work with him again.
Right.
So Erg and Dami have 5 people at the table, including themselves, that they would work with. And that's really important, especially since you're out your call ports and stuff like that. That you got lucky with these 5 guys. They will work for you. The nice part with these 5 guys, with you have a skeleton crew now. Mm-hmm. You can limp your boat around this way. It won't be quite as bad as it was before because you've got some men, but this is not going to be an effective crew with 5 guys in you, so you're going to need more men.
Yeah. So I tell them
we
to
got all
continue
this.
on.
We got all this gold, and
So
it'd be no problem.
just get more, and we'll be ready to go. I will, the wages are probably the best you'll find.
So they're looking for, Dami will tell you that like a gold to 10 days about what they're looking
Silver
for.
a day.
Yep. Silver a day, yep, and that's going to be feasible for them. So what this crew you've got right now is about 25 gold a month with these 5 guys. Yeah. So if you quadruple this and you have your 20 guys, you'll be paying about 100 gold a
We're going
month.
to look for 15.
15, all right. Still, but this seems agreeable. You've got a good start.
Yep, and I say a silver a day, gold a 10, and if we have to repel any boarders and fighters, if we get taken upon by pirate princes in the sea a full share of anything we claim.
So you're breaking the shares down into the eighths at this point. Awesome. They enjoy that. They accept your proposal. If you guys are in agreement, they will work for you.
I see no reason not
Expect them
to.
tomorrow. Yes.
All right. What would you like them to do now? They are in your employ. Who's captain? Who do they answer to? All right. You Captain Hart now.
Captain, first mate, and navigator.
You would be quartermaster on this type of boat. You'll be the person that would be the sidereal, and you would have the title of quartermaster on this type of boat.
All right.
I'm more of a morale officer too, but I'll take first mate.
I mean, you made a good impression on the crow's nest. You had a good idea. Mm-hmm. The first mate would be the shouting back and forth. You would be keeping the morale. First mate might be perfect for a bard. I mean, that's really, you'd be giving inspiration left and right and calling a chance and
don't
stuff.
ask me to tie anything.
No, believe me when I say most people probably don't want to put claws on the ropes anyway. You're going to be a little weird with the sailors at first anyway. People are going to have to roll a little bit with you because
It's going to be weird anytime you're working for a captain.
I mean, some people feel there's two schools of thought about animals on the boat that you're not eating. Like, do you have a mascot or do you not bring women and children and animals on the boat?
Did you want something?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
So there you go. They want to know what you want to do with them now. There's the five of them: Erg, Dami. You have Erg, Dami, Wellington, Handsome, Fawcett, Rocky, Hartford, and I did not name the other guy on accident.
Any relation?
Hartford? No.
Hartford, no. It's funny, it was one of the randoms, but I just gave it to him.
I'm going to pay them all their first day.
I expect repairs to start immediately.
So you want them to go start working?
Pretty much,
We need those repairs.
we do, but we have this writ. The doc is going to do the repairs.
They can take that writ for you and get
then-
that stuff started.
Yeah.
Tommy will do that. He looks pretty excited about it because he looks like he knows what he's talking about when it comes to things like that. Yeah,
How many people are here?
5. So it's Dami, Erg,
And then 3 more.
Wellington, Fawcett, Rocky. If you don't want to know all their names, I can give you all their names. But you've got 3 guys that are deckmen, midshipmen. You've got Dami and you've got Erg. Erg has already shown that he's a decent pilot. He can at least steer the ship. He doesn't necessarily... Sorry, Dami, because I got it backwards. Dami is steering the ship. He's the buff one. He's just a human, that kind of thing.
Right,
He's
right.
the one that looks like he's got the biggest arms. He's going to grab your tiller for you. Dami is the one, Erg is the one that knows everybody. He was the one that was shouting orders and things like that. He would not make a bad bosun. And bosun is the guy
Bosun he is.
Bosun is in charge of the repairs, and he'll also be kind of midshipman as well. So if he's not repairing anything, he will help the first mate get orders across and also enact your orders as well. You can send the first mate specifically to bolster a crew. Like, we need midshipmen, now we need someone on the prow. You can send the first mate for that sort of stuff as send the bosun as the first mate. So that's kind of a cool thing. So you've got right now the start of a really good crew. You've got a quartermaster, you've got a captain, you've got a first mate, you've got a bosun who's replacing the other bosun.
Yeah.
What do you want to do with Drinky Bosun?
Nothing.
He's
He's gone.
You got dragged off somewhere.
Yeah.
So you don't want Drinky Bosun back. Drinky Bosun is gone.
Nope.
So Drinky Bosun is gone. Now the only thing that you might need, and it's up to you. It pays to have a cook, and it pays to have a surgeon. Just because you're going to have to worry about the morale of your men. Like, in our downtime, healing groups of people won't be too bad, but in the heat of the moment when we're getting attacked, having somebody that's able to run around on deck and heal the men at least is going to make a big difference when they get dropped down below.
I'll ask him to look for, in the 15, make sure at least 2 are these.
So what do you want them? Are they not going to the docks for repairs anymore? Because Erg was going to take the writ and go down to the dock for repairs.
That's what I want him to do.
Okay.
But also, we can't find more crew, so
You can find more crew, you just got to go look around for it.
Well,
You have,
I don't know
Would you like
how to find crew.
they'll tell you that you're inefficient. Erg will tell you you're in a fishing town. Go find a
Yeah, it's just we can go anywhere, and I can point out too. Be looking.
The
for
empty net is where he found his guys. You can always throw out castings there at empty net. You could go to the Wicker Goat has mostly guards, but there's also the Snapping Line, which you can go to. You could go to the fishmonger plants. You could go to Eleander's. There's everywhere. You could literally just sit on the docks and ask people if they need work.
I mean,
Right. But again, it's knowing.
I can get the word out.
So yeah, to have him go and start fixing the boat.
Right.
Use that writ, and I tell him like bring that writ for every ounce of ink on it.
Okay.
Anything that you can get them to give you.
Erg gives you the feeling that he wanted to do this part,
Yeah.
so he's gonna take one of those because he knows what that means. Like Gellin was trying to be a dick, and he sees like we're gonna re-dick Gellin on your behalf. So you found a kind of a roguish friend there.
And then we will find some more crew and get ready to sail. Sail the heart of the sea.
Heart of the sea.
Yeah, I already wrote that in the song, so we're not changing it.
Well, so be it then.
Good for you, Druid. I'd like the blessings of the moon chase on a name of a boat.
Mm.
Too bad you picked one you don't agree with.
It has to be carved into the wood.
Well then, let's find a carver on the way out.
You
and
want a carpenter as well? I mean, that might not hurt to have a carpenter be on board. Yeah. So.
Heart of the sea.
All right. So if you talk to Dami and you talk to Erg, they'll give you the idea that you can, Sharkfin Bridge has those homes on it. Those people they've been here forever. They're fishermen. They tend to be sailors around there. The snapping line is the one made out of old boat ships. Old ship parts, excuse me. It's the same way. It's just sailors. Like both of those places are just fucking sailors. As you walk around, sailors are around. There's the market. If you went to the green market, there's people there selling their wares. You can find fishermen and you can find sailors there. But if you wait for
market day.
Yeah, market day, then you can find people that are there selling, people that are there that are actually looking for commissioned work and stuff like that too. Also, they put a temporary thing on this, but it's going to take several days to fix this and get it right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And rigging isn't just something you buy and replace. It's something you buy, fit to the ship, tie it on, test it. You're going to be here for a while. In fact, I would wager that right now you're cutting it close for your 10-day return for the lizard folk because you guys want to get the boat repaired.
Yeah. All right.
Talk to Oceanus and figure out exactly what he knows.
What he told the council. But
he's here with you. He invited him to come along, so you can count him as part of the crew. You can ask him to go do something right now, or you can talk with him.
we
Whatever.
can't ask him shit.
Yeah.
Well, if there's anything you wish me to translate, I'll be glad to do it. What do you want to know?
We want to know what he told the council exactly about the lizard man.
Oceanus.
So I'll reiterate that he told the council what they told you, that Saltmarsh and the sea elves have kind of identified that lizard folk are building up in the area.
But he knows about the lizard man we had on the ship.
Did he tell them about the lizardmen on the Sea Ghost?
He said that there were lizard men on the Sea Ghost, but
no one asked about
That's
it.
what I was trying to do. I know I stammered through.
He did
That's
say
really
that
what I was trying to
the ship had a contingent of the lizard folk on it. But where they went, apparently they're no longer with the ship anymore. So the council didn't ask.
They didn't ask.
They were just like whatever.
That detail went over in your big.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Because I
that's good.
explicitly left out any mention of it.
Yeah. So cool. So the council does know, but they didn't ask us.
They know. I'm sorry. They know.
The council knows that we had lizardmen on our boat.
I would say I'll go ahead and say that it felt like that he told them that he saw lizard folk, and so that means that these pirates were working with lizard folk. The place where we think that the lizard folk are, where you think they are, this ship also came from.
Yeah.
So he's like, all three of these things point to lizard folk here.
We know all of that, and we know they told them that.
So the
Mainly
council didn't really
it's
care that there were lizard folk on the boat because you've already cleared the boat off and brought it back to harbor. So that's
to
your boat
them,
now.
they
Who
think we
cares?
killed everything.
There was no
Sounds
question.
like we have very
So, but now the question is, we got this guy with us.
No, we can put him off now.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to go with you. He wants to
good.
go.
I just wanted a reason to
Because
get him.
we're going to go back and get Lizardmen, and he jumped ship when he saw him the first time.
I want to ask Oceanus, what do you want? What are your intentions? What do you
I
want
want to
told us
know.
before, he
I
was
want to
trying to figure
know
out-
why the lizard folk are building up forces. Like why they're right next to us, and they're right next to you. So we haven't set up any kind of alliance with anybody yet. And that's what my purpose was here in Saltmarsh. Was
Well,
to
they
make sure
spoke
the
of-
council knows of
Remember, he was a
this.
stoic. He was investigating this sea ghost.
So when they spoke, when the lizard folk spoke of the Sahagin, you I don't know how much you understand. I don't know what you told to the council in what language, but that one elder spoke that Sahagin can mean a lot of things. Do you know how? Like,
yes, Sahagin is the ancestral enemy of most of the aquatic lives. The Sahagin, you will find that name as enemy for many languages, including a derivation of our own.
Right.
Now, that's not to say that it's not Sahagin, because the word for Sahagin is Sahagin.
Right.
As well. Yeah.
So we're on the same page. So what do you think? Do you have any insights
It's
that
hard
help
to-
us understand?
It's hard to say.
Sahagin.
It's hard to say. Do we have Sahagin?
Have they fought Sahagin?
The sea elves?
sea elves.
Absolutely.
we've-
No. Like
Oh.
in this area. Do they know they're there?
Yeah.
We have not seen Sahagin in this area for many, many generations. No.
So and they're nearby where these lizardmen are, right? So if there was Sahagin there, you'd think that they'd know.
That is a good point.
And Oceanus will reiterate that, like, it's pretty disturbing to have lizard folk that close to Saltmarsh and to them, because they're not. First off, Saltmarsh is pretty pretty animistic to outsiders and stuff like that. But the Sahagin are not Sahagin. The lizard folk are generally not friendly to the Saltmarsh people either. And now that they've encroached on this land, it's very like, we need to figure out why. We need to know what's going
The
on.
lizardmen are, sometimes
And
they are too
Oceanus-
heavy on the balance themselves.
And Oceanus is here too because it's close enough that it's kind of in between Saltmarsh and the Sea Elf Kingdom. And so, is it us? Is it you? Is it both? How big is this group going to get? Why are they weapons? Like, what kind of forces are building here?
So
I wonder who tipped off these pirates we killed to help the Sahagin move weapons.
lizardmen.
Probably just
Lizardmen, thank you. Gosh,
I don't know what it is.
I said that word one time, and
it
it's
seems
like
like all of us are doing it, right? Yeah.
it's me. I think it's my fault.
me
I
either.
keep saying Sahara. It's me. I keep saying their name, and then I keep calling them. You keep saying lizard men, and it's lizard folk, and so it's messing me up too. It's lizard folk.
But if we need to know about lizardmen intention, we can investigate encampment with lots of lizards, or we can go talk to the lizards that we know.
Right.
I just wonder about the balance. Remember that the lizard folk don't typically trade in all this gold and silver we keep going.
Yeah,
so
where are
somebody
they
must be
getting it
making
from?
it profitable for these pirates.
And these lizardmen, if they are normally quite rustic, they don't have the methods to make weapons themselves. Why are they arming themselves with metal when when wood and fishbone would normally do for their culture?
Do you remember when I told you about how humans and human-likes make their own ecosystem on top of an ecosystem? Well, we have this sort of balance between traditionalists and what's the other? Loyalists, I think they're called.
And nobody would have directly given you that name, loyalist and traditionalist.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody has called themselves a traditionalist
Maybe
or
that's
loyalist.
just what we've kind of...
We've
non-traditionalists.
categorized
You get the
them
feeling that
Yeah.
there's the Saltmarsh folk and the royal guard folk, like that kind of thing. People,
But if the sea elves have not have
we'll take
a
our-
problem with Sahagin,
Then who are these lizardmen arming themselves to fight?
then we might be seeing a sort of eclipse of balance versus balance, maybe choosing sides. I don't know, but it's something to consider.
Oceanus pipes in too and says, I mean, he talks to you and says, that also they were working with pirates. Perhaps
The lizardmen,
the lizard folk were working with pirates because they were on the boat. They were
Yeah.
guests. They
Well,
were
as
guests
you
even when
said.
you were there.
Everyone's a sea prince.
So his suggestion is possibly, that lizard folk are banding with the sea princes.
To try to take back
and
So,
Saltmarsh.
I think it might be worth knowing who the sea princes are profiting off of, although that might be a moot point. Not big M, but
Yeah.
small
Not
M, moot point.
little M.
yes.
If everyone is a sea prince, then who's to know?
Who knows? We may be seeing the rise of a new sea prince that's trying to take down Saltmarsh and rise back up to power. We'll see when we get to them, but now we have the question of, is Oceanus going to come with us? He says he wants to, but we're going to go back and get lizardmen.
We can just talk. The lizardmen talk, Oceanus talks.
But
I
he
think
jumped ship after he saw him the first time. So let's ask him, how do we want to bring up the fact that we're going to go get lizardmen and take them to where they're supposed to be.
Well, it's just about 6 o'clock, and I've got to use the bathroom anyway really badly. So why don't we just take our little break here, and we'll let the guys talk a little off stream for a second, and we'll come right back for some more thrilling Saltmarsh not in stream.
Nope.
Break message. I got it.
Uh-huh.
All right. We'll be right back. We usually take about 5-10 minutes, and if you're around, we usually are too. So thank you.
Right.
Also thank Mr. Wonderboy Super Saiyan GT for holding down the stream.
He told us our intentions. I don't see why we can't tell him our intentions.
Then let's ask him if he is okay
Agreed.
with us dealing with these lizardmen.
No reason to hold our the contract
Right.
of.
I am okay if we need to turn against lizardmen or leave them to their fate. I am fine with that.
But having a guide and a connection to other elves.
Going up to where lizardmen camp and trying to just sneak up in the marshes where they live and know by the back of their hand and try to spy on them. Or we can just walk up with lizardmen and talk to them.
So right now we've got everybody stressed. Right now none of the factions
No
are
one's
hostile.
really hate us. It's good. Bandolier.
We'll have to figure out some way to get her to fill in the empty spot.
Yep.
Killing a lizard, if having to kill some lizard helps us understand what the situation is. That's part of finding out the balance. After all, the truth in this region is dead. Oh, shit.
I gotta close this for Bandy, right? He's on your side. He wants to come with you. But you guys are worried that he's apprehensive about the lizard folk.
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna find out what he's okay with.
Yeah.
If he does, if we say we're gonna go pick up lizard folk, and he goes, "No, I don't want any part of that," we go, well, "Then you're not coming."
Well, that's the other thing is, when do we tell him? We could wait till he's on the boat, and I mean,
So
he
we
can
ask
always
him.
swim
We ask
away.
him right now.
But we don't want to scare him into running back to the council. I mean,
I still don't know how he spoke to the council.
The person speaks Elvish.
Yeah, Fireborn speaks Elvish. He's a translator. That was me. I forgot how he spoke. I was like, I know he can speak to the council because it's in here. So I was trying to figure out who speaks Elven, and I made that guy up, and then I was like, oh, wait a second. Eleander speaks like 9 languages, so he's the interpreter.
Okay.
He did tell you that, too. I wouldn't have just blown that, but when you guys met him and were working with the orc told you that Eleander was... I'll just say the orc told you that.
Yeah, because he's the librarian.
Yeah, he's the librarian. What that guy's name? Crack, or whatever what's the fucking orc's name?
The orc's name is Crag.
Crag, not Crack, yeah. He filled you in a little bit about Eleander. It was his library and stuff.
Yeah.
Which might be a good place to take your navigation map stuff. Eleander, Crag might be able to help you look through Eleander's library for similar things or translate better.
the other thing is that when we inform him, maybe we do want to be in a position that we can throw him back into the
stockade. You want to?
God damn.
I'm not advocating it. I'm just saying that when we bring it up,
If this guy wants to walk away because we're going to transport lizardmen,
oh, I have no problem with him walking away. My problem is, what's he going to tell the council?
who cares? They hired us to do a job. We're going to do that job.
And the counselor said you could take Oceanus. Like
Yeah,
he's-
No,
he's
we're not
free
talking about
to go.
OCS. We're talking about the lizardmen. Yeah. We're gonna go back and deal with the lizardmen.
Gotcha.
We didn't tell the council that. The council doesn't know it. But if we tell Oceanus, if we ask him right now, hey, are you okay with us going back and get these lizardmen? And he says no, and we kick him out.
Is he going
Is he going to go back to the council? And who cares?
Who cares? We're doing this for 700 gold.
Yeah,
if he goes back and starts talking to the council about how we're not trustworthy,
We've done everything the council has said so far.
You guys work for the council, not
have-
Oceanus.
right.
Oceanus does
We
not work
have
for the
a-
council.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what they do.
we've not been entirely forthcoming with the council so far.
They didn't ask. But if they say, hey, we heard you're dealing with the lizardmen, you're going to transport them in your boat. We go, yeah, how else do you think we're going to get into their camp and talk to them? You think we're going to sneak through their marsh?
Well, that's why I'm saying we need to get this all.
Yeah, so let's do it now.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters if the council knows. I think it's fine that we don't tell them. I just don't think it matters. I mean, they know.
Oceanus
What's
has
our knowledge of the area? Who's the biggest player in these parts? It's
Saltmarsh is without a doubt the only thing around here that's got any kind of weight or clout. It's the only major settlement. The Mines has its own encampment and stuff like that you've gathered from your conversations with guards and stuff like that. And then there's the Sea Elf Kingdom is somewhere nearby, but it's underwater. You're not super sure, and there's rumors about that kind of stuff. Oceanus probably not going to just be like, oh yeah, it's right there.
I'm saying we should limit.
You guys are the big heavy hitters. That part though is kind of separated at the moment between loyalists and traditionalists, because this is the power seat in this area. But right now there's some political contention.
I'm just saying that
we need to be mindful of our lies of omission, our outright lies, when it comes to the council.
And I think getting on the boat and not telling him what our intentions are, and not being underway and not giving him a way off, just seems even more shady.
Like tricking him.
Yeah, tricking, like we're waiting to the last minute to trick him.
Yeah, I know I said we were
into
going to help
going
you
into
out,
that,
but
Yes,
Like what I said, they were forthcoming with their information. To be honest, it seems like none of us are from Saltmarsh. What happens to this town, I don't know, but I do care about what's going on. And it seems this Oceanus could be, maybe not, somebody who could help us understand what's going on here. They gave us information. I don't see why we can't give them
Which is
information.
why I requested his accompaniment.
Okay.
The scenario I'm concerned about is we set sail with Oceanus, and we start sailing the wrong direction.
That's why we need to tell him now.
that is a good point. The moment you get on the boat, you're going the wrong way. You will be heading the wrong way first.
And what if he decides to go to the council and say, oh, they aided and abetted lizard folk?
Is that a bad thing here?
We have the job of figuring out what the lizardmen are.
Right.
So we're not aiding or abetting anything because we haven't told them that they're enemies. They don't know they're enemies.
We're using the resources around us to accomplish what has been cast upon us.
Right.
Right. But we have not been forthcoming to the council.
Their mission to us is to find out what the lizardmen are up to. Is not part of that going, oh, we could go literally ask the lizardmen themselves.
I'm mostly playing the demon's advocate here. My concern, the scenario that I'm worried about, is we did not tell them about the lizardmen.
Okay.
We can still be truthful and aid the...
I just want to know what you think will happen if Oceanus goes back to the council.
I would like to know this too. What are you concerned of? You seem to have...
If Oceanus goes to the council and tells them they're going to go deal with lizardmen, they're going to go pick up lizardmen, and they're in league with them, what do you think the council is going to do?
The council is going to wonder why we didn't tell them about these lizardmen before.
If all they do is wonder, then...
Yeah. They can wonder all they want.
wondering... Once that idea is in their head, though, they're going to start thinking about why we didn't tell them. They're going to wonder if we are, in fact, in league with the lizardmen.
They probably...
We are
wonder.
outsiders, as you say. We do not know this place well.
And then if they want to send someone to us to clear these things up, we will tell them that we are doing the job they tasked us with.
And just hoping that they believe us.
Well, Oceanus is under the impression that you guys are taking him to the Lizard Man Fort.
Yes.
Yeah, like we're going to the lizardmen anyway.
Because that's what we told.
What's the
council.
difference if we go pick up 2 of these lizardmen beforehand?
Three.
3.
And whatever
And
the
a super
dragon.
dragon.
I don't...
I don't think.
It doesn't...
Yeah.
Maybe I am overthinking this. I admit.
They're not. The council is not going to stop us, even if they knew. In fact, I say we could go to Fireborn right now and say, "Hey, we're going to go pick up some lizardmen and figure out what they're doing." He'd be like, "Yeah, that's what we just paid you to do."
Listen, Catsman, my whole trade
This
is...
Captain and Catman, that's going to be confusing for me.
My whole trade is to discern possibilities, and I am listening to you. I just don't understand what misfortune you might be expecting to come from these possibilities, should they even happen.
I mean,
And if they are, if you can't word it yourself, what you're worried about, do you have a suggestion of something that might prevent a future misfortune?
my concern is that the council might perceive our unwillingness to be forthcoming as hostile.
Hostile.
I'm not saying that's exactly how they'll respond.
Sure.
He's not the captain.
Oh.
He's Catman.
Well, I'm not the captain yet. I actually have no interest in being the captain. Oh, cool. Thanks. Thank you, Super Sad. I'm saying appearance is important. As somebody who makes a living on appearance.
So should we not do, are you saying before appearances?
I'm saying that we need to be absolutely certain and on the same page when it comes to what we tell someone like Oceanus. And when.
My counter to that
And
is...
if we tell him anything.
Or
We can put him off the ship and go do what we're doing.
my elaboration
You
on that...
mistrust Oceanus. Okay.
You think that if the council finds out what we're doing, they may mistrust us. But instead, we're going to take this man who wants to come with us and aid us and help us, and we're going to lie to him instead. And he's going to be on the boat with us, maybe trying to watch our back and all that. And we're going to be duplicitous with him instead.
I mean,
I'd much rather tell him the truth than the council.
I'm trying to explore all options and see every possible future.
And I respect that. I've been trying to...
And I'm saying, I know I was the one who requested Oceanus to come along.
That was weird. Yeah.
But I said that in an effort to understand more about what he told the council. In fact, I don't think we should beat him at all.
I mean, you can keep asking him what he told the council.
Well, we already figured that
Oh,
out.
okay.
Yeah, I would have been fine not taking him at all, but now that he's here, why would we turn down another hand at sea?
Don't even away now if he had any sort of weighing on...
I'm worried about lies compounding lies.
We didn't lie. We admitted. They didn't tell us how we needed to do this job. We're going to decide that for ourselves. In much the same way we decided how to take this smuggling ring down. And if they had specific ways that they wanted us, if they saw the lizardmen as outright enemies, then they would have started their war already.
I will, as long as we're talking in private, I will tell you one thing, Catman. And that's if... the druid in this region is dead. They didn't come to the moon, that's why I'm here. No one knows what's going on with the balance of what's happening here. Whether that balance
Which
for
is
you...
exactly why we should
I know.
keep every potential ally an ally.
Mm-hmm.
We can bring those.
And I think we might be
can
burning...
forthright.
Okay.
But he's run away before. And the place
That's
he
why we
ran
should talk to him
immediately was the council.
That's why we should tell them now, as soon as possible,
Without...
so that we get that out of the way.
People lacking basic information
Take
about
the
the...
risk that he's not going to run for the council.
So you just want to
I don't care if he runs the council.
I do.
I don't.
What is it you're worried about him going to the council for?
Telling him that we're going to go talk with Lizardman.
Well, no. So what
You're
we
supposed
did.
to go talk with Lizardman anyway.
That's what I'm saying!
No,
My
that's
point
not
being
what-
is that we took the ship. We went and talked to Lizardman. We said, "Hey, we'll help you. We'll help you get all these weapons back to the to your encampment that the council is very concerned about." So how does that look if we tell Oceanus exactly what we did, and he goes and runs the council and says, "These guys already agreed to help the Lizardman."
It's pretty specific. You would have to give him reason to believe that you're helping the Lizardmen to attack Saltmarsh or
Right.
the sea.
We're telling him that we are going to go get Lizardmen, take them to where they're supposed to go, that this captain, the smuggler captain, did, so that we can find out what the Lizardmen are up to.
I understand.
No. Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's the.
Are you just trying to
That's the
say
thing.
that by doing this, there's a possibility of this person hinting on something to these elders of Saltmarsh that maybe we may or may not be on the side? Is that what you're trying to?
I'm saying that
He's not on the side of the lizardmen.
loyalty is clearly to the council.
You think his loyalty is clearly to the council?
Where did he go when he first left? Where did we find him?
And our loyalties are also clearly to the council, because unless the lizardmen can pay us more than 700 gold and not kill anyone, I don't think we're going to switch sides.
I don't know where this conversation is going.
No, I don't know either. If the lizardmen know how, if the lizard council knows how we're doing this plan, I don't think it even matters. And I don't know if how we present it to Oceanus, because we're going to say we're going to go get those lizardmen that were on the boat and have them take us to their camp so we can find out what they're up to.
Yeah, the lizardmen that we did not tell the council about.
Yes.
That we gave a bunch of weapons. Left to their own device.
Right.
All I can tell you is that I just want to know what's going on here, and I feel personally.
I think
I'm
just
not-
talk to
Personally,
Batman and talk to the council.
I
We
may-
had lizardmen, we gave them weapons, and we set them up right here, and we're going to go back and get them. Don't tell them that, and everything should be fine, right?
I feel forthcoming.
That's what he's saying.
I feel forthcoming that whatever that by being forthcoming to this elf,
We should
give
be
them the
forthcoming.
information.
If we're going to be forthcoming, we should be forthcoming to the council. We should tell
Why?
them.
Sorry.
Because
The
if
elves
they-
know the seas, not this council.
if they hear about what we really did on that ship from an elf rather than us,
I just don't agree with the risk you think we're putting ourselves at.
Yeah, everything that we are not working for the lizardmen.
You know, Oceanus is not working for the council.
Right.
If he says something against our persons, we can refute it.
Unless we are completely inept, or you are completely inept and elvish, there's no way that us telling them what we're about to do ends up with we're working for the lizardmen.
Not to mention, you've already completed tasks for the council. So they're going to
haven't been
believe.
honest about
Well, I'm just going to say they're going to
everything we
be.
did.
They're still going to believe you before they believe this stranger. You know, Oceanus came and he talked to Fireborn and told him what he thinks, and this is what they're seeing. And then you guys showed up and corroborated that. You're like, yeah, we definitely saw a smuggling ring. And Oceanus
took it
says like
down.
exactly where it was. And guess what? There's lizard folk there, and it looks like they were moving weapons back and forth. You know,
And that's the bait. They want us to know
everyone knows there's lizardmen. Everyone knows there's smuggling.
that they're getting armed and that they're being armed by the smugglers.
There are lots of possibilities.
We now have taken over that ship, and we're going to use those lizardmen that the smugglers were using to get information about the lizardmen, which is what we're supposed to do.
As first officer, I just felt the need to express my
Oh God, you guys
concerns.
made
If
him
I'm,
first officer.
Yeah,
It is Vidic. No, I know, but first his first officer. You guys made him Vidic.
again.
I think the risk of what you're speaking of
It's low. Yes, I get that.
are not just low, but insignificant compared to the bridge of possibility we can be making with being forthcoming with a possible ally.
And that's I understand what you think, and that could happen. But the other side is this: if he's going to come with us and have our back and protect us and do all that stuff, I'd rather not lie to him. I want him to know everything we're going to do. If we're bringing him on board, and he is going to help us on this journey, he needs all the information we have.
I agree. I'm not.
And if we wait to do that until we're out to sea, it may feel like to him that we didn't trust him and that we were hiding something.
Too much
that's
caution
the
makes
thing.
everyone burrow into their burrows.
Yeah.
This entire. We are hiding something, though.
So, I mean,
If I am outvoted, so be it.
well, that is how moots work.
Can I go find a scroll of water breathing?
You can check out the core
Oh, yeah,
messages of Izu, but you would have to put in something specific to look for that.
Sorry, that was more of a joke.
Yeah.
Ready to jump ship.
It's true, though. We should get those things. We do have to go see her anyway, because we have the spell book we want to sell off.
So you are outside you're outside the empty net right now, having this conversation. Oceanus is here if you want to talk to him. You can forget about him for now and put it table in for a second.
If we're going to be forthcoming, we should do it immediately.
Yeah.
That's what we were
So let's do
originally
it.
trying to do, yeah.
So tell him. Tell Oceanus that.
I'm just
Tell Oceanus that in order
You're
to.
bard. You're like,
didn't
well,
survive
this is
this long.
I'm just trying to write stories, guys. What the
Yeah.
fuck are y'all doing?
Tell Oceanus that we're going to go get those lizardmen that were on the boat, and we're going to get them to take us to the lizardmen encampment so that we can find out what they're going to do. And if he is okay with that, like if he still wants to be on board a boat when we go stealth in with these lizardmen, stealth in.
See
but-
how he reacts to that.
yeah.
We don't even have to. I mean, it takes time for ships to get ready. We can just follow
Yeah,
them.
we got
man.
days still.
We can stalk him and hunt him. If you feel he'd give a bad reaction.
Anyway,
Let's speak to the man first, though, huh?
He's right
get-
here.
tell him,
He's with us.
tell Oceanus that
Oh, see, how long have you been here? Oh, my
entire
friend,
time.
come in.
For a long enough time to learn broken common.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be funny as if you were just lying us the whole time. He knew Common.
Yeah.
He's all like, he disappeared.
He hears all of it. Like,
What are you
guys-
telling Oceanus?
Let's invite him to a meal, and you can formulate what I should be
God.
translating.
No, I just told you what to tell him. Like,
Be forthcoming.
yeah, just say
Yeah.
we're gonna go pick up the lizardmen.
You look like you have something on your mind.
Yeah, tell them we're gonna go pick up the lizardmen that were on that boat and finish the contract of the smugglers, so that we follow them into their encampment and we can find out what they're doing.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I'm basically just translating at that point. Yes, through like nodding and like, and that too in common with you. And
I think this is an excellent idea. In fact, perhaps bringing some lizard folk with you would be the olive branch that we need, something that we're looking for.
I think if
However-
we're a strange ship coming in, it might be helpful to have some locals.
Perhaps they know of a berth that's more safe than I could direct you towards. Sorry, I can't talk to you. However, we don't wish for the lizard folk to know of the sea elves' involvement in this yet, or our knowledge of their weapon building and hoarding. So, if you would, please excuse me. I will travel to my post to tell them exactly what you've told me here.
Before you go, what do you mean your post? You represent people.
Folks, I meant to say folks.
Folks is
Remember
the sea
that,
elves.
that people know the
Right.
sea elves have a kingdom nearby.
Yeah.
Its location
sent
is
him-
none of your business. I'm not going to tell humans where I live.
Oceanus, everything's been happening. So you were a prisoner. We've barely caught this boat into shore. I never asked you. What do you do for your people? Who are you?
I'm a scout.
Yeah, he told us this.
I did. I remember he's the one that was sent out by the merfolk to investigate this shipping line because the lizard folk were getting weapons. And so through his
stuck on board.
his staking out of the area, he saw the sea ghost. And after like the second or third time it appeared, he climbed on board and was caught.
Please tell me that was at least last session, right?
That was last session.
Okay.
So it wasn't this session. That was last session.
It's all right. And honestly,
it's when we freed him.
yeah, and it feels like we didn't talk to Oceanus a whole lot.
No.
He's been
You're
gone
a
a lot.
scout.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah.
that
He said his kingdom sent him to go find out what the lizardmen were.
He's a bit of a diplomat, and that's why he was able to kind of get into Saltmarsh and knew where to go. So he probably swam through the harbor and went straight for Eleander. Like
So-
he's like, "Hey, it's me." Just so you know,
As a scout for his folk, why was his first instinct to run the Saltmarsh
it was.
instead of home?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I listen and nod, but I do look to the captain. Yeah.
So then
Yeah.
he'll tell you that because of that stakeout, because I am investigating the buildup of weapons and forces, humans were assisting that. So I wanted to come here and talk to the council to make sure that they had no involvement in it, and to let them know that humans are aiding in this lizard folk stockade. I needed to tell them first, and this is on the way to my kingdom, Mara. Mara, Maynard,
Manon.
Manon.
I think I wrote down.
Yep. He's the tribe of Manon.
Yeah,
That's right. Manon is what I kept calling
Manon, yeah.
Manon, yeah.
It might be Manon.
Manon is a biblical name, so
Yeah.
it makes sense that would be in there. Anything else you want to ask Oceanus before he makes way. He's got a long journey.
So he's not coming with us?
He's
No, he's not. He
He
says
thinks your
that
idea
they,
is good, but he doesn't want to be. He doesn't want the lizard folk to know that the sea elves are a part of what's going on. That they
if
know
the lizard
about
folk
them.
see him, then the lizard folk will know that the sea elves know about them.
And if they're the intended target, which is possibly
Don't
the case,
forecast.
you don't want to let them know.
Push come to shove, we have 2 secret compartments on this boat.
And Oceanus will let you know that he thinks that you guys are the target. He doesn't trust these lizard folk.
Us guys.
That, you know,
The
he's
Psycho-
hoping that
that's Saltmarsh.
these guys give you a good way in, so that you can report back that they are indeed doing what the sea elves believe. He thinks that you're basically backing up the sea elves. That's what he's telling you. Like, Godspeed,
So,
see you soon, that sort of thing.
a couple things I want to ask him. Is there any way for us to contact the sea elves? Because if we find out that they're the target, how would we warn you?
Fireborn will be able to get a hold of them.
Excellent. Also, you've been a great help, and I know that you were under, you weren't treated well by that ship, and now it's my ship. So I pull out one of the silver ingots and say, if your people use this kind of thing, would you accept this?
He'll if you translate what the gift is for, then he'll decline it because they're not hurting for anything. They don't need this sort of compensation for anything. His life is enough.
The gesture is enough.
Yeah.
You can't eat it anyway.
Well, his life is enough. You've saved his life. Yeah.
So put that away. Also, I did that. Like I pulled out the ingot and showed it to him like this, not to everyone.
Yeah, he would have known what it was.
Oh yeah, but he would so that everyone else would see me pulling out silver
You're
ingots.
in the dock side of the. Yeah, you're in the dock side
I
of
get
Saltmarsh.
merged.
Yeah.
Remember what I told you before you
you're on the
don't
dock
just
side.
hand out money to the party. You keep a chest.
I keep wanting to be like, well,
Yeah. All right. So that's,
There's like at least a dozen times a game where I'm like, I want to tell you all so much.
then we'll say.
All right, so Oceanus will take his leave, and he talks to Fireborn for a bit, and they kind of leave together. You can tell that there's some sort of they know each other a little bit.
Do we know where Oceanus is heading right now?
He's going back to his kingdom.
He's going to the Sea Kingdom,
which he's not telling
You know
us.
it's nearby,
They don't
but
know.
like I can give you the understanding from somebody from the phase and stuff like that. The humans, the lizard folk, the sea elves, they're not really active enemies. It's kind of a cold stalemate.
Right.
The
As
elves,
always has
the
been.
elves and the humans, though, they have no animosity. They just don't mingle. The Saltmarsh folks tend to be they're isolationists, they're xenophobes, they're like, we don't need to work with the lizard folk.
Yeah.
And the lizard folk are like, with the sea elves, and the sea elves are like, dude, our shit's better anyway.
Yeah,
We don't really need
yeah.
to do anything. We got a place here,
true.
we got a place there.
Guns and the
And
humans.
the humans, the Saltmarsh, know this area is the Sea Elf Kingdom. Like, you
Right,
don't fish over
yeah.
there. But where is it? Who fucking knows?
Right.
And
It's
they might
underwater.
And they might have lied too. That might be where they tell us. It could be
Right.
right underneath us. We have no idea.
But I would at least
Stay out
have a
of each other.
general idea of
It
where
would
the
be
lives.
so as the crow flies is about 20 miles to the west, whereas where the forces are being built up, where the new lizard folk have built. Supposedly, that is in between the Sea Elf Empire and Saltmarsh. So you know that beyond that somewhere is the Sea Empire. So it's another couple of days or weeks or months ride.
Sure, yeah.
But ostensibly, it would be.
But if we were ever in a desperate situation,
It would
we
be
need to speak to
close.
the seals. I would at least
Well,
have
he
some
already
kind of
answered
idea.
that Fireborn can get a hold of the Sea Elves if you need them.
Yeah.
I'm also just going to laugh at the fact that we talked about what we should tell him and he's not coming along anyway.
And that is for me, I think, the best case scenario.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I'm just saying, we could have just left everything out.
yeah.
Hey, lo and behold, your plan is better than his. Like bringing the lizard folk would be that olive branch. Because what would you guys do if you just showed up to lizard folk house and you're like, hey, and they're like, oh,
yeah.
Right, yeah.
So this might work. I like this idea too as a GM. So now your focus is Oceanus is gone.
Yep.
The boat is supposedly being rebuilt right now. You've got a third of your crew, and the rest would be just looking for more crew if that's what you want to.
We're going to go to the
You can.
spell book. We're going to go sell that.
I was gonna say too. You can also you have those charts you kind of want to have looked at. You also know if you guys are forgotten or whatever that you guys still kind of have a loose contract to go take care of zombies outside of the mine if you're curious about what's going on there. But you have a boat now because it's
Yeah.
at the mine, right? All right, and what was it? Sorry,
Well, how long is
We didn't
the
have a
boat
contract.
is still? How long is the boat still needing repairs and all that?
You don't even know yet.
Yeah,
I mean,
we have to
guys,
go
this is
talk.
still the afternoon. You just got done with the council an hour or so ago. You've departed with Oceanus. Your guys have run off to do their thing. It's been, it's 3/4 of the way through the day still. At the end of the day, you'll be able to go back and find out. Or you can go right now if you want to go.
No, let's
see stuff.
go to the quartermaster of whatever the spell book.
Quartermasters of Izu.
Do
Yeah.
that one. We're going to do that, and then we'll go back to the boat.
If you guys want to do that, I can try and take Erg or Dami with me, and I can try and gin up some more crew.
They're at the
It
boat.
might be some time. Why?
Well, you could take one of them. Yeah,
want
take
to
some of
speak
the.
to?
Or I could just try and find crew.
You just
on my
want
own.
to.
I was gonna say, what's his head? Wellington's pirate name was Handsome. He might be the guy to take with you.
That's true.
We might have a 10-day ahead of us. What is it you want to do just to meet back on the boat?
Oh, you guys want to
You
split
guys
up?
are
No,
going
no.
to sell magic book.
You don't want to come sell this?
You're going to the
If
magic
we
shop
need
in
crew,
town.
we should try and
We've
get
got a
crew.
couple days.
Yeah, and we might need all of them.
Right. I'm just saying we should all stick together because there might be something there that
And you also
interests one of us.
You also don't necessarily need to take pirates with you to find crew.
Right.
This is still a sailing town. You can just hire crew. There are
But
sailors here that aren't pirates.
You
Yeah,
keep saying
but
that,
I'm not
but,
a sailor.
But yeah, none of us can tell if a guy is going.
Oh, I
knows
see what
he's
you're saying.
doing
Well, he
or not.
can.
Well, I
And,
said some,
he's not from here.
Well,
that's why we want someone that's
But
from
he's
here.
a
That,
sailor. He could ask
and you told
questions.
us. You
yeah.
told us to begin with.
I can get a boat.
I sailed with these people.
That's true. That's how
Right,
they
that's
find
how
their guys.
we want
yeah.
them to do it.
Oh, okay.
We want
So you
them
want
to
the
do
whole
it.
ship to be built that way.
Right.
Okay, I got you. That's a good tactic. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
so
just telling you
we'll
that you
take-
don't have to.
Yeah,
That's what I was saying.
We'll tomorrow. Well, for the rest of the day, let's go sell the book, do all that stuff. Go back to the boat because we're going to stay on it. That's our house now.
It is.
And we'll talk to Dami and Erg, see how the repairs are going to go. They'll know by then how long it's going to take.
Mm-hmm.
And then tomorrow we'll take one of the crew, Handsome maybe, go and get the rest of the crew. That'll be tomorrow is filling out the crew.
What time of day is it now?
It's 3/4.
3/4 of the day.
Okay. I have no objections to this. This sounds like a fine plan.
Sound good?
Hey, Captain.
Because I would hate for us to go into this.
I do have a hat.
He has the tricorn.
I love it. You're going to start getting the nickname Captain Cat if you keep wearing that.
Because I have one too.
Yeah. But I mean, he's a cat.
Maybe we can buy our kitty some new pants, huh?
Then they'll have to draw new pants. How good are you at drawing pants, Super Sad Squad?
I mean, I'm pretty sure most of his characters had pants on. Though not all the time.
All right, so you head on back to the Quartermasters of Izu, and you walk in, and it's a little smokier than it was this last time. Zendros is probably doing something, but the moment she sees you, her eyes just light up. Ah, welcome back. Welcome, welcome. A boring 10 days it's been without you, let me say. Pardon the smoke. Just trying to crystallize some souls.
Well, we don't have.
I'll take a big one this time.
I don't have quite the catch this time, but we do have something that we would like to offload. And I produced the spellbook.
Ah. Did you want me to tell you what was in it?
No, I mean, it doesn't matter.
That's right. Okay, where would I find the price on the spellbook like that? Just so I know for future, like, where do I find
I think, from my notes, you said that it was worth 500 silver pieces, or that could be a completely separate thing. I'm pretty sure, though, the spellbook you said was worth 500 silver.
Okay, then we'll just go with 500 then. Sorry. Parents
but-
are just bugging shit. Yeah.
But the spellbooks, it is entirely dependent on how many spells are in the book.
Let's say it's 5. Let's just say it's a base of 5. Do you want me to Google it real quick?
No.
Maybe no.
Again, like, if you don't have it right now, it'll take us 20 minutes to figure out.
That's fine. So if you have in your mind, 500
Because-
sounds okay.
yeah.
Because it was a Deck Wizard's book. It would have some nautical themes. The resale value would be fine. 400 sounds good. 500, sorry.
500.
She
So-
says 5.
and it's 500.
She says 400 out loud.
And that's 500 silver pieces.
That's fine.
Actually, I don't think this is a tied to it now. I'm thinking about it. It shouldn't be, but whatever you want to do. That's 5 gold. Like, that seems very low.
Yeah.
Right. No, sorry, that's 50 gold. That's 50 gold.
So then
which is not bad.
she offers you 40 for the book.
Yeah.
Because it's got some, she's seen a couple of the spells.
Yeah. We have no other way to know how much this would be, so if that's...
I would argue that that this belongs to someone who's got some wind and sails and stuff like that. That this spell book is particularly designed for sailing, which is very important right now.
It should be very resellable here.
Persuasion.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
That's a 3.
Yeah. So that's
Which
what's
is
your
this?
charisma?
My charisma is either a negative or a 0.
And she just says,
Oh, I have +2 to charisma,
that's
so
a 5.
5.
Yeah.
she says, well, this must have nothing to do with that since you're trying to sell it. And gives you the 40 gold. Take it or leave it.
Well,
Like
if
a
it's not-
sharp
if it's not
lady.
if it's not that worth it, we can keep it in.
All right, you can keep it unless she offers you 40 for it. So if you don't want it, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Is there anything else you want to do while you're here? Do you want to buy stuff, look around, shop?
Yeah. Does she have anything that?
Now, this is something I also don't know how to do. I can see that there's stuff here for prices, but it just says word. How do I pick one of these things? Like, say, I want to give you guys a rare thing.
Does it have a list there? Like,
No,
or is it just
says,
a
like,
rare
asking
items?
price? It says like rarity and then asking price. Like, this is how much this costs. That's how much that would be. But it's just like this.
Go.
Oh, okay. For
It's a generic
is that for the
shop.
magic items? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want specific items, you have to, she gives you, what is that? That it's the 1d4 weeks worth of work to try to.
Yeah, if we want a specific, but you just to see what she has on hand.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a couple ways you could do this. I could give you a list of all the magic items, and you can kind of like go through it. But there's also quick generators online.
Give me a quick generator then.
Let's see.
Or just tell me where I can find one.
We also could have just said we know the location of some lizard man and tell nothing about the fact that we
So-
want to drop them off.
If you type in magic item shop generator, you can do
Got it.
Donjon or this first one, 5e magic shop.
Okay, 5e magic shop. Oh, okay, perfect.
Where the hell?
Let's see.
Check it out.
Suggestions 10. What does that mean?
Oh,
Oh, I see.
magic shops.
Gotcha.
So yeah, mundane, common, uncommon,
Yeah,
rare.
yeah.
So you pick how
I
many
see.
you want of each
Yeah,
one,
yeah. Okay.
and
And then what do I do?
at the
Generate shop?
there.
Add potions of healing. Generate shop. Okay, here we go. Cool. So Zendros kind of walks you over to some bins and shows you that she has an adamantine breastplate, a big piece of jet, some mithril ring mail,
That's a big piece of jet.
2 potions of healing, a scroll of flames, a scroll of grease, and that's it.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, the potions of healing,
Yeah,
the scrolls
we're
aren't
gonna-
too bad. The scrolls are $20 each.
We'll buy the potions.
All right, so 2 potions of healing for the group.
What kind of capital are we working with here with all that?
Did you want the scroll of flames and scroll of grease? 20 gold each. You gotta take grease. I put it in there for you.
Yeah.
What? No. Okay.
I mean, I'd take a free one, but I don't know if we should spend money on it.
So how much are the 2 potions of healing?
The 2, it's 100 gold for the total.
2.
For 2.
So we can take that out of the minted coins that we got.
She will take the minted
Right.
coins. Yeah.
So
What are our financial situation?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I was gonna say I'm really not super sure on your finances. Right around the 900, 1200 mark somewhere.
I'll
around
have to go through it all.
And
Oh
by
my
the
god, I
way,
thought
what
that said
else?
8:30. I was like, you guys talked about Oceanus for a long time.
50.
Only for it not to matter.
Yeah.
This is cool.
Which, by the way, what's our we get to be paid?
Should I give you all of the stuff that's on this list when it comes up? Like all 15 things? Is that a normal
It's a,
shop?
nah.
that's what I
For this
thought.
kind of place, no.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But
Okay.
also, there's one thing to understand about incentivization
Yeah, for sure.
is that we have yet to get a magic item that we can actually use.
That's true. You did get a boat.
We got a boat, but I feel that that's part of the campaign. Like,
You guys
Sailing does have its own
bluffed
kind of
your
magic.
way on. I
Yeah,
love that
it
you
does have
was
its own
like.
magic.
My favorite part was when you're like, we could set the boat on fire, and I was like, there's a whole section on here on what happens if you set the boat on fire. I was like, no one's going to set the boat on fire, and your first suggestion is set it on fire.
Well, it's because there could have been 20 people in the hold.
So I mean,
They asked us to do a thing.
even the magic
Like we
items on
talked
here,
about.
I mean, the adamantine breastplate and the mithril ringmail are like 800 and 900 gold anyway. And then the other things that you might be able to use come into the $2,000 and $3,000 range
Yeah,
right now. So
I
yeah,
get
right
that.
now it's so yeah. I'm telling you kind of what she has right now. You guys are new. She hasn't had magic customers in a while,
that's fine.
but she'll
What
definitely start.
I'm just saying
I
is
just realized
that
that magic shopkeepers.
Yeah, you haven't had anything that
Right.
you've won yet.
we haven't gotten any
I've
cool
been
loot.
using I've been using all of the loot from this. I got to start adding some more in there. But you guys have just cleared something out, moved on. So I guess now you're level 3. I should start throwing stuff at you.
All right, hold on. 55.
The majority of the population would just be peasants and shopkeepers. And
Actually, let's go ahead and just sell that spell book for
All right.
40.
It's it's supposed to be rare, but it's a fantasy world. Like, the interpretations of.
Like these guys lost all that royal stuff again. Oh, sorry, what? Sorry.
Oh no! Yeah, was asking me something.
no, we have to keep up
Oh.
the appearance of being
No, I get it.
forthcoming.
It's just like 2 different times you guys have lost like all this loot because it's got the royal symbol on it. People won't buy it.
Nah, I don't care about that. It wasn't
Yeah.
like we're not that kind of thieves.
Right, it's part of the job. Whatever.
I'm glad I'm not over here because I'm like a pirate. I'm like, just pirate stuff all the time. Pirates. Let's just be pirates. Hey, let's just fucking steal everything all the time, always.
Yeah. As long as the books are good, so we can dock wherever we want to go.
So we're looking at 590 gold.
You have to go back.
You have
I
590.
don't.
Yeah, but that includes those ingots.
Gotcha.
So we have to go, unless like we're buying something really big and they'll just take the ingots directly. We would have to go trade them in a.
maybe
value.
save those on the ship for your repairs.
Right.
I mean, it would make sense to have something on the boat as like collateral for stuff. You might want to like heat them up and get those crowns off of them or something first.
I'm not looking for an
They seem
acquisition
from the
of
lizard
wealth.
Oh, the lizardmen ones don't have crowns then. No, never mind.
I care not for wealth. I'd rather make sure we have what we need to get the job done.
Indeed.
I care for it.
So each of us get 30 gold if you want to split it out now.
After
Otherwise,
all
I
that-
can. We have the 500, but it's an ingot form.
Yeah.
So if anyone needs to buy anything, you
No,
can.
that's-
I was gonna say you can sell the ingots. I mean,
Yeah.
people will buy those.
Yeah, they're
we
trade
will
value.
if we need
Like
to,
it's not even
yeah.
about selling
Yeah,
them. It's
exactly.
like these are worth this. Ting.
Yeah.
30. 30 gold each is just currency that we have that we can just pop on. And now we have 50 and this. Okay. And now we have these ingots that are like we can just keep as ship stores for now, but it's for everyone. If anyone needs anything, not that kind of rogue. Not an Issarak or a Erevar.
If we ever, at least Erevar sucked.
Yeah.
Issarak, at least, there were times where he did pony stuff up so they could buy like breastplates
Yeah.
and shields and stuff. I'd be like, I think we should see it.
Irsock
And he would-
sealed us in a tomb of skeletons.
He was scared.
He also
He had never done anything like this.
every time you
Was.
paid for a room because the paladin had no money. Every time you paid for a room or you shelled out for a breastplate, you went,
Y'all think
And everybody loved him for it.
Y'all
Because
think
I paid for everything.
Oh, Robert, you're not playing a paladin, right? Why are you caring about this copper pants? It's because Issarak made me. He pushed me to that.
pushed you to the limit.
Yeah.
This is the one too where like
That's also the thing is that was the very same
I know.
that you walked by gold sitting there. You walked by gold sitting there
this is the one too.
to go take copper pipes.
I didn't want anybody to know how much money I had hoarded, so I was making like a thieves'
You
cant.
created a code system
I had drawn a
in
circle.
your notes.
I had drawn a circle, and the circles were 50. So I had 3 circles that were concentric. So I had 150 right there, and then every knob coming off of it was 25, unless it made a cross. Then that was another 100. So I had to like write it down in my phone as the notes so that I could keep track of it. But you look over and it'd just be this weird symbol. But it was like, yeah, this is. And he asked me, he's like, how much money do you have? And I said, let me look at it real quick.
Don't
And he
feel
goes,
bad. You should have seen how much Laverna took from us.
well, he asked me, he's like, I think I know what you have, but I want to see if you have the same thing. And I was like, it's close to 700. And he goes, "That's exactly what I thought you had." So I had amassed like $100.
It was like
We were like, they were
750
arguing
for a
over
year.
like, we don't have 5 gold to rent a place for to stay tonight. So Isarok would be like, "I got it, guys. You
Yeah.
like that cape? Let me see what I can. I'll pull some strings. You go do that. I'll go talk to this person." And I'd always fail my haggles, but they weren't around. I'd come out and be like, "I saved us a bunch of money. I paid 3 gold for this," and that's how we kept our equipment up. But I was just fucking loaded and being an asshole about it.
It was beautiful. I loved it.
Terrible.
It's what led to the beautiful moment. Because, that's just toxic playing and stuff. Like, the GM gave us this resource.
Erevar was playing tough.
But like, it led to cool things.
Erevar was too much.
It was. I mean, maybe you made some, maybe I shouldn't have gone that far here and there. But it led to a beautiful moment where Erevar died, and they were like, "We have a diamond. We don't even have to buy it." But maybe fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
What they did instead was they sold all my stuff and paid for my resurrection. And
Well, that was the whole thing. Is they sold all your stuff. They took all the money you had on you. They went and bought that diamond. They were standing over your body, ready to hand it to the priest, and they went, maybe we just keep the diamond.
Kaylin kept my coat because even though she couldn't use it, and I think Dayton left 5 coppers in my pocket, like as a joke. So I came to and I was like,
It was however much you took from him when you
like the first
played
People's
dice.
game or something like that. Yeah, he put the $5 back in
yeah.
my pocket, and I was like, "That's what I get." And they made me fucking earn that shit back. They gave me like regular weapons and like no armor, and I had to like, it was shitty.
So,
right,
what's going on in the real world?
So you guys had basically just you said bye to Oceanus, and you are in the quartermasters of Izu. You sold some stuff off, made some more money. You were doing some bookkeeping. That's all you're doing now. The shop's not really selling a whole lot today. You guys are her first real like adventurers in a while, so she's excited that you're here, but you shouldn't have much for you yet.
Lastly, I don't know why this is happening, and it's really irritating me.
What are you looking for?
I'm trying to add the healing potions.
You just write it down for now.
Yeah, I think I know that they're there, but like, it's potion of healing. I hit add to my equipment, pops up with a message that it's added, and then I go to my equipment and it's not there.
Refresh.
A couple times.
I bet I needed to refresh, and now I have 3 of the damn things. Yep, there they are.
Yeah, refresh. All right.
So
You said you had one more thing to do.
Wait, what's
Hey,
baby.
Bandy, jeez.
We have one member of the family that Andy does not like. Mutiny.
Bandy.
Mutiny. It's mutinous.
Mutant.
Bandy.
Andy,
Come here.
stop.
Hey,
Hey.
come here.
Yeah.
All right. So what did you do?
I'm going to get my rapier silvered.
Silvered rapier. You can do that.
It's got a pretty standard price, and it's super expensive.
He can use metal. That was definitely better.
That was definitely what it
For Andy.
Where's the blacksmith? There it is. The dwarven anvil. Anvil is where you're going to be heading.
Yep. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
I've already got one though. Let's give it to somebody else.
For Mandy.
For Mandy.
Bandy.
Bandy.
B-A-N-D-I.
Short for bandolier. Yeah, it's going to cost 100 gold.
To do it? Mm-hmm. Do you not have enough?
No, I have it.
Oh, okay. All right. Head on down.
I'm just
It
calling
just
over
hurts.
a Bandy.
Yeah. All right.
Like, to put was it like 20 coins worth of silver onto your weapon, it cost 100.
All right, so the Dwarven Anvil's up on the second rise, so a street away from the docks and such like that. And it's the blacksmith's forge. It has a single anvil with a clear sign of Dwarven origins and a backlog of orders 10 miles long. The human smiths here make hooks, nails, harpoons, knives, fishing weights, all that kind of stuff. Everything you can think of for boats. The master smith is here. He's an elderly, dark-skinned woman named Mafera, and her son Jasker is here, her best journeyman.
All right.
There's a small shrine to Moradin, if you guys care about that, underneath the eaves.
Are they dwarves?
Who?
These two people?
No,
It's the Dwarven
it's
Forge.
Two humans, yeah. It's a human female.
And
named
a shrine to Moradin. There's the Dwarven guy.
Appropriation.
Yeah, they're just taking it.
So again, Mefera's at work at her forge.
All right.
Bang, bang, bang.
I go up and say, good day to you. I wish to commission some services.
You and everyone else around here, what is it you need?
I need my weapons silvered.
She looks at your sword and kind of rolls it over for a second, gives it a fling or two, and then calls her son over. And before her son is even in view of her, she kind of pulls her goggles back down, tosses it over her shoulder, and goes back to her anvil. Jasker grabs it.
Should I get it settled too?
If you'd like, I just worry about maybe running into an actual haunted house and us being able to contend with such things.
Yes, can you put mine down?
So Jasker takes a better look at it, kind of does the one things, and says, that's a very nice blade. 10 day, 100 gold. 120 for a 5 day. As you can see, we're very busy.
We are. We can see that. Extra 20 for both of these weapons to be silvered?
25 for both, same price for both, though, as far as the silver's concerned.
Indeed.
You're silvering our weapons?
225 to silver, 2
silvering
weapons in a
his-
5 day.
Okay.
It is a not.
I was
not
going to
yours.
say, if while you're going shopping on this, I'm actually going to go to the cemetery and try to find this knowledgeable.
Jasker's starting to tap his foot.
Yep. Yeah, we're
I'm cutting you off on purpose because I'm like, Jasker's.
Yeah, no,
I'm not being a dick.
Yeah, no, we're paying it.
Yeah. Alright, so you guys pay. He takes the weapons. He gives you a receipt real quick. It's inked on some fine paper and then dusted with some soot. So these are kind of funky because the receipts are inked, but then they're dusted with soot instead of with a powder. So they get a little blacker. He puts a big thumbprint on it, hands them to both of you, so you can come back in a 5 day for that.
All right.
You said you're heading to the grave sites to talk to Crag.
Yeah.
All right. Crag's there. He's tending the gravestones. None of his assistants are with him this afternoon. They usually are there in the mornings, weeding and things like that. So this is most likely just time for him himself. He's out there kind of sniffing things and clipping things and making it look the way he likes. Tending to the grave sites.
Boy, greenskin. No. Yeah, I'll approach Crag and
He sees you coming. Ah, brother!
it seems we survived. I thought for sure I'd be added with a markless stone here in your little field.
Oh, quickly, come sit. Tell me. And he kind of motions at a stone seat, bends down and clips a couple more, what looks like weeds and dandelions and things like that. But he pulls out his pouch and kind of breaks them up into it and shakes it up a little bit, dumps them back out, and they're now kind of mixed in with seeds and things like that. He takes a pinch and offers you some as well. So it's like
I'll try to.
it's like a garden salad he's made with some seeds and peppers and stuff.
Oh, well, thank you.
It is orc spicy constitution.
Okay. That's a 12 plus 2 for 14 constitution. I'm a hardy sort of druid.
Crag raises an eyebrow and is excited that you like that big clap on the shoulder. So please tell me of your adventure.
Well, yes, and I'll give a kind of basic rendition, and I will point out to Butt that your cat friend, Rivers Rapid. He told a good story to the council. It seems as people are talking about it. I don't know, but
Got it.
I want to know. He introduced me to you.
Yes.
How do you know Rapid Rivers? What is this? What do you know about this cat man that is tagging along us?
So he'll tell you that Rapid really came to him. He's known around town. He's the lore master and stuff like that. But an orc's not really going to get too far from the graveyards and like Eleander's house and stuff like that. Rapid's a researcher of sorts, so he came up looking for old songs and musics and things like that, and got to know Crag because he's got access to the library that Eleander's not going to give to outsiders like a cat man.
Do you know him well, or
Not more than how long did we say you were?
A month.
Like a month or so. Yeah. He doesn't know Rapid well.
okay?
It's been about a month, but he's you guys have been here a couple times. You've got a story for him. You're telling him a boat story. He loves it. He's a friendly guy.
I like that he was. When I came here, he introduced me to you because I was looking for something, and I found what I was looking for.
Yes, I remember Barrow and his mate.
I'm sorry?
He says, I remember Galliff and his mate Barrow.
Yes, and we came specifically, and it's unfortunate what happened to them, as I told you before. But that did not conclude my business here, and he seemed to be floaty boaty, moving through town himself. Though he's been staying for some time, he seemed to trust you as somebody who knows this sort of place.
Absolutely, Lore Master of the town.
I am a
Sorry,
bit
that's like everybody else. Lore Master of the town.
with the, as you know, with your friend who's so dead. So sorry about it. Yes, this is a nice spice. I play somebody who can handle a spice higher than me. I'm very curious if you know anything about the history of this region, dealing with the sea elves and the Sahagin and the lizard folk.
So are you trying to ask me about him, or are you trying to ask me about...
I opened up with him.
Okay.
Just like how...
What is the information you're trying to get at him? Is it more on Rapid, or is it more on the surrounding area?
More on the surrounding area.
Okay.
I was all like,
No,
I was just curious because you were making it sound like you didn't trust Rapid anymore, and you wanted background information on it. So that's okay. So he'll tell you what he knows about Rapid, which was he's a fellow. You know, he comes up and he gives us.
So yeah, I
as
opened
far
up with
as far as the surrounding area is concerned, yeah, he tells you pretty much what he told you guys when you were looking for Barrow, that he knows a little bit about the Hool Marshes, and that's where the Elm Light name came from. Saltmarsh has been the site of a town maybe 4 or 5 times. That's why you're going to find these older architectural things and stuff like that. As far as like Sahagin being around here, they are known enemies in this territory. But as far as like being a problem or coming up to the shores here, absolutely not. Lizard folk every so often, because they're not innately like enemies. They'll come out searching for foods and things like that. But them being this close to town, especially if it's enough to, are you going to share with him anything about the sea elf?
About the sea elf?
Let's be honest.
What does he ask me?
Well, he's just telling you what he knows about your story. So how much of this story did you tell him? He told you basic story. You want to know about the surrounding areas? So
I'll tell him that we...
It's okay, never mind. See, the surrounding areas, a lizard folk appears every now and then, but is usually run off if that does occur anywhere near town. But you're not seeing any... There's no Sahagin around here. This town's been people and humans for over and over and over again, generation. That's why you don't see any other things. That's why Rapid and me are such a weird mix here in town.
I see.
I didn't want to say that like this.
So Sahagin could mean a lot of things around here. If, in the way that you know Sahagin to be, you know what Sahagin are.
I've no contact with Sahagin. I know what they are. I've read of them. I've been told of them. Seeing them myself, never in this area.
To be honest, I'm running a fool's errand. I'm not sure exactly what I want to ask you, but...
Did you have some charts you wanted him to look at?
Yes, I know.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were being for real. I was like, oh, did you really forget? That was like when I interrogated those people in the Yakuza bar. We got me all the way up to the top floor, and they're like, all right, interrogate him. And I'm like, what was I supposed to ask him? Mark was furious.
I know I spoke a lot about Rapid Rivers, but really what intrigued me about him is that initially it seemed his introduction to you intrigued me, because you seem to know a lot about the history, the region, the lay of the land. You know, there's people coming in, they say they're...
What is it specifically then that you're looking for? Because I've given you some background of the area.
Okay, I don't know, I was just role-playing.
No, it's okay. What are you trying to ask me, though? I'm confused.
I was just trying to, like, make a connect, like, hey... I would like to be a friend of yours.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Like, you seem like you're on a level that I...
Gotcha. He's pretty friendly. It seems like you guys are already friends. Like, he's enjoying talking to you.
Sure.
He knew your friend. He knew Barrow, and that guy was also, into lore. You're into lore. You're into the land. So you guys are getting along. You just ate his spicy salad and kept it down. He's already he's on your team.
Yeah, I'm not trying to woo him. I'm trying to let you know.
You got him. So
we seem like we're driving. It's like
for sure.
It's like so. Given that we're now friends and all that, I'm really trying to understand the area around me. And we had this navigation book, and this is when I would to cut it short. I'm offering the navigation.
So
book.
he'll take a look at it. So he knows kind of what you know right off the top of his head just by looking at it, that this is a tides chart. So this shows you when it's low, when it's high, all that sort of stuff. Specifically, it is drawn for this region, and this season. Like, this is basically a late spring Saltmarsh area tide map. Having this on hand will allow you to get the ship as close as possible for loading and unloading stuff, or knowing when to make like a sea attack. You'll know exactly how high up the water is this time of year on this time of day. This is really good information for
Saltmarsh specifically.
Well, just for this whole area along Saltmarsh. Okay. So up to past, just north of the Dunwater River, which is about 20 miles past. So this goes from the Dunwater River to just a couple of miles east, probably basically down to where the mines are, and it's a pretty detailed tide chart. He doesn't use tide charts for anything, so he can't tell you if this is really accurate or not, but he can say that this one is very detailed.
Can I check it out? Because I have the other tide. I have that other catalog of tides.
If you believe your other, you can compare them together, yes, but you're going to have to take their word on them because those are both
I'm not doing it now.
But from your memory though, you can say this.
Just to get clear, what you guys are talking about. Mm-hmm. He showed him the book that he got, The Principles of Navigation by Decorum.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the tide chart that you got. Oh, The Principles of Decorum.
The Principles of Navigation by Decorum.
The Principles of Navigation. Sorry. So, gotcha. This is. I thought it was another thing that you guys found.
The tide chart.
The tide chart. That's the map.
Which is
thing.
what
I was saying. I would like to compare it to the
tide chart.
Sorry,
that we already had.
That's funny. That's why I was I'm like, God, you found something else. Well, then you can. I was like, maybe there's another book. Okay. So I'm mixing those two things up. So so this is different then. This is a celestial navigation instruction basically. It's got It's got star charts in it. So
whoa.
Yeah, I go.
What'd she do?
She sat down, but her foot kicked a box and it moved something on top. So this is the, what is it? It's the basics of navigation.
The Principles of Navigation by Decorum.
So it's got some star charts in it, some explanations of how to look for those and what to do with those. It's also explaining like what a navigation chart looks like. Like if you had your own chart, this is how you would measure the distances. This is how you would find east and west. Like this is how you would find north. This is basically an instruction booklet for beginners or, you've just been taken on as a shipwright. This book is instructions for being a sidereal, like for looking at the stars, for being navigational. You can probably find some pretty good use out of this book if you want to study it. Keep it for yourself.
All right.
Otherwise, Crag will offer to take it for a couple of gold, but it's going to be like 3 or 4 gold to use the whole book, full of charts and stuff like that. So
I'm not willing to sell. Just because my friend introduced me to you, Rapid Rivers shares some concerns about dealing with certain elements that might be fruitful for our work here. With
what sort of elements?
Do you have any contact with the CL folks? Do you know the name Oceanus? No. I only ask for Rapid Rivers.
No, not at all. No, I mean
you seem very concerned.
The sea folk come into town from time to time, but they're here to speak with the council, not with an old orc historian up on the hill.
Okay. Well, I think I've taken enough of your time.
Well, come back anytime. He kind of reaches in his pocket, whisks out a little bit of one of the little satchels, and gives you kind of another serving of that stuff to take with you.
This will be good next time I mix. Well, trade secret.
Tell Rapid it's catnip. He looks around, but no one's there to slap his back because his workers are all inside.
I laugh.
And you guys were just finishing up doing, what was it you were doing?
Silvering
weapons. Okay, so you have 5 days. So what are you doing next while your weapons
are?
Oh, please.
Home.
All right, heading home to the Wicked Goat.
No.
Oh yeah, you guys have a boat now.
Going to the boat.
All right, are you going to head back to the boat after you're done with Crag. That's where these guys are heading.
I got my antler armor. I got to talk to the only person who resembles a druid in the city. I'm good. Let's go.
All right, so you head back to the boat. Upon returning to the boat, you are definitely greeted by a happy sight. The men are up on it. They are lashing rigging. They are getting stuff ready to go. No one's taking anything off and on. As there's, they're doing repairs right now, and you guys haven't finished up a crew. They don't know how much store to start, taking on, that sort of thing. Plus, the store that's down there is partially still there. It looks like the things have been bribed away. Like when people have come on board, things have kind of whittled away. Your stores are not what they were. The stuff on deck is gone. All of it. Everything that's marked with that is pretty much, it's gone. That probably went first. But like I said, you go down to the galley stores, it's mostly there. But you're missing this and that sort of thing. The probably the nicer hammock is missing, that kind of stuff. So, but the guys are putting stuff back together, and that's kind of the price of doing business around here. If you're going to leave a boat that has no name attached to it, sitting at the dock.
I start a sea shanty and encourage the crew to sing along.
Performance. You want your advantage now? Did you write this sea shanty?
No, not this one. 26.
All right, 26. The men get into it. It's not every day you get to sing a jaunt with a fucking cat man. So, are you gonna dance out there with them? And they're doing their.
I mean, it's got to be a well-known shanty.
Oh, someone that they know. Yeah, and they're fucking pulling rigging and stuff. Yeah, people are loving it. Yeah, you got them. Perfect nighttime jig. So everything else is pretty much the way it's supposed to be. All of the rooms are the way that you left them. Everything is. Been rifled through. There's things that have gone through. Your inspection was correct. When you go downstairs to inspect, there wasn't anything in your secret holds, was there? No? The weapons got offloaded, so there's no way to really tell if anyone identified that there were holds in there or not. It doesn't look like they've moved those secret walls or anything like that, but there's no way to tell because there wasn't anything back there.
Is the hammock still up in front of
The
that
hammock
one?
is still hung up in front of it, so it doesn't look like anybody got into it, but there wouldn't be any way to tell if somebody did or didn't, so that knowledge might be out there, but who would even know or need to know that sort of stuff.
Yep.
But yeah, it's the same boat, same way you left it. It's looking better up on top. You can definitely see where there's another iron band around the mast. You can see where the ropes are on. That's what's the stress points. There's a new band. This beam is easier to fix than it is to replace, so they've put a band around it. The rigging has been reinforced or at least checked and had some pitch put on it where the topsail has banged against it. It probably wasn't any damage, but it just makes sense. Let's just go ahead and throw a Band-Aid on it anyway. And then the rigging's been relashed. Everything is tied up. It looks like it's ready to go. So the people that are on the deck are actually just getting ready to, get barrels cleaned out and ready to go. They're going to be starting to get in water pretty soon. They're making sure all their ropes are lashed and knotted the way they're supposed to be. They're coiled in an appropriate manner. There's not many of them. There's a lot to do. So they're working hard.
How many times can we repair mast before it needs to be repaired?
That's
Replaced.
It's a matter of determinants. I assure you that I will inform the captain if it seems that we are getting close. And speaking of, I'm on my way to see the captain now, just to inform them that we have enough food to go wherever we would like for our work ahead.
Oh,
Good.
Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
Good.
Yeah, just that!
Having freshly showered, emerging from a steamy bathroom, Captain. I'm gonna have to print you guys a picture of the boat too, so that you guys can have one, just so you know where you are when you're walking around and stuff like that. Because the map is pretty good, but I know it's hard to pass it back and forth and stuff like that. But it's a good boat. It does have that shape. It's just not that long.
We should get some
It's got
stairs
a thick
installed.
booty sloop.
It is. It's 90 feet, so this is a massive boat. You guys have a very nice find. The aft castle is 17 feet above the water line. This is a pretty formidable thing. You have time. You guys are. I know you're calling it a night for the evening and stuff, but you can start talking about what you want to do with the boat.
I can
You have no money anywhere near outfitting new stuff on it and stuff like that. But I mean, do you guys want to name it something else? Are you coming up with a name?
I'm glad you brought that up because I was just saying I can shape wood if the carvings are not meant to be impermanent.
That means
what is the
permanent.
name that we want to go with?
Heart of the Sea.
Heart of the Sea.
Yeah, the song's already written. We can't change it now.
Looks like you got
Okay,
voted
you
out.
said
Heart
that
of the Sea
before?
it is. All right.
Then I shall bless it with the moon of moonshine.
All right, so you'll set this evening, I guess, to shaping wood to say Heart of the Sea with a heart on it or something. you're going to want to go down in the morning and tell the dockmaster the name of this boat and register it to yourself, which is going to cost a couple bucks probably, but who knows?
They can bill the council.
Right? Ooh, it's a good try.
Because this
You
mission
can
is for him.
certainly try. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You got some big names to drop too if the
Yeah.
council doesn't work. Yeah,
I'll spend the evening getting to know the crew,
For sure, yeah.
getting the morale.
Yeah, right on. I mean, you've already got a shanty going. They're going to love you. You're the mascot. So you've kind of... I can go ahead and say that you've changed the mind. There's that idea of should we bring women and children on a boat? Do mascots help or hinder? That sort of thing. You've changed everyone's mind with your performance. They want you on the boat.
Oh, they don't have to
What's that?
He's a man.
I know, but...
But he's also a cat person.
Yeah, he's a cat person.
Yeah,
They
I'm
saw
also the first mate. So
right, they're going to have to get
I'm
on
not
that quick.
like-
Well, you know, Erg,
the mascot and the first mate should probably stay separate.
I'm sure Erg and Dami were like talking about you skittering up the mast. I'm sure they loved it. You know, everyone's going to be on top of it. Those things are fun to play with, aren't they? They're kind of hard to put down once you get the hang of it.
It's very addictive.
They're fun and they're strong too. They really do love the miniatures while you're painting them.
Also,
Captain.
getting a list of people. And
So you're going to have a 10-day, basically, starting tomorrow before the ship is ready to go. Because it's, the repairs are happening. They're working hard, but, you don't want to go back out to sea. This thing's been in other hands. There's things to do. You've got to register this with the dockmaster. You've got to go downstairs and check because, anytime you catch anything, repairs are repairs. I mean, this is a vehicle, so the guys are going to have to hang off the side and bang on it, stuff like that. So... This is your stuff. You're in Saltmarsh for a while.
So, if we...
Oh, no, please.
What I was going to ask was, you can set about looking for crew yourself. You can set the crew about looking for crew. I'll let you do that because you did want them to kind of try to crew it that way.
Right. And where are we at with crew?
You have 5.
We have the 5 we have right now.
Then if you want to count yourself as crew, you have 8 of the 15 that you want for the crew.
So we still need crew.
We still need crew.
we had 9 because we had Erg and Dami, then 5 more, and
3 more.
So 3 more. Erg and Dami are
3
part of the
more.
5. They brought 3 people along, or 2 people along that they knew, and then they brought somebody that they knew. So
Was it 2 people and
or
then
1
3
person that they knew. They knew.
How many people
It's 5 altogether.
with Dami and Erg?
Yes.
Or is Dami and Erg plus 5?
Is it 5? What did I say? I thought I was
How many names you got?
Wellington. I have 4 names, and there was a 5th guy, so it should be there's 5 guys. Yeah. Erg, Dami, Wellington, Rocky, and
So
a guy that we
Erg
didn't
is-
name.
Erg
5,
and
yes.
Dami.
Erg and Dami are part of the 5. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's 5 guys.
You have a third of your.
So, I would like, during this 10-day, to take one of those guys, send them with both of you, probably.
I have sailing background. I can
Sailing
at least do
background.
some good inside checks.
So he knows the people, like, the guy we're taking with us knows the people here.
So did
He
you
can
want to
say,
take Erg or Dami? Because Erg is the guy he's the bosun.
No, I don't
he's
want
the
him-
repair guy.
I don't want
Yeah,
either
okay.
of those.
All right, so Handsome is the
Handsome,
one you wanted.
yeah.
Okay, you're going to take Handsome along with you.
So Handsome, because he knows the
And
locals,
that's
he
not a
knows
nickname
who's
either.
Sailor.
Yeah, that's not a nickname.
Nice. So take
Is he
Handsome.
handsome?
Yeah. This guy looks like your French idea of a pirate with like the puffed chest and like the big strong chin and
Right,
like
yeah, you want to touch this, but you can't.
an eye patch, but he can see with both eyes. It's just for show,
That's for going up and below.
Well, I
and
know what
above
it's
deck.
for real, but yeah, we're not at war right now. He's on the dock, he's just showing off.
So
It's like that Seinfeld when Kramer's just doing the iPad for fashion.
basically, because Handsome knows the locals and who's a sailor.
That's true. Handsome would know the locals, yeah.
He knows sailors, so he can also vet whoever Handsome tries to points out.
That's a good point,
And
yeah.
he has the persuasion to talk to this person and get him to join the crew.
Yeah.
Good point. All right, so what are you going to be doing? You just going to go with him?
I don't think I need to.
Do you want to go find specialized crew? Do you want to try to find a surgeon,
the surgeon,
or like a
the
cook,
carpenter, and the
carpenter, stuff like that? You can try to do that if you
Yeah,
wanted to.
I'll look for those.
Right, yeah. Is there like a list we should keep of like
You have right now. You have a first mate, a captain, a quartermaster, and a bosun.
first mate, captain, quartermaster?
So what you have right now is you have navigation, you have crew morale, piloting, and repair. What you're looking for now is a cook, if you want that, a surgeon, if you want that, and what was the other one I said?
A carpenter.
Carpenter, if you want to like really get crazy, because the carpenter can do
Can
more.
fix the ship.
Not just fix the ship, but like, if you guys can find another place, you guys can make a new mast and like you can make new parts of the ship and stuff like that.
Can we get a carpenter? Oh, that was just still talking.
No,
He's looking for the scout.
I'm going to look for those three.
He's going to go out and look
Cook,
for specials.
carpenter, and surgeon.
Yeah. If that's something that you want. So that'll be 3 more guys. So it means if you want to count your party's crew, you have 8, you're getting 3, that's 11. And then you would only need 4 more guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
These.
if you're looking for adventure, today is your day. Come around and listen to what I have to say.
Is this the SpongeBob opening?
I have no idea. I've never watched one.
I knew that.
Hey, 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 hey.
All right, I gotta pee and then we'll get started.
How many guys did I get?
Well, let's roll for it. That's fine.
Roll
Where
for-
are we going? Who are you asking?
well, Hanson is there for that.
We got 2 guys.
Roll 2.
Oh, can I get a can of water?
Yeah. Sorry, Benny. Get out of here.
Move, Bandy. Get out the way.
Move,
Oh,
Open on one end. I thought that was a closed box. Sorry.
it's not a closed box. We opened it earlier to give Mitch a can.
I'm fine.
Sorry, banana?
No.
Uh-huh.
All right, you guys.
It's not
Just one by a foot.
Oh,
I hit my elbow, okay? That one right there. A little special place for that.
yeah. He has
This
a
is why
massive metal die.
Yeah. It's,
Oh, yeah. It does sound... Yeah, you know that die is being rolled.
That's why I need to do in the kitty instead of on the table.
I did do it in the
I know, like even then. But if you threw it on the table, it would have been twice as loud.
look.
Massive metal die.
I think I'm hydrated.
Did you drink it?
What? No. I was just saying earlier, I'm like, I'm paying the racehorse and then get some more water. Keep that away. All right. So you got. Where are you guys going to look for more?
Where does Handsome
Handsome.
wanna
Oh, that's
go
right.
to-
Handsome is going to take it. That thing looks like a weapon.
the D20.
Sounds like a 2. Roll it out.
Yeah, if you threw that out of the sling, you'd kill it.
Yeah, this will be a mighty fine sling bullet.
So, Handsome will suggest that you go back to the empty net because he does know people there. However, the empty net is where like you're going to find mostly these smugglers and ex-pirates and stuff like that. But he says he's
Good to
not.
know those people.
Yeah, it's good to know those people, but he says he's not opposed to looking at the snapping line or just about at the docks. So it's kind of up to you guys. He works for you.
I mean, I pretty much figured that whatever time that we have until the boat's repaired will be spent going everywhere.
Okay. I'm just saying, where do you want to kind of try to focus on? Do you want to focus on ex-pirates and smugglers? Do you want to focus on sailors?
Wherever
that were like ex-military?
suggests.
Handsome suggests the net. He says go smuggler and pirate, but it's up to you ultimately what you want to do.
I mean, we want a good mix of experienced sailors, maybe some people who could function more like Marines.
Okay.
Listen, if we're going to sail to listen, folk, warriors might be a preferential treatment. Huh?
So it might be the reason to look at the snapping line too, or go to the docks. The docks will have like stronger guys that'll help with the tiller and like loading and stuff, but
Yes, of course. And we don't want to. We're not looking for people who will just stand around and be Marines. We are not military. Listen.
Vessel?
so
Yeah.
are you
No, it's straight
you're
to
focusing on the smugglers? Are you looking at all for regular sailors too?
I mean, regular. We want people who can tie knots, know how vessels move.
Everybody's
That's
a
more
sailor.
important
What do you
than-
want their previous profession? Everybody's a sailor here.
Okay.
Do you want a fisherman? Do you want an naval guy who's worked on a boat?
We don't know what these things mean.
I know,
Can
but Handsome does. Handsome's asking you this. So
Ah.
what do you want? Are you looking for just like peasants, someone to just be on the boat, keep bodies? Probably not, right? Do you want people that have been on old merchant vessels, they've been on boats their whole lives, that sort of stuff? Or are you looking for people that are smugglers, people that can get in and out, that sort of thing? Or do you want a mix of both? And which one do you want to? Okay, so which one do you want to focus on, smugglers, or do you want 50-50? Smugglers, sailors. That's what I say when I say sailors. I'm not saying Marines. I'm saying people that are trained in boat works and stuff that aren't necessarily bandits or evil guys. They're just...
A rapid would also not know that much. That would be more deferred to.
I mean, I'm kind of like translating, even though this is.
I can make a suggestion. You have 5 ex-pirates on the boat right now.
Mm-hmm.
We want somebody that can hold their own.
What does that mean to me? Why is that significant?
It's up to you. Like, well, think about what you're going to be asking them to do when you're on the sea. If you've got like regular merchant sailors that are going to be like, hey, we're going to try to take this boat, they're going to be like, why? It's flying the correct sails, or we don't have any reason to do this. Like, why are you sending us to
right? Yeah.
Meanwhile, if you've got smugglers and stuff, probably if you pay them, they're going to do whatever the fuck you want.
Here's what I really want to ask: is because in my experience of sailing, is this kind of crew that because we have these 5 ex-pirates. What do I know enough about sailing to know? Like, if you just bring in like regular fish people,
you wouldn't know that much about like human stuff. Mm-hmm. But these guys have kind of explained. They're like, I know this guy. I'm going to go out onto the water and be on my own. I will take this guy with me. And that's where these other 3 guys have come from. They all know. One of them is linked to another one. They know each other. They trust each other in that way. Okay. I've sailed with him. I trust him. I suggest him.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, I'm just going to be looking out for any red flags while
no one. Oh, okay. I gotcha.
You know what I mean?
You don't see any red flags yet, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll just give you some.
I'm the one being all like, hey,
my question was just: do you want to focus on sailors? Do you want to focus on smugglers? Do you want 50-50? It's the same question.
But when we say we want 50-50, which we've said twice,
that's fine.
You say which one do you want to focus on again.
Do you want it to be? Do you want the entire crew to be 50-50 smuggler sailor, or do you want it to be? You have 5 there. You want the rest to be sailors. You want 10 smugglers and 5 sailors, like something like that. What's the heaviness that you want? Because the smugglers might be more down to like scuttle the ship and do weird things like get off the boat with you and like raid.
Again, like no sailor experience for rapid rivers, but I think it's more important that we get people that know their way around the ship. Mm-hmm. And
you're not going to be bringing these guys with you. Sailors is what you want.
But if the sailor, if I have to choose between 2 sailors and one has more combat experience, we'll take that.
Oh, so you want to just focus on combat experience?
No, I want to focus on making sure they know their way around the ship. And like I said, if you have 2 sailors that are equally experienced on sailing.
Okay.
The one that has more.
I think I've given too many choices.
No. Just I understand when you said you want 50, you want more of this, you want more of that.
You want it 50.
I'm just saying that we don't understand.
I get you.
We might like. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean to us?
Hanson wants to know what you're going to do with your sailors. Are they going to stay on the boat and just be your sailors, or do you want them to come out on shore with you sometimes and fight alongside you?
I mean, I think we should. Just in the spirit of D&D, I would think we should just leave more sailors. I don't know if we need an army.
We want someone that can repel, but we're not going to take these people on shore and attack them.
Yeah, you guys are going to be moving in small bands anyway, especially for most of the stuff that's in here. But when you get out to sea, you want your sailors see what that's okay.
But also good in a fight if we get attacked.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, so I got it. Let's look.
And that doesn't mean that we'll find everybody that's good in a fight. If we can't find somebody that's good in a fight, we'll take
the sailor.
We'd rather have a sailor than a fighter. So if some guy's a big badass but doesn't know his way around a rope.
So in the 10-day, you are able to get 5 more guys to join. So now you have 10 plus you 13 out of the 15 that you wanted for your total.
Is that enough?
So you have enough.
Can I find in the 10-day?
Oh, you're looking for carpenters. That's right. I forgot about that.
And that's fine. We can find the 5.
Okay, so that's fine. That's good to go there. And it's a pretty good mix. It's some sailors, it's some smugglers, and these guys know some of them, and they all seem to know each other. So you're able to find those 5 guys that are linked somehow. Everyone knows somebody on the boat. Everyone is okay with each other.
Good.
It's you meet your crew, and you can go over that later if you want to try to see if the crew's all right and stuff like that. Searching for surgeons and stuff.
Surgeon,
like
cook, and carpenter.
If you gamble with them, don't cheat.
Of course. Well, I might cheat, but it'll be in their favor. never put yourself into a position to take money from your crew.
You do find, kind of at the end of your day, after searching around for a bit, a person is thrown from the net, lands in the water, splashing up, and says, "Hey, need a cook?"
Is it a half-orc?
No.
Barbarian?
No.
Soft hair, gold blue.
Please tell me it's a turtle.
No, it's just a human sailor, but he asked if you need a cook.
Yes, we did.
All right, so you find a cook. That was all you found.
No carpenter, no surgeon.
Nobody seemed to be available
I'm
at the
gonna
time.
go-
I mean, just in this 10-day, I mean, we could roll for another 10 days.
The main thing-
I call a ship's move to challenge this cook to the death.
Just looking around, but I specifically want on when market day comes to go there and try to find, ask around.
Oh, okay,
if-
cool. Yeah.
At market day, hey, is there a carpenter looking for work? If
You want to go to the net on carpenter, or you want to go to the net on... Because you could probably go to the market. Yeah, so you probably go to the market and
ask
trades
around.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Perfect, cool. All right, so as of now, you have 16 men. You have your 10 sailors, the 3 of you. Why is that 16?
And a cook.
A cook, a carpenter, and a surgeon.
We
We
don't
have
have the
15, we just
carpenter.
got a cook. That's why I
Yeah.
16.
Oh, you found
So it'd be
another.
14.
You had 5. You found 5. So you had 10, 13, 14 people. Sorry, you have 14 people. So you can hold up to your ship can hold up to 20, but everybody would be hot bunking. Be
Yeah.
two whole ships.
Okay, we're not scouts anymore, though. This is
You are not skeleton anymore. No, not at all. You are a little short-handed. It'll just be bad when it's like your hand-to-hand combat. Like if people are trying to board you, you're short-handed.
push comes to shove, I can do emergency surgery.
As far as like manning the boat, though, you are going to be able to make this ship go and do what it's supposed to
That's
do.
the main thing. I don't want too many people on here ladening it down, especially since we aren't a ship that's making commerce. We are adventurers with a boat. So, also, we're each worth 5 men.
I would prefer to have a carpenter, but if we have people that know the sea, they can be guided to the...
We'll find it on the way when we come back.
This seems suitable to me.
And in that 10-day, we get our swords back.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, that's right. In that 10 day, we'd have your swords back. Yeah. So go ahead and silver those if you haven't already.
I have.
Did you need to do anything else?
To silver those, do I need to...
No.
Or you just keep track of
We're not silvering your blade pin.
that's... Yeah. I was
And
gonna say,
it's already magical.
that's why I was like, please, don't bother.
Yeah,
All right.
it works on its own.
I'm sorry, DM, what did you ask her?
Do you want to do anything else?
Do I? No, that is just about. Yeah, I knew. I was like, oh gosh, I really wanted to make that annoying segue to the Gravekeeper, and I did, and that's really all I wanted to do here.
Lore Master, Gravekeeper, he doesn't like.
Lore Master, thank you. I appreciate
He actually
that.
goes by both titles. He calls himself the Grave Master and Lord Keeper. It's written both of them.
But he just corrected him
Oh.
as in. He wasn't getting it
doesn't matter
wrong.
what it is.
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't getting it wrong. He was purposely correcting.
Please understand how confusing it is to me to see a community with no druid. It's
bad, right?
It's.
But they do have a druid.
I'm a dime a dozen where I'm from.
They do have a druid, though.
Wait, you are?
That's what the whole reason I'm here
We need
for.
to pay him less.
Yeah, a dime.
We don't really pay him at all, though, because he doesn't want material wealth. So
Perfect.
I see. Maybe coin doesn't mean so much to me as it might mean to you, but I still understand
It's a
the
trade.
nature of sharing of resources.
and we are sharing. I make a jest, but I am fair in my sharing.
Seems so to me as well, from my perceptions.
Wait, you gotta roll that first.
I have a passive
Yeah.
perception and insights of crazy numbers.
He does have a pretty good one.
Yeah,
But no, I think we are ready.
yeah. I think we're
that's all we
good.
need.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
And a nice shanty as we leave.
Sure thing. Performance.
First of all,
That thing's rolled a couple natural ones today. Double one.
Double one.
Seriously, double one?
No,
11.
Holy shit. Yeah.
the only thing worse than one.
you will put a curse upon our ship. The ghost. I'm sorry. Heart.
Plus
So
part of the seat.
What was,
Part of the
what was it?
17,
17.
I think.
Okay, 17. Everyone knows this one.
Performance?
Yeah.
19.
19.
Yeah,
Oh,
plus
like you,
eight.
you have expertise.
Everyone knows this one. Half the
19.
guys haven't been on a boat in a couple of weeks, so it's nice to have work and be back on board. And you guys have, you've been promising a lot of pay,
Yeah.
so everyone's been having a great time. The boat is underway, it looks repaired, it's ready to go. So you pull out of port and start heading back towards the haunted house. Correct?
Yep.
Which I hope is a whole lot easier
All right.
leaving this bay with
Absolutely.
a full crew.
So, are you guys taking your own rooms, or are we all still sleeping in the cabin together?
I'm taking that.
I think this is over a 10-day. I think we would have discussed.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah. I'll
asking.
give you the-
I'm not asking.
Yeah, let me give you the.
what we're
worried
doing.
about.
I'm asking what we've been doing.
As long as I have a view of the waters.
So you would
That's only the captain's quarters.
Yeah, I was gonna say you would
Looks
have
like
to
we're bunking up.
hang on real quick.
But they had the navigator, had their own one, and the wizard had their own.
And
but
they
I
have
don't-
their view of the sea.
yeah, right. They probably had portals, maybe. Probably not though. But I don't care if everyone stays in the stateroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do have
I'm
portals.
not weird about
So
it.
you
If it's
just
if it is the same
So
as
you
this.
have the first
They do have
mate's
portals.
captain and the bosun's
Oh.
cabin, which
Also,
are
we could have them install portals.
the first mate and bosun's cabins are on the second deck. Like you walk in down those stairs, that's the bosun and first mate's cabins on the aft castle on the bottom level. Then the top level is the top left was the captain's cabin, and the top right was the deck wizards. So there are 4 staterooms here. 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom, that you can definitely take. These guys will not argue with you. You are paying them.
Can I see the? I just want to know.
Yeah.
The,
So here's your boat. So here's the upper deck. This is just the castles, right?
Is this the captain's?
And then up here, this is the captain, and then that's the other one.
So the
Both of them have windows, though.
that one has a window. It's the first mate's room, but it has a window.
Oh, God.
And then down here, you can see the reason that
Actually, you probably kick
the
my
bosun
ass.
and quartermasters don't have it is because
It's
this
the
is where
secret
the
thing.
secret thing. So
Yeah.
you can modify if you want to get rid of those and put windows in. I'll let you do that next time you're on
That's
board.
a bit low to put a window.
I don't just to change glass. I just like to be able to see the
I totally
colors.
understand. Yep,
And it's bigger than you'd think, too. I mean, this is one of your figurines right here. It would be right on that little square. It's one of those 6-foot pieces. So you have a 90-foot
5
ship.
foot, 5 foot.
5 foot, sorry. So it's a 90.
Speakers of the seas and stars came along before we figured out how to make boats. I'll go wherever.
I don't care if people. All I'm saying is I'm not stingy about. It's captain's room and stay out and all this shit. With the 3 of us. If you all want to sleep together in the same room, it's fine. If you want your own rooms,
Oh, so we have we're on a separate circle than the others then.
yes, they have the bunks.
They were not asked by the elders. Okay. This makes sense to me.
All right. We're heading to the haunted house.
Headed to the haunted house. All right, so
Well, they're not staying there, remember?
Right, they're staying
But you head
beyond
back
it,
that
but that's
direction.
where we have to head.
That leaves. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That does leave us with a 4th room. Is there an NPC that we want to like?
It leaves us with 2 rooms because
Right.
he's got the first mate room,
Yeah.
and I have the captain's, and you're staying in one with a window, which is either mine or his. So we have the 2 rooms downstairs, and one of them is for the bosun, which is Erg. So Erg is in the bosun's one.
he doesn't have to take that cap.
That's fine. We offered to.
There are,
He's
I was
the
gonna say, there are
bosun.
also there's 3 of you, so
Yeah.
the 4th one would make sense to give it to him, and that would give you a good command of the crew because he knows a bunch of them and stuff.
Right.
He's a sailor, yeah.
So that's his if he wants. If you're not staying in a room without a window, then that leaves us one more.
I mean, you're the druid.
fine.
You can sleep on the deck if you want.
Yeah. Honestly,
underneath the stars,
That
yeah.
probably.
It's probably the way it goes
I'm
most
probably
of the time.
that guy. Yeah.
But regardless, we do have an extra stateroom. Let's just hold it now for any passengers.
Sounds good.
Maybe we'll dole it out to star performers. We could say you could have your own private room for a night.
Right.
Good
Yeah.
to have VIP room.
Right. So
So the ship moves much differently when it's fully crewed and it's pulled out of dock pretty quickly. Your ruse works. The dockmaster forwards your 10-day right away. Erg doesn't have any kind of overhead on his receipt or anything like that. It looks like everything was paid for by the council, whether they know that or not.
excellent.
But you get yourself out and you pilot your way back towards the haunted house. Today it takes you 3 fucking hours to make it
Yes.
there.
Not an entire night.
Yep, you get there in 3 hours and kind of start slowly making your way past the haunted house. And it's now that you realize that how are you going to know?
Yeah, we're not going to know. We're just going to set anchor out here
Alright.
and wait. If they we told them we'd be back. If they see our boat, they can bring their boat out.
Good swimmers, the lizard folk of anything.
Do you want to?
They have our boat. They have that little
Yeah, I
boat.
know.
Do you want to look for the boat? Is that what
We
you're looking
can,
for? Alright.
but
Imagine they're probably hiding.
right. We can look for it, but otherwise, we're going to wait here a day.
Mm-hmm.
And if they come to us, then that completes it. If they don't, then we're kind of screwed.
So you have your tide chart, so you'll know what time you can get closest up to the
Right.
shores, and you guys can make a land party at about midday if you want. If you guys want to get off the boat and look on the shore around that time, that would probably be the best time. Or you can just kind of scour back and forth and wait for lizard people to look for
Still
you.
better to find them than try and get into that encampment.
Yes, true. So
And plus, if they left, we should know.
So when we get there and we wait for midday,
Okay.
nothing comes out to us?
You wait for
I'm
midday,
assuming?
nothing happens.
So yeah, let's go do a land party.
All right, so you're at midday. You make your way up to the boat, or sorry, you make your way up to the shore as close as you can get the boat. Now being much closer, and hop your ways in without losing any time. Investigations, I guess, all around.
$16.
5.
12.
12. All right. So between the two of you, you kind of mark out a couple places where this would be a nice place to swing my boat up. Like, it's still higher. It's, there's more sand, bar, that sort of thing. You realize there's nothing around here. Like this, the boat's not here. So you decide maybe I should look just beyond that, and do find a little bit of evidence that they've gone into the hillside a
Right.
little bit,
If
yeah.
they... So
Survive.
we sent them with all these weapons. Mm-hmm. Could they carry all the weapons themselves?
I mean, you guys were able to move them in teams of 2. I mean, they're not going to just pick
Right,
them up
right.
as one big thing and run away with them. No, but
No. What I'm asking is, if they decided that they were done waiting for us, could they theoretically carry all
the
those?
they would need something like you could probably whip up a litter and just drag it or something like that, or pull it, like that. They're smart enough to figure that
Oh,
out.
they
Yeah.
swear for it.
Between the 3 of them and their pseudo dragon, they're going to get that stuff
Yeah.
where they need to get it. Yeah.
Let's take a look around.
All right. So 5. You had a what?
12.
So they found evidence that these guys have wandered into the forest at least a little bit.
And we still haven't found the boat.
No, the boat you don't see out here anymore. So you're gonna have to. Do you want to go in and look for them, or do you want to go back to the boat?
I would like to see if they're okay and what happens with the shipment as it might.
We need them. We need them to get into the lizardmen and catman anyway. So let's keep looking.
So you keep looking, and they're lizardmen. They're used to staying in the water and on the edges and stuff like that. And they did make their best attempt to hide in here, but with your 16 and 12 combined, you find the boat marked pretty quick, and you are able to find the lizard folk. They're here. They're hiding. They're just camping. Here they are. The boat pulled up.
Greetings. We have returned, as we said we would.
They seem pretty excited to see you. They're looking back and forth at each other. they want to show you the contract again.
Yeah,
They still,
I bought mine.
Yeah, right, so they start. Looks like they start grabbing stuff. Like they kind of get it. Like this, they look shocked. Like it fucking worked. Like we're gonna get our weapons. Yeah. So yeah, they'll follow you if you guys are gonna make your way.
We just go back and we're gonna tie up the little boat again,
Okay.
and we're gonna put them right back into the same cabin they were.
Are you gonna put them in a cabin? This is yours.
The same one.
Yeah,
The same place they were.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll accept
The
that.
front area.
Yeah,
They've already pissed all over it.
Yeah, they've already marked it.
Watch what you're saying. Katal speaks common, or Vitalis.
What else?
Vitalis speaks common.
I don't see it as an insult. I've pissed in my room. I don't know.
All right.
Little part up on the deck.
Off the
You
boat.
just piss off.
Well, after the first time, of course, yes.
That's why they call it poop deck.
So this trip is going to take about a day and a half because you guys are fully crewed. Like I said, And with the lizard folk on there shoved into that one room, it's not even overfilled down below, so morale is going to be good. People are singing their songs. This is the best time of year to be on a boat. And you guys make your way.
To ask them.
Yes.
What's that?
We'd like to talk.
Yeah, during the journey, I'm going to try to communicate with the lizardmen
Absolutely. And
several
you're going
times to try to build a rapport.
Yeah, for sure. And Vitalis is going to be on the deck most of the time anyway. He's not pacing anymore because he seems to recognize you. And you've done good.
Yeah.
You know,
We came back for him.
Yeah, he seems to. He's acting like this is. You guys are going to do what he's supposed to do, and he's being friendlier about it. His growls are less yelly.
So, in the conversations with them, like, you know, like, how's your stay? You know, are you getting enough fish when you catch? We have stores if you want food. You know, just make general niceties and offers. I'm gonna like slip in a like. Oh, so like, how has the fight against the Sahagin been going? You know.
You know, he's going to have trouble understanding most of what you're saying, just because it's very, very broken. But he's going to turn down most of the stuff you offer him. It looks like they kind of don't want. They've already paid you.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
He thinks I'm trying to sell him something else.
Yeah, it does. It's confusing him a little bit, that sort of thing. As far as like how's the fight going, he'll kind of keep telling you that there's always a fight is kind of the answer. Like this is they're getting ready.
And your tribe is strong.
They're strong. They're getting ready. Yeah, they need help here. That kind of thing. Like, so I'll investigation.
No,
It doesn't matter.
There's a
natural.
Yeah.
So go ahead and use that.
All right.
Six.
Yeah. This is.
Yeah, I don't like. You keep asking for investigation, which is
Is that not your thing? What is it? Perception?
investigation is an intelligence skill.
What is
and
your
it's, like,
skill?
Very
then?
rare.
What is your like?
Investigation is picking apart something you've already found. You're interacting with something.
So what is
you
your
try persuasion if you're trying
persuasion?
to give something up.
Right. Persuasion would be what I
Do
want
persuasion
to do.
then. Get this back into persuasion. If
Persuasion or-
please. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Please
yeah.
coach me a little bit. If I'm telling you to roll the wrong thing, don't do that. Don't just keep rolling the wrong thing because I'm letting you.
I mean, I just thought like you were trying to be. I'm not going to be like Wiley and just use perception for everything.
No. Perception is fine. Yeah, no. I like the perception skill. We've been doing it like that forever. So please.
No, I mean, I would say like if you're trying to get information from them, you can do something
And trying
like
to be
persuasion.
Yeah, persuasion would work
insight.
because I think you're trying to do two things here. You're trying to get information and be his friend at the same time. Persuasion's perfect, and you've got skill in that, right?
do.
Okay, then do your persuasion. Sorry about that.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
So 20. You know,
The idea you're getting
Not
from,
matter.
the idea you're getting from him is that there probably were some lizard folk there eking out a living that probably identified the enemy threat, whatever that was, first. He's still using the Sahagin word, but he's not pantomiming and the weirdness.
they're not
He's
doing all
not
that.
really sure what he's talking about. You can get like some of your hand gestures and stuff like that seem to kind of spark him for a second, like almost like you're adding something to a head or a face, and he seems to kind of look like, but there's no way to know what's going on and stuff like that. So
Ask them about Saltmarsh and their opinion of it.
so what he's telling you though is that they're building up that space because they kind of claimed it.
Yeah.
You know, that marsh. So probably it's not that they want to send all their soldiers there. It's just that they have people there, and there's something going on there that they got to protect it. So they're building up forces for protection, is what it
Or at
sounds
the
like.
drop-off point for the wet.
around
No,
the-
actually, where
that-
they're going. Like, why
the
are you
deeper
guys going
end.
to guess? Yeah. So it doesn't sound like they're taking the fight. It sounds like they're getting ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it seems like. Does it seem like they're defending against something, or does it seem like they're getting ready to go somewhere?
No, it's what I'm saying. It sounds like they're amassing themselves for protection. You rolled a pretty good roll there. Yeah, that natural
That's
20 is
good.
like, that's a
Like-
big piece of information that I'll give you there.
So it means that they're not staging to go to war,
Right.
to move somewhere and take something.
They're sharpening their teeth.
They're building up in an area that they feel is threatened.
That's what he told you.
That's what he told me. That's what I get from that. So I'm like, that's good to know that they probably aren't going to invade Saltmarsh, we hope.
Or the elves.
Or the elves. That's another true one.
Was I there in that conversation?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's
this
over
is
the
something
course of the
we're piecing
time.
together. Yeah.
Yeah, and I
we're
might
on the
come and
boat
talk
for-
to you, and you can tell me things to ask them again.
Yeah, the boat ride is
Yeah.
3 days, and so he just prefaced it with, "Hey, can I talk about this stuff?" Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
We're not
The
turning.
next
No,
Oh,
sorry,
good.
please.
I was going to go to another point.
Oh, okay.
If you
I
want to
just
stay,
want to say
ask
because,
questions.
your captain, it comes back to like when you talk to like the dockmaster and stuff like that. Oh, you're not sailors. I'm kind of want to just do an insight when you're talking to these lizard folks and getting this information.
You want an insight on the lizard folk?
Yeah, which might be hard. Like, I might be at a
they have-
disadvantage.
Jake, probably, yeah.
I don't know how would I determine if you have disadvantage on that.
Just
Thing
because
is,
I don't speak,
You don't speak their
we
language.
don't have
They
a common
different
language. They don't
body
have human
mannerisms
faces.
are different.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, insight on disadvantage. Yeah.
the only thing that could probably counteract that,
What is it you're trying to figure out by looking at them?
If they're being
truthfulness,
I mean, I guess general truthfulness.
and is what I am saying, what I think they're saying, is that what they are saying?
Because
are you
that's
guys
been the
are you
role
reaching
I've been
each other?
playing. 'Cause
Right.
I've been kind of
Are we
translator.
Is he being
in a bit.
truthful, and are you guys making sense to each other?
Because
Okay.
what I'm hearing is, they're just defending themselves. He is going to go, is that really what he's saying? Like,
Right,
is that
exactly.
Is that what he's conveying?
Because
All right, roll it up.
the Sahagin clue. Oh, Sahagin means different things to different people. Like
Defending yourself may mean
Right.
attacking people
Yeah,
to
yeah,
Lizardmen. Yeah, that kind of thing.
so at disadvantage. That's a 2 plus 6 for an 8. But
Still.
You can tell that the lizard folk are very loud. They talk loud.
All right.
So the next thing I want to kind of bring up is asking about the silver, the ingots, and say like, did you make, or did you get?
it's up to Mitch, but Wonder Boy.
Use inspiration on
With
use
using
inspiration.
inspiration.
Go use your inspiration.
to cancel the.
It's
but
still,
It's he already had
it's really hard to.
So how do you?
Hold on to that,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Wonder Boy. Thank you for being here, though. But
Thank you for that.
It's just a little bit of added information thing that he failed on. We're gonna
It's also
make it
really
take
hard
it.
to use an inspiration to cancel out a.
If it would have been
Yeah.
before the roll, then he would have canceled the disadvantage.
Yeah, we can discuss this too, but for now I'm okay if just
But it's
my
cool.
character not like quite getting it.
I feel bad because that is. Thank you though for chiming in. That is how we want you to use it. Yeah, that's definitely right.
exactly
It's just this time was not right because we'd already kind of resolved it. But
Sorry.
no, we'll go back though. There's a delay for
It's
sure.
just really
All right.
difficult to justify using inspiration to cancel out a.
That's what it
de-inspiration
does. That actually is what it's supposed to do.
After the.
After the roll is that's
Okay.
the trick.
Unless-
So the next thing is talking about the silver.
I'm talking about the silver. So in the broken. Oh yeah, I guess it's persuasion again, right? Trying to figure out what he's talking about.
Yeah, basically saying
language barriers.
And I want to approach it so
Yeah, you
it's
wanna
not
know.
like, and I want to approach it to the point where I'm not trying to sound like I want more of your silver. Like he doesn't think I'm being greedy. I'm just interested in like, oh hey, like is silver something you trade in? Because I don't think they made these ingots. I think they got them from somewhere else. That is a 10 plus 5, so 15.
Not only is it like the language barrier is pretty bad, but it doesn't seem like Avitalos knows like where they came from. It looks more like he was told to do something and he's doing that. Yeah.
Someone higher up on the chief
Yeah.
chain
Take
gave
this,
him the
give
silver.
it to them.
All right.
I get this. I go there.
And then the last point on these 3 days I'm going to bring up is to talk to him about Saltmarsh.
Talk to him about Saltmarsh.
Basically, like, oh, there's these humans down here. Have you thought about going to them for aid? We could be your in between, and I want to see his reaction
Yeah,
to
if
that.
we say Saltmarsh and they're all like, "Oh yeah, Sahagin."
No, they
That's
seem
kind of a dead
they seem
giveaway.
confused. Like, oh boy, I don't even know how I would say this without just outright saying it. I guess the best way that they can put it is like, aren't you Saltmarsh?
Yes,
There you
that's
go.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
so
yeah.
Saltmarsh is helping them right now.
So they didn't know the smugglers were not Saltmarsh.
Well, you guys just went to Saltmarsh and
Yeah.
came back and picked him up, and now you're taking him home. And you're like, what do you know
Right.
about Saltmarsh? You're like, aren't you from Saltmarsh?
Right, you're right. Yeah.
It just says to me that they specifically weren't working with the smugglers to not be a part of Saltmarsh because they're attacking Saltmarsh. They were working with the smugglers because the smugglers are probably the only ones that would work with them. They don't know the difference between the smugglers
Which
and
means that they don't
Saltmarsh.
have any intent.
Hopefully, like I am hopeful that all of what I heard and interpreted is correct. That the humans aren't their target, because that's what it sounds like to me.
Unless
If they looped us up all together,
Yeah.
unless they're in league with some faction that's either loyalist or traditionalist.
Or Pirate King, Pirate Prince. If there's a Pirate Prince out there trying to reestablish the Pirate Princes, they may not even know that they're being manipulated to go into a fight with
Or too, a lot of the pirates just call themselves princes
Right.
anyway, so it'd be really hard to tell if that's even happening,
Right.
you know?
So, all in all, I'm feeling better that hopefully the lizardmen or the lizard folk aren't the bad guys. I'm not ruling it out yet, but I'm feeling better about going in there.
yeah, it
So,
might be true. Yes,
But let's...
I will kill every one of these people if that's what's upsetting the balance here.
It's true.
Anything else you want to ask lizard folk or pirates or
yes,
anything you want to do on the boat?
yes.
Also, where do you guys hang out when it's like normal ship duties? What are you doing? So you're captain, you're probably on
I'm up
the
there.
aft castle, sure.
And use
So you're present. You like to be out all the time. People see you on the deck.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
familiarizing
Absolutely.
myself with the sailor background, just like mostly familiarizing myself with what our two main NPCs.
Ergen, Dami.
Yeah, flag signals and stuff like that.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Erg is really happy to teach you 7-4. He thinks that shit's awesome, so he's into it. And then you've got that star chart instructions and stuff like that.
right.
A lot of these sailors have some general, star knowledge. They might be able to start helping you out with that a little bit.
And I'll even open up the trade. It's like, I can tell you about star charts if you want. And yeah,
How about you? Because the crew suggests the nest or playing on the deck, but
I'm not going back up there.
Playing on the deck.
I'm just keeping him around pretty much.
all right.
I'm not
You're the first
I don't-
mate. You're supposed to be on the deck. You're the first
Yeah,
mate.
yeah.
Anything that he yells, just remember to yell the same thing.
Yeah.
All right.
After
There's one more question I want
Sure.
to ask of
the lizardmen.
Valtos or whatever. What's his rank in this? Is
He has
even
a pseudo dragon with him. That's gotta
Yeah,
be pretty important.
what? Like, I mean, he might not even be the guy that we need to talk to.
Right.
I could say that.
Like, there might be.
No, he's probably not the guy to talk
Yeah,
to.
why? Because he even said he didn't know where the money came from.
The idea he gives you, the impression seems like they're like a raiding party or like a fast group. I don't know. He'll mimic like them being ready together and like moving as a unit or something like that. That's like the best he can give you.
And who does he answer to?
Oof.
I mean, he might not even be willing to get that up, but it's worth asking.
I feel bad because of the delay.
Right.
Because of the delay, it's like
So, Wonder Boy, I don't know if you saw what Super Sad Squad did, but you can grant us or the DM a inspiration beforehand.
That we have. That we
Right,
put a token in
yeah.
front of us. So you can try it for the specific roll, but sometimes we go too fast and there's a delay.
Because I don't know if I rolled before or after we saw that with the delay. and stuff like that, yeah.
He used it after.
So the
We
name
also don't always see the chat.
Yeah.
the name he gives you as his boss is Ertos. Irhtos.
Sorry, one more time.
Ertos.
Ertos.
Irhtos. Ertos.
HTOS.
And he is the leader of the encampment.
No, you can use no.
Absolutely.
That is what an inspiration is. I gave you an inspiration to use as a reroll, but they were saying they're begging. You can also buy them rerolls.
right.
And in any other situation, it would have worked, but because he had disadvantage.
So when I brought it up,
Yes,
So,
yep. So he doesn't know what. He's
saying
not used to
right,
disadvantage.
yeah.
So with disadvantage, he rolled 2 dice and he had to take the lower.
You made a good roll. Everything was fine. We're just giving it back to you.
If he didn't have disadvantage, he would have made a reroll.
So I brought it up because, it made me think. Because of the delay, if a viewer spends an inspiration if they have one, would I just re-roll with disadvantage again or something like that, or
like re-roll the entire thing.
but with the same
I had to,
penalties?
if
or
I had to
something,
make the
I
call
don't know.
right then and there, I would have say knock off the lowest.
Knock off the lowest.
I would just say go ahead and knock off the lowest
Yeah.
on that.
Which in a way makes it an advantage.
It would make it an advantage.
I give them
right?
one advantage. Yeah, well, that's what you end up doing, and I guess that's just how it goes. But it seems.
I'm just surprised we have this many viewers that are responding.
All right. So
You're just not good of a GM, bitch. What can I say?
Tell me.
yeah,
One more question.
Sure.
So he answers to Ertos, but is Ertos in charge of the encampment?
He's
the boss.
Or does Ertos have a boss himself?
Does Ertos have a boss? Oof. Let me see if he can figure it
Yeah.
out.
I mean, you can also say that
They're always
all you know is that he answers.
Well, I want to see. You guys have been really nice to them. I just want to see if he can, how willing he is to do this.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll tell you that Otho Kent,
Is Ertos' boss?
Othokent, Otho Kent, is everybody's boss.
the chief. Okay.
It looked like his apprehension was probably mostly because in the hierarchy, it's like, I mean, that's his boss. He doesn't understand what you're asking him. Like, you're looking for his boss. This is his boss. And you guys are being like, bigger boss.
No. Who's the real?
This is the. He's like, this is the boss. Yeah. So you eventually get it out of him. Otho Kent is the name of his queen.
Queen.
As is
I said big boss, right? Well, now it's queen. Sorry.
Yeah,
There you
queen's
go.
fine.
Queen.
That's
Enjoy.
fine.
That's good to know.
Lost in translation.
Yeah, this is the GM talking too much until I just give everything away. You're like, if we just real quiet,
Oh,
just
just
walk us
play
through
like
it.
you're not doing all of this on purpose.
For me, besides being on the deck every day, every night after dinner, on the deck, I will have a card game.
Okay.
And Erg and Dami are always invited.
Okay.
And I basically will invite. I mean, you guys are invited if you want to, but I don't know if you want to play this.
This is how we RP in this group. Have a card game in the evenings. You're invited.
It's
don't
every
worry.
night.
Everybody can go.
It's every night. They're always invited if they want.
Okay.
But I select people throughout the day to invite to that card game at night. And I kind of cycle it through to sit at the captain's table, basically, and play some cards.
Let's see how the crew likes that.
Now, hold on, though.
Okay.
I never win. I will cheat to lose to them.
Okay.
So I've never taken money, and it's always a good spirit. Like looks like I'm out of coin.
Okay.
You know, then
Yeah.
pat them on the back, thank you, and walk away. So I'm doling out, an extra silver a day worth of money
Well, this is only
to the crew.
This trip is very short, so you've done this
Yeah.
the first evening, so I got it. And this, I've seen how it's affected the crew. So yeah, the crew is joining you at this point. Yeah, this is the first time you've done it. They're like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. Well, that's sweet.
Do we want to just take the inspiration?
Oh yeah, just give it to him. Negotiations with the lizard man to go. Okay.
Yeah, he wants the inspiration to be for the negotiations with the lizard.
Okay. So I would bank that in case you run into other lizard men or you interact with them more. Do you want to ask them more questions with your new inspiration?
I'm just watching them.
I think-
Especially if you're
think
playing
we
a card
gamble
game with them.
Oh, actually, what I'm going to ask now with the inspiration is, well, since I am not the captain you made this contract with, I need to remake the contract. Can you take us to your boss when we get there? I need to talk to your boss. Will you take us?
Persuasion against.
With advantage?
Yeah, take that advantage. I think you roll against him because he's got to think about that. All right.
So I give you guidance.
Okay.
It's because I'm here, right? Oh, sorry. I thought you wanted a high five. There you go.
I do.
Because I was watching. I'm reading. Yeah. Oh, that's good.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, plus 6, 26.
So your questioning starts to get down to about like who would I talk to about this? Who is blah blah blah.
Can you take me to
Yeah,
them?
Ella kind of seems to interrupt and tries to point at the bottom of the contract again and says something to Votaus, basically like and so they seem to argue over the contract for a few minutes, but Votaus eventually waves Ella off, and Ella kind of slinks back to her room, and He gives you the name Sauriv. Sauriv.
Okay.
Yeah. And says that's probably who you would talk to about getting a new contract. Basically, like if you want this to be different,
Yeah.
different paper,
And
Sauriv.
you can take me to them.
He kind of gets that whole like you're taking me to them.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes. You introduced me to
so
Sauri.
you guys are starting to learn right
Yeah,
away.
I get
Go
it.
and take.
Yeah.
Like you guys know what that means because you keep hitting that. Like both of you have that same thing where you're like, no, you're taking me. Oh, yeah, that's right. We are taking.
Yes,
you.
we are taking you.
Okay. Let's see. You've been spending a lot of time with the lizard folk. Give me a perception for real this time.
Yeah, no fake ones.
Well, I mean, now I know what I'm doing.
14.
14.
14.
Okay.
Let me make sure.
And you get pluses on those? Or that is your
13.
Pluses? 13. Okay. Yeah.
I think I have 5. I have 4. 13.
By the way, this is me.
Ding, ding. Nice little calming nighttime one day. Nighttime lullaby.
I watch when I can of your interaction with the lizard folk there.
And I'll always tell you guys when I'm going to go talk to them and get, hey, do you want to give me questions?
Yeah.
But I chum them up
And
every day.
you won't really have to go over and find them either. I mean,
Yeah.
they're
He's
getting their
always
own
on the
food. They're jumping into the water and fishing themselves and coming back up and stuff like that. They're not offering to help, but they are observing pretty closely. Like they're walking on the deck and seeing what you're doing. They're not getting in the way. They seem pretty deft at that, which is nice. But otherwise, yeah, you're making it. So, let's get some fun in there.
Really?
D100. How do I do this?
You roll that and
Another one.
yeah, call one.
Which ones are purples?
One.
10s are purples.
You can call. Yeah,
That's fine.
as long as you can read it.
Holy shit. That's not gonna work for me. Sorry.
A
That's
kraken.
just- no, I mean it's correct, but like that was another ship encounter. I'm not ready to pit you against another ship yet. I can't do that, but I am giving you a random encounter on the sea.
Yeah.
It's double sevens. I rolled double sevens twice.
What? Wow.
So let's find a
Sounds like
ship.
it's destined to happen.
Well, I mean, it's not fighting a ship.
Yeah,
It's not necessarily fighting a ship.
that's true. All right, so wait a second here. Let's GM this shit.
Also, you can always just lie about what you rolled.
You don't have to tell us.
I just got excited about it.
Is this where we go?
Yeah, that's ready to go. I should have switched it to turbo. Yep, you ready to go?
Manny, calm down.
Oh, it's right here, duh. Oh, all right. So, coming towards the end of the second day, as you guys are kind of ending your travels and getting closer and closer to where the Sahagin are calling home, which is kind of
The
up
lizard folk.
the lizard folk, excuse me. And that's just going to keep happening
Right.
too.
I don't know what you mean.
We'll have to figure out some kind of ramp if we're going to do that new setup.
Yeah. If it works. We still don't know.
Yeah, because we can barely fit 3 people in when it's at that distance. Well, comfortably in. But we're not like...
Yeah.
Whoops. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that.
And we may be able to get these. I may have picked a different resolution even for that, but we'll see. There's also...
You know, if you did some kind of rigging hanging from the ceiling...
I do want to do, like, that's how they have the cameras in the goal. They have them hanging.
that looks like asbestos up there.
It's just popcorn.
Isn't that asbestos?
I think that should be right.
It is not great for you, but it's also not asbestos. The other thing is, behind the camera bounds are actually wider than that. The cutouts I make, the camera actually goes beyond them. I just put the camera behind it and center us. So,
I just noticed after some point we did some rearranging and the camera was a lot closer.
Yeah,
than
weird thing.
Because
Can
you used to be
you
able to
scroll
see the
down
ship.
in the sources real quick? Sorry to mess
It's
up
okay.
that.
Right here.
Yeah, scroll.
Because I remember we used to be able to
Now
see the
scroll
ship
up.
and the
One shot.
commander's helmet.
So where it says one shot, hit the eye. Now hit it again. That's about right now.
Because
So-
didn't you used to be able to see the ship and the
Yes.
commander's thing up there and
You
everything?
did used to be able to see all that. Alright. What we got?
This can't be right. That's weird. Is that what it told me? Whatever, to it now. Okay, so
This end of the
towards
second day.
towards dusk of the second day, there's some odd movement in the water over the edge of the ship. And as you guys are taking a look, merfolk start to climb over the edge.
Hello.
Merfolk.
Welcome on board.
I will come on board with my crossbow!
Yeah.
Who notices this?
I don't know who. The pirates kind of all, or your pirates, sorry, your crew just kind of start noticing the merfolk are climbing on board on both sides of the ship.
I immediately go over.
head
Merfolk,
up
I have the language. I took. I know we talked before. I took deep speech, but I meant to take
We switched deep speech last time to something else.
Did
It
you
was
use
I meant
aquatic?
for talking to aquatic because I'm a sea druid.
Yes, we see Druid. You're right there.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, I'm just hollering out whether or not they know what I'm saying. I'm just hollering out "What parlay you have?"
Hang on real quick. Sorry, everybody at home, I'm brand new at this. No, that is correct. Okay. Yeah, they don't seem interested in talking.
Yeah, I'm shouting anyway, telling them "Hey, stay your weapons. Let's talk."
Nope, they continue drawing weapons and continue to come overboard. Not initiation. What the fuck?
Initiation.
I was an initiate in my 20s.
What am I looking for?
Initiative.
Initiative. Jesus Christ.
Banana?
Initiative. Banana, huh?
That might be the best initiative I've ever rolled.
Yeah, probably.
What you got?
15.
Oh shit. And that's still not great.
15 is a great number on a D20 scale.
10.
10.
What did you get?
10.
Right. That's
I
better,
clearly reacted quickly.
better than them.
The language you're looking for is Aquan.
Oh, that's right. 'Cause
Okay.
I made a joke about the ABC Circus.
Because I wouldn't know the tongue of aberrations and shit, right?
That's deep speech,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Not
But I meant
sequin.
for an oceanic
Not
language.
sequin. Aqua.
Aqua. I speak Aqua.
So, as everyone is kind of looking over and being like, what is that? What is this? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. These some slick, dark-skinned merfolk climb up over the sides with their weapons drawn, 3 on each side of the boat. As they climb over, Rob, you're ready first.
Holy shit.
Merfolk, green peoples, like bluish green people.
So,
Fins
there's...
coming off the face.
But is it merfolk? Like, they have fishtails for legs?
It told me merfolk are the people. They speak Aquan in common.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Goes to Saltmarsh. Basic rules. Yeah. Can they not get on the boat?
They can, but
Oh.
they have arms. They can
Yeah,
climb.
they climbed. Yeah, so, all right. That's what I'm
but
looking
they
at.
just they don't have
Yeah.
they don't have legs.
Okay, so they flop up on the boat. They can breathe air and learn. They're amphibious, yeah, so they snake around.
So
Yeah,
I
they move
shouted out to them, hey, no. You know, basically, hey, don't do this. And then they're coming up, and
They're coming
if
up,
it's
their
my
weapons are
turn.
drawn. They all have spears.
This is a raiding party. All right. So there's 2 groups of
3.
2 groups of 3. Where are we?
We ran up to where they were coming up, so
Right, and then there's another one in the
Well, you
back.
guys are, you're on the aft castle.
Okay.
You're on the main deck. where were you? Where do you normally hang out? That's what we were asking. You were walking around and stuff. Were you on the main deck? Were you on the aft castle? Do you want height? Do you want to be on the ground?
I'll probably be on the
Main deck.
Right,
Yeah,
on main
yeah,
deck.
main
Did you
deck.
come down
Yeah.
to see where the merfolk?
Yeah,
were
when the
coming?
move are coming, I run up.
So you,
Alright.
you ran up to the aft castle.
No, run up to them.
You're on the main deck. Okay, so you're all on the main deck. You're kind of in the center, so then you're surrounded by merfolk. The crew, in any given moment, are considered running the ship.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're piloting the ship. If the Sahagin, everything's Sahagin now. If the merfolk attack them, they will fight back.
Yeah, but they're keeping the ship moving.
But anyway, if it's my turn, I'll just give just like, know that this is a terrible idea, and I throw out a fairy fire off the side of the ship to coat the three on our side.
All right.
They get dexterity checks.
Dexterity saving throws.
All of them.
The one that we're on.
You should just do one for all
They
three.
fail. They are covered in what kind of light?
Starlight. Right?
It's so basically we can just see them if they go invisible even.
I thought you wanted to tell me what it looked like.
Oh yeah,
Starlight,
it's Himalayan pink salt sparkles. Yeah.
okay. Surrounded by glowing Himalayan pink salt, those
they
night
dries
lights.
them
Yeah.
Oh,
right out.
It does the trick. It works on sea
terrible.
snails.
All right,
But basically, those three will have we have advantage to attack them, and then for my bonus action, I activate my shillelagh.
Shalaklak.
Shillelagh active. All right, Wiley, you're next.
Yeah.
I seen that.
Man.
Now we're next.
I'm trying to warn them, but
Yeah, they must have rolled shitty.
Yeah, they rolled pretty poorly.
fight to survive.
Let's see. If they're getting on the boat, they have spears. They won't speak back to us. I'm gonna go up to one and stab and shoot.
Stab away.
Dun-dun, dun-dun. Does a 12 hit?
It does.
And I am the only one engaging this person, right?
Ooh,
There's no
remember,
near-
you attack one of the glowing ones. You have
I have
advantage.
advantage.
You could roll a crit.
21. So,
You hit.
no. 20.
Yeah, he's.
30, 20.
They came up in one by one, so there's three on one side, three on the
Yep.
other. So yeah, he's individual.
Yeah.
All right. Ow.
Damn.
21 damage.
You drop a merfolk on the deck.
Yep. And I shoot another one. For 21 to hit.
Yep, that hits. I mean, if a 12 hit,
Yeah. 4 damage.
more damage.
I'm gonna just pop that one and be like, this is not the ship for you.
I don't know what sound a merfolk makes. Everything's a hiss nowadays, right?
It's very bubbly and hissy.
Galen,
Yeah.
Galen, you're up.
Awkward. Thank you.
One section.
Oh shit.
I'm going to viciously mock one of the non-fairy fired guys
All right.
and run away.
It's merfolk. Could be either guy or girl. So they're kind of androgynous.
It's hard to tell when their lower half is a...
Yeah, it's a fish. What is it, cloaca? Let me see it.
What was it? Wisdom? Wisdom check?
Wisdom
Oh,
saving
sorry,
throw.
for what?
Wisdom,
Vicious mockery.
Oh, vicious mockery. I don't know. I don't remember.
wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving. Sorry.
For you.
For me.
For the
One of the
Jesus
merfolk
Christ.
that's
Maybe
not
I'm just
fairy
talking to
fired.
somebody else. 12.
Nope. So 4 damage and they have disadvantage.
All right.
And this is one of the not fairy fired ones on the other side.
Disadvantage and what else? Sorry.
4 damage.
Oh, 4 damage. All right. It's them. The first one you shot is on you. Stabby with
And
his spear.
ran away.
Huh?
Ran up here.
Okay.
Oh, you ran. Oh, yeah.
You guys.
19 hit you?
Who?
You?
Yes.
The one you shot is fighting you back. take 3.
Ouch.
Next one
Sure,
on
you're wearing a
Catman.
red shirt, so I can't see bleed.
Next one on Catman. Spear 14 to hit. Oh, 16 to hit.
Well, we cut up to you.
Oh, they're spearing me?
Yeah, spear at you. 16 to hit.
Does a 16.
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
Take 4. I'm disadvantaged in, what was it? Oh, 4 damage.
One of them has
Yeah, this one has disadvantage here, so.
What'd you say?
Yeah, so he misses you completely. And then.
Are they throwing spears?
No, the other 2 are about to, though. So if the merfolk from the other side of the deck, one of them has moved up, the other one is throwing. So you have 3 on you now. One's replaced the dead one, and then the other 2 are about to throw spears. So first spear on you, because no one's thrown anything at you yet.
Wait, one
Yeah,
replaced
right
the other,
on my
so one of the
shoe.
guys that was
Not
down-
replaced, sorry. The guy that fell, there were 3 on your side. One of the guys you hit, though, was supposed to be on this side, so he's kind of in the middle-ish. So,
So now we're
here's the
still
boat.
Yeah.
Here's a guy, here's a guy, here's a guy, here's a guy, here's a guy. There's 5 instead of 6 now.
'Cause I killed
This
one.
one's dead, yeah. So he's a little further out here. There's 2 guys, like one in front of you, one in front of you, basically.
Yeah.
Then there's 2 guys on this side that are throwing spears across deck.
Okay.
Right.
There's 3 on each side.
2 on one side, 3 on this side. So it's basically
dropped
2,
one.
2, and
dropped
1.
one.
There was 6.
Yeah.
You killed 1. There were 3 and 3. But
The fairy fired side.
the fairy fire
got
sides are
one
these
dropped.
guys. One is dead.
Yeah.
This guy died.
Okay.
This one has kind of moved into the front a little bit. But these 2 are across throwing spears. This guy is close enough, he's going to poke you.
They were throwing spears at me, right?
Cool.
Yeah. So here comes the first spear. First one's at you, Rob. He throws a 20 to hit. Dirty 20.
That does hit.
Yeah. You take 4 damage. The other one aims at the cat
Ouch.
man. Cat man. 5.
Oh my god,
7.
my knee.
7?
To hit?
Yeah.
No.
Nope. So that goes over. There are 5 guys left. It is your turn, Robert.
Alright.
Is it star form time?
Well, I am in range, eh?
And you don't need your bonus action to cast a locklock.
I don't.
You have it
Yeah.
active, right?
Yeah, it's archer form time. I turn into a being of the bridge between the stars and the sea. And as I become a constellation man with my shield and my shining belaying club. On activation, I'm going to throw a star at probably one of the fairy fire boys. The one that's on you, actually, because you are a rogue.
There's advantage on your attack. Right?
It is.
Is it fairy fire?
Is it very far? Yeah.
Oh, actually, I need to roll concentration. Let me just do that right now because I did get hit.
So take those
You
out.
get hit.
Yeah.
So note what you got.
I got 11 and an 18.
It's okay. 18 to hit.
If it's not with advantage.
So I need to roll a 10 or higher. That is a 6 plus. Ooh, I probably fail that then. I don't have Constitution as a thingy. But I do have 2, so it's an 8 if I was proficient, if that was one of my saving throws.
Yep.
Yeah, so I would have taken the lower, which would have been the 11.
No, you wouldn't have taken the lower. You just have to reroll.
Oh, okay.
Because that's disadvantage.
Right. 8 plus 6 for 14.
Does a 14?
That hits. Yes.
12 hits, so we have 14 hits.
Yes.
Right. That's a D10. I need a D8. Slam him for 6 damage of star power.
And then Blade Beam.
And then, yep,
He falls. That merfolk is dead.
Oh, really? That's 2 out of the 3. So then I will go to the third.
Fairy fired one is a little farther down. You know, you'll make it there in your movement.
He's not fairy fired anymore.
Oh,
But from that group, yeah, they're no longer fairy fired. Yeah.
gotcha.
But from that group, there's none. That was the last one around us because the third one moved away. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So I'll chase after that one that came from my side and see if I can finish him off. That's a 4. Probably not. That's 10.
10 damage.
Does a 10 hit?
Oh, does a 10 hit? No, 10 does not hit. You missed.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Get back here, you
I thought you were still
fishy
in
fuck.
Alright.
I tried to warn you.
That was a hell of a turn. Wiley, you're up.
All right. I am going to.
Especially if it,
There's the one on the deck near you, and then the two
actually-
on the other side that were throwing spears.
Is the one on the deck near me not engaged with
He's not
anyone?
engaged with you now.
I will move up to him and engage him.
I feel like it's too late now.
Yeah, you
Sneak
can
attacks.
make it. He forgot he had the bardic
Oh,
inspiration.
that would have gotten you over the 10.
Yeah.
Save it.
23.
That hits.
But you can use that for damage.
22. 22. All right.
True. With a spell, yeah.
I like the sound of those.
I don't like that.
No.
I went from like a really high roll last time to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
10.
And then I'm going to shoot him if he's still up.
There, yeah, he's still up.
Dun, dun, dun. 5, which gives me a 10. Misses.
Yeah, right over his head. All right, Galen, you're up.
Since people are throwing stuff at me, a mirror image. And as a bonus action, who's the one worse off?
I got, what, hit
I'm
points?
fine. I am made of the stuff of stars.
Merely scratched.
Alright.
Okay.
That's it.
Cool. At this point, as you're killing these guys, the door opens up here, and the lizard men file out, look around for a second, and all three of them jump off the same port side of the boat into the water and go below the surface.
Oh, come on now.
That's where the merfolk are coming from.
So the one on you that's still up, spear at close range, stabbity stab stab. Ooh, 17.
Me?
Yeah.
Hits.
This could be a
Are
vanguard
you
force.
doing it?
Doing what?
He might silvery barbs them.
Ooh.
I can also do this. What is that?
Oh.
Minus whatever this rolls.
Yeah, you roll it.
Minus 2.
So it would be a 15.
15 still hits me. There
No.
was one more.
It's alright. There's a 1 anyway.
So how much?
1.
Just one?
Yeah. I picked it up on its face. I'm like, that says 3. It's a 1. It's a 1 anyway.
All right.
Alright. That's him. He's the one that's got the second turn so far. This guy does not have disadvantage anymore, right?
No, I never
Okay.
vicious mockery again.
So he's going to throw a spear at you. 4 misses. Oh, +2. So, that would have hit you anyway, but +2, so 6.
If it's going at me, make sure and
Oh,
do
it's
the
going at
mirror
you.
image
Sorry.
first.
It's
Yeah.
going at the mirror image first. It's a
So
6 anyway.
it misses
Yeah, it
regardless.
missed terribly.
But I'm just saying that if it hit a mirror image, it has less AC than me.
Gotcha.
Because I have 15, it would only have 13. Because it doesn't actually have
Here's the
armor.
last one. Flip, 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 flip. 7. So, yeah, you missed.
And no mirror images were harmed in the making of this round.
Doesn't matter. There's 4 of these guys left. Oh, there's the one that's over here still is on you, isn't dead yet. So there's one more on the other side of the deck that's
No,
throwing.
so it's attack.
Yes, sorry.
So mirror image has to be made first, and that will hit me.
All right.
No, no.
This is another guy. 11 + 2, 13 hit you?
No.
Okay. So
Hey.
and this is it.
Would hit
There
a
you go.
mirror image.
I knew that was the wrong
Yeah.
one. Sorry, I forgot that there's still a guy, not the one that you're fighting, but there's another guy that's still up too. So there's 4 on the deck still. Rob, you're up.
So I have
Okay.
3 guys attacking me? What the hell?
Well, one's near him. Then there's 2 kind of over there. One's in front of him. One's from him. Oh, him. Sorry. Wiley's got one over here, kind of closer to the aft or the fore. Then the 2 of you are there along the edge. There's one in front of each of you. No, it's not right. There's one over there between the 2 of you, and then there's 2 on the other side.
Two.
Excuse me.
Two.
There's one between the 2 of you. He's got one, and then there's 2 on the other side of the deck that are chucking
Yeah,
spears.
there's 4 of me.
Am I in moving distance to?
Yeah, you
You're
guys
moving difference from everyone on
can
the
make
deck.
you can
It's
make
tiny.
everything. The
Yeah.
only place it would be 2
gonna-
movements would be off of
The
like
one that's
the prow
between
all the way down.
the one between him and I'm just going to crash with one of my stars as a bonus action.
All right.
A crack with a 2.
So
That's a miss.
it was a star, right?
Yeah, it was.
So 2 plus
Oh, I have all these.
8. You have your.
I have
Keep moving.
I have an advantage.
He also has an inspiration.
We also have Bardage.
Oh, I could use that. Right. If I just roll,
If you roll a 4 or higher,
I got an 8. If I get a
Guaranteed.
4 or higher, we're good.
3. So does an 11 hit?
Yes, an 11 hit.
Whoa!
Base as you can get. You have found their base AC.
Yeah.
That's a 6 damage.
He is dead.
Now you can swing your club.
Yeah. So I'm going to do that. So yeah, I crash that. Be safe, Kitty. And I move over to you and flank the one that's on Captain Constance here
All right.
with my shillelagh. That's 11 plus 6 for 17
17 hits.
for 8 damage.
Yep, that falls too. There are 2 mermen on the other side of the deck left.
All right.
Wiley, it's your turn.
They bit off more than they could chew, it
Move
seems.
up to
Definitely
1
did.
and chink,
Alright, stab
stab
it.
away. Is that a natural? Natural 1. No, that's a 7. Sorry, that's a 7. 7. That's
11, right?
12.
12.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
So that hits.
Remember these, man. There's a reason why I love
2,
special
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage.
Damage.
You're so generous.
Okay.
And I'm going to shoot.
Shoot him up.
15.
That hits.
That is 9 damage.
Yeah, he's dead. Alright, Galen, there remains 1 merfolk on the boat. You can yell at him.
Take him alive.
Let's try out this new hand crossbow. I think that probably hits 15 plus
2,
5,
17, it
so
already
30,
hits.
20.
My stars, there's so many of Mr. Kitty Rivers.
Boo.
Touch your dex.
5 damage.
5 damage.
I did.
Healing word.
Bonus action healing word.
Okay.
Little reassurance to thine self to tackle on the task ahead of you.
D4 plus
Plus 4.
6. Alright.
So while you're chanting your healing word, up behind the other merfolk sneaks Vataus, who comes out and basically just snags him and just crushes him. Ella and the other lizard folk come out of the water as well, and they seem like they've got pieces of merfolk in their teeth and claws and stuff like
They went
that.
down to fight him.
They've got injuries. It looks like there was more merfolk than what made it onto the deck, and you guys were probably helped out pretty heavily by bringing some lizard folk with you.
Are there more? Down below.
They look like they're done. You can tell by their body language they're finished. They're like getting blood off of them, looking at
many are
wounds and
left
stuff
up
like
here?
that. Nothing are left.
Nothing,
up
we're
here.
dead.
You've killed. Everything is dead. Yeah, everything's dead. And I'm gonna actually stop it there. It's about 8:30. It's like right on the dot. So you guys have gotten your boat back. You've gotten it crewed for the most part. You're on your way to Lizard Town. We had a random encounter because I'm not ready to put you in Lizard Town yet.
Yeah, that's fine.
You guys made it through the whole second one, but yeah, it's pretty cool. You guys have some unlikely buddies. You got a whole crew of like lizard men with you now who look like they're willing to fight with you.
How they react to my star.
Yeah, it's been pretty successful. You guys have skirted any kind of
No one's giving
contraband fines. You haven't lost any people. Nothing bad happening. A lot of discussion. It was good. I think I had a good time.
Yeah.
So far, everybody is still on our. Well, we're still on everybody's good
It's a
side.
very discussive episode, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like because we had a lot to talk about. We don't, like what are we fucking doing here? And
That's the thing that's funny. That's all like, well, when do we tell him? And he's all like, yeah, you know what? Actually, I'm just going to go.
Wiley's like, I've been telling you to tell him since the beginning of the telling. Just tell him.
Just tell him.
Yeah, that's funny.
Get it out of the way. See if he wants to go or stay.
I'm glad you guys enjoyed the limping boat. So
that was a lot of fun. Yeah, like
I was like, it would be so
what would it like to
fucking hard.
have to
Like,
be
yeah, you have
responsible
to.
dock a ship?
And just because you know what to do doesn't mean it's going to work every time. Like if the wind caught that just right and you failed your dexterity, it came out of your hands. It's like that thing is going to turn around. You know?
Yeah, see, I think like kind of like because that was almost a combat in its own right.
Yeah.
Like wrangling the ship.
Fighting the ship
It was.
and the sea.
Yeah.
We win this time, I'm really.
A lot of modern games they don't call it combat, they call it a conflict scene.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean you're fighting, but a conflict of
Is occurred.
like man versus nature, whatever is happening now, and
Yeah, like
that's what that felt
we
like.
have to use spells or give out inspirations and stuff.
Yeah.
And go turn by turn. All right.
All right, well, hey, this has been another edition of Wilyverse, where on Sundays we play Saltmarsh. We play every Sunday at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Or, sorry, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Sorry, we have our other game. So check your clock, see when that is. We don't do daylight savings time around here. Big thank you to Mr. Wonderboy for showing up and spending some points, and for Super Chat Squad for being here, and GT as well. Thank you guys for coming down and watching and hanging out with us. If you like what you saw, if you want to see any more, you can follow our link down below to go to our YouTube page, where you can find hundreds of hours of all the other stuff that we've done. Some persistent campaign RPG things. Yeah, it probably is thousands of hours at this point. We have some board games. We have some video game stuff. It's pretty cool. Go check it out. There's even some lore conversations and some introductory stuff that we do. So if you're a budding GM or new to the game, come down and check it out. Also, we are sponsored by Drive-Thru RPG. If you follow that link down below, it'll take you to a site, which is a great place to find all of your rule books and source books on PDF and save yourself a whole bunch of money. We have some of their stuff you should too. And speaking of stuff, we also have a link down below that will take you to our web store, where you can find the Wilyverse logo that I'm not wearing. I thought it was. On all sorts of stuff, shirts, hats, socks, bags, leggings. It's ridiculous. You can get it on anything. It's really high quality, so check it out. And if you do buy anything through any of those links, we get a little bit of a kickback that we use to update the studio, get more lights, buy more games, haircuts for the boys, that sort of stuff. So it helps us out a lot.
Yeah,
if you're interested in something else, if RPG is not your thing, we're also playing Blackstone Fortress, which is a Warhammer Quest board game. It's modular. We play that on Wednesdays at 5:30 Pacific Standard Time right now. And as the summer ramps up, there will be a lot more stuff going on in Wilyverse. There'll be some painting things. I'll be picking up extra games here and there, and we'll be doing a lot more one-shots as I take my leave for the summer and don't work for 2 months.
Oh my god.
Wait, no one shots?
Huh? I don't know, maybe. Why not?
I can run one.
Yeah, you can run one, I can run one. I can do
I
this
just
now.
thought we were going to be doing
Anyway, check it out.
yeah.
We'll be doing
We're just
Saltmarsh.
doing Saltmarsh on Sundays.
Oh.
He's talking about with all this other time.
I'll have lots of other times, so look out on Fridays and Thursdays and things.
So one guy has lots of
You
other
still need to hit
I have lots of other stuff. I haven't hit it yet because we're still explaining, but thank you guys for coming.
Bye.
See you.